Hotep, Great SABA Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Ma'at. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To SABA Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
Uben Ra, Ma'at Hotep, Glorious Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra. It is said good advice is rarer than emeralds. That led me to think Tehuti's advice and teachings is life's wealth. You are the doorway to Miao, the ancient conscious state. You are the wise one, an incarnating Ren that is breathing the Ankh, living from Ma'at, the Nefer, ancient Ba, the ancestor, Tehuti. I am incredibly grateful to have access to your podcast and guidance. Tua for your immortality and taking moments out of your day to help me. Tua for not leaving me to suffer in a world of matrix. Tua for teaching me truth, honesty, and teaching me that it is good to search for wrongdoings and make corrections. Tua for everything. May your exquisite NETERUs have a day as beautiful as them. May they always have clarity and never be under hypnosis. May they always be safe, never in harm's way. May they never receive headaches or stress. Their beauty like the sun's reflection on water. Their beauty like a snake wrapping itself around a harp. Their beauty like circumpolar constellations. And their beauty like luscious forests of green with cacao plants and bamboo. My greatest love and respect to your immortal Nefer Kemetic family. Tua.
The most sophisticated artifacts, pyramids, everything are all the oldest. It gets worse as it goes on. That's not supposed to make sense.
There was some sort of very sophisticated civilization that was tens of thousands of years before that, and they were wiped out.
We even see that. You go to the Egyptian Museum and there is beautiful igneous stone vases made of granite. And right next to them, in the same display, because they're found in the same place, there's a rough pottery vase that's not even turned, just put together by hand, and they've painted it with dots to make it look like granite, and it's shaped the same way as the granite vase. That's like that's pure imitation. Like this here, you have a hard igneous stone vessel made with perfection, and right next to what's clearly an imitation of it made from pottery, and they've even dotted it up to make it look like granite. The dynastic Egyptians, they do trace that back 30,000+ years. They have a list of kings and rulers that go back into that time. It's only in our interpretation and our archaeologists that really say, well, you know what, that's just myth and legend.
The people in Egypt, they believed in what's called Kemet, the people that existed before the Egyptians. When we hear these stories about the Great Pyramid being a tomb for the pharaoh, it's worth mentioning that even the locals didn't believe that. The saying that the pyramids were built to be tombs for the pharaohs wasn't even developed until 150 years ago. That's it. They were taught Kemet. And it's worth mentioning that when you go through inside these pyramids of Giza, there's not one single glyph in any of them whatsoever. There was never a mummy found in any Egyptian pyramid ever. Quite literally, the only reason why we are told this stuff is because that was the theory developed by these men that went in there and said, I believe these must have been for the pharaohs. That makes sense.
So it's all just one group of people had one theory, and that theory just stuck around.
100%. To people who aren't aware, there's something called the Osiris Shaft, which is located directly under the causeway between the Sphinx and the second pyramid. It goes about 100 feet underground. It's carved out of the limestone bedrock. It's the creepiest place I've ever been in my life. It's 3 different shafts, and you go down. When you get to the 3rd level, which is completely dark and freaky, there was a side tunnel. Zahi Hawass himself, he's standing in front of this tunnel, and he says, it's yet to be explored. I don't know what's down there, but they've since sealed it up. It's like cinder blocks. They sealed it up.
What?
Yes, it's the same thing. Like they excavated the Sphinx, and there was always said to be tunnels under there, and there was no pictures ever released to the public, and some dude snuck down in there and took some photos. You can't see much, but what you know is that there are things that have gone underground in Egypt that, for whatever reason, is just off limits to the public.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine. excellent scholar. You know, y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the pole.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. Let's go. What the blood seed, Lord.
Brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M. Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the NETERU, KEMET and the origins of Ma'at, meanings and symbolisms of Medu-Neter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti PodClass. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, you know, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti PodClass on YouTube.
That's your words.
Brother,
stand on
that's
it. That's
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, or was that a myth?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a myth, a mythological NETERU, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Ankhet has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Neteru?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Ankhet had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head, and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait, let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabari, you need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because, you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal, when Anksenamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are, that's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right. Let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to explain to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head, and you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible. That's why that is symbolism. Anksenamun and Ankhet were real.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Is it?
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a son on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a son on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, Brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, Brother Jabari. Most people in the got Brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, Brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Chat, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority. And there's a lot of people that I read the comments. They say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari. But I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me. I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Cigarette.
To be very clear, I have never had an official date with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not gonna say a TKO, I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs. You know, he took some jabs, you know. And well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official deal with Tehuti. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
Shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the Brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So, I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now, Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat KEMET.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Okay, got it?
Yep, I got it.
Hold your hand up.
I definitely got it. It's real. It's real.
Would you do anything for this woman?
Anything.
Would you bend over backwards for this woman? This man? Everybody, can they see this? Can they see that? Yeah, put it right in the screen.
All right.
Okay, there's that. Watch this, watch. Right. Push up. Okay, watch. Put it right in the camera. Watch this. Look at the coin. Just imagine. Put your hands flat. Make it relax. Watch the coin.
Oh, shit.
Just imagine yourself bending over backwards. I mean, nothing's impossible. Just imagine the coin just getting soft and melting. Just kind of melting like that. You see that? Kind of melting.
What the hell? How do you do that?
You can compare two coins and see you keep that for like.
Wow. Let me see that joint, man. Get the hell out of here.
Wait, man, I gave him that change out of my pocketbook.
What the hell kind of witchery is this, man? Israel, get the stones.
Put that on the screen.
Get the stones, Israel.
Put that on the screen.
Oh, no, that's witchery.
101.
He just bent that coin.
Wait, no, he got that change out. I gave it to him from my purse.
With no heat.
I did. Yo, he really did that. That is... Yo, I'm keeping it.
They not gonna believe us. Our children not gonna believe.
Yo,
but I heard
really
you work with
not.
David Copperfield, David Blaine, some major magicians.
Some of the teachers that do it for the teachers of Chris Angel.
Oh, you work with Chris Angel.
I've
That's the
watched
Chris Angel, the Mindful.
Yeah. Wait, look, he really been recording.
I bet you can't bend it back.
Yeah, I know.
I don't want you to wipe the writing.
I want to keep it like that.
Yeah, the writing a little wiped off. Maybe.
Wait, hold on.
Put
Put that back on.
Put that back on.
Yeah, put that writing back on.
A little Ziploc bag.
Yup,
Keep that.
Yup.
You know, you wrote on both coins. You gave me the coins, and you saw it moving in your hand.
Absolutely.
I did, yeah. I literally wrote on it and gave you. That's insane.
We love you, Lord Tehuti. It's an honor, man.
These gonna go up in our house in Africa.
Absolutely. We could put them in like a jar. We could put them like in a jar type thing. Like seriously, we could put them like in a jar thing. I just want to say to everybody that's watching,
the screen here.
everybody that's watching, Prince Asiel and my first spiritual teacher, my Abba Prince Cass. Yeah, man, that's crazy. Dr. Morello.
Are you guys allowed to have this?
Somebody said,
I mean, the witchery, I don't know. I'm putting this up in my house. Forget that.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. But now, man, I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Oh, there we are. Peace, Hotep. Greetings to everyone. Press the 9 if you can hear me before we get started. Let's pull this up a little bit. Latest touch. Can everyone hear me? Press the 9 if you can hear me. Let me check the room. Press the 9 if you can hear me, and let me check the room and let's get started correctly. Let's see who's in the room today. This is going to be one of those classes. Let me move this back. It's a little bit too close to me, and I have to preserve my eyes until this new monitor is adaptable. Every slight touch. Okay, wonderful. I see Robert Williams can see me and hear me. Wonderful. There's a 9 from Robert Williams. Nancy Hotep says Hotep SABA. Hotep duality. Oh no, this is not duality. This is Reninette the Cobra. But she does represent duality, but yes, this is Reninette. Okay, everyone can seem to hear me pretty well. Where are you going, Reninette? I see some 9s. There's Unks Effect with a 9. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Who else? Mr. Rigo. Peace to Rigo. Hotep Rigo. I know you're gonna love this one. It's right up your right up your alley. Hotep, Mr. Rigo. Peace and love to you. One of the greatest consistent supporters. Beautiful. Where's Neferkeperet? There she is. Neferkeperet. Peace to you, Neferkeperet. Peace and love. Wonderful. And who else is here in the Tehuti PODCLASS? Where's Nook? Where's Nook Panook? I know he's here. So there he is. Nook Panook. Unk Uja Seneb. To your Ma'at Heru, may you have Ra Heru. Kuti Ma'at. Nook Panook's statements and donations are never more than, they're never less than 90% Metanetter. Maybe 10% English. Peace and love to Nook Panook. Okay, Minty Hotep says, Hotep Reninette. Yeah, this is Reninette. Call her Reninette or a set Reninette, but she represents the Reninette, which is the resurrection or the raising, which I've done many classes on, which has its root in the Ren, which is the sound frequency that English people translate to as the word name, but actually means sound frequency. It's called a Ren, and that is a sound frequency that you have to resurrect in the out of body to get your sound vibrational currency existence back, because in that realm there's only sound and light. There is no electron fermion principle, so there is sound and light in that realm on the other side. So the goal is to resurrect that sound and light frequency, the Ku, which is the light body, and the Ren, which is the sound frequency. And when you raise it up, it's called Reninette. And that is represented by the flaring, raising cobra. Say peace to them, Reninette. Okay, you can sit there very calmly. Wonderful, wonderful. We have a lot of people, and it's going to be even more, especially when we start getting into the questions that were sent in here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. It's going to be another beautiful one. Peace and love, everybody, to all the new people. There's my young lady. Where is she? Harass did. Peace and love to you. Check your emails. I responded to you about your diet plan. Check your emails. There's Robert Williams. The magic is real too. The magic is real too. I may be coming up on the brother. You know, before we start anything, let's start with the proper frequency of the affirmation for the new people that are in the room. No problem. Everything is nefer and beautiful. If you don't know the affirmation, just read it along with us. And if you have a question to ask about it, send the question in. Cash App Moon, PayPal at RockSV, which is actually going along the, how does it work here? Along the bottom of the screen. Wonderful. Here we go. We're going to start on the count of 3 so we can start on the proper REN, on the proper sound frequency. Everyone is ready? It's going to pop up on the screen in 3, 2, 1. And there it is on the screen. And now I'm going to take the ticker from the bottom, ticker. And now we're going to say it on 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Anki emmaat un ns. Nintet aset emmaat min hapapet emmaat. Per and hu kiui per ikut. I live from ma'at. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of ma'at. Every day I advance towards ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. And that is our beautiful nefer affirmation. I've done 2 classes here on the affirmation and 1 class on Sonetter on the affirmation and the female frequency that circulates and echoes throughout the affirmation. Anyone else, any questions? We can refer you to those links, or I can do another class because I have multiple compartments of information on singularized, what appears to be singularized topics, which is just an illusion because there is no singularized topics. So, peace and love, everyone. We're going to get started. And so, yes, the good brother Sonetter called me and asked me if I wanted to debate someone. Who's probably in the chat right now, and I said no. That's actually one of my students, and I would never, not going to debate the person. But shout out and peace and love to brother Sonetter. So he asked me, do I want to come back on the show, which is what he asks me almost every time. What do we have here? We have a Nal Varanus roaming about in the room. Hopefully he comes out. His name is NETERU. NETERU is the real name for Nile, and he's roaming about, and he'll pop out sometime maybe. So Sonetter, good brother, asked me if I wanted to come on, and I said I may have time now that I've relaxed with the NETERU class, NETERU magic classes. After the next PODCLASS, I will tell you in the next PODCLASS when I'm going on, which will probably be the Sunday directly right after that. And I'll do another class because the Sonetter channel is long overdue for some actual teaching classes on Ica, magic, and breaking the matrix. We've had 82 shows on why the Hebrews are wrong and why the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black. 82 shows on that. Okay, it's been confirmed now, and let's move on to the actual teachings of the people. But there's always new people that want to know if the Egyptians are black. So if you want to know, definitely head on over here or over there, and you will get a plethora of shows on whether the Egyptians are black or Mediterranean, and whether the Hebrews are wrong. And much shout out and love to that platform for what that provides. I'll be on there. I'll talk to Sonetter again this week, and we'll see. Okay, peace and love, everybody. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I've been a teacher for several decades. And for those new people that are watching, or just seeing this for the very first, I'll have to put that somewhere maybe where it's not moving. For those people who are just watching this for the very first time, my conscious awakening took place. Now it's going to be still. My conscious, My conscious awakening took place when I was very young into who I was. And when I was extremely younger, because I'm still young, but when I was extremely younger than I am today, I spent a lot of time in the forest, in the fields, and in the swamps with animals. And every time I would leave the house, about 90% of the times I would leave the house, I would tell my mother that that's where I'm going. I'm going to the ponds, into the fields, into the swamps, and I'm coming back with a multitude of different animals. And I would spend 4 hours, 5 hours a day out there with the animals. I would spend more time out because I'd be out there by myself. I'd spend more time with them than I would spend with certain human people. And so, in learning and dwelling with the animals, the mentality started to morph back into that type of state where I was actually questioning people on the religious aspect that didn't make sense to me, because as I'm out with the animals, I'm noticing that the NETERU, come on out. I'm noticing that the animals are consistently doing what they're supposed to do, and they have no religion, no aspects of religion. This confused me as I got older, because as one of my NETERUs just told me recently, the Jehovah's Witnesses were on the streets. Here's a new part. I always have a new part to the story, but the Jehovah's Witnesses and the Seventh-day Adventists were on the streets, and the Seventh-day Adventists was what my family was raised in. And I would always see pictures of heaven, images of heaven. And who would I see there? Of course, Jesus. That makes sense. Of course, all the loyal followers. That makes sense, because you have to live your life for Jesus. That made sense. You earned your way up to heaven. But then, as I look closer at the pictures, I'd see a sheep. I'd see a sheep cuddling with a lion. I'd see a giraffe. I'd see zebras in heaven, in the images, with the people that worked extremely hard following the Bible and doing their prayers, and they'd be there with the animals. The same animals that a day before, the lion could have completely ripped the guts out of the zebra while he was on Earth. And then he died that day, or he died a week later. With the hippopotamus that could have bit a person in half, because the hippopotamus is actually the most dangerous creature in all of the so-called continent of Africa, especially along the Nile. The hippopotamus along the Nile is responsible for the most killings of the animals. And it could have snapped 2 little babies in half, and the hippopotamus is in the pictures in the heaven images of the Seventh-day Adventists and the Jehovah's Witnesses. As I'm with these animals, and I'm not seeing them with any type of holy book, I'm not seeing them with any type of spiritual guide, I'm wondering, how did they get there? So I began asking the pastors and asking people these type of questions. My questions were based on, a lot of it was based on wildlife. I couldn't comport with the concept that a person had to be this diligent individual, constantly trying to purify their soul and spirit, praising Jesus, praising Allah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and all of these interesting religions that were constantly, you have to have 99 dhikr breeds and pray to a Kaaba, and you have to go to church on this day and on this other day, and this day is the Sabbath. And then I'm noticing the animals that are in the ponds and in the swamps are living their life. And then both of those creatures, the one that lived its natural life with no spiritual guidance and the one that was fighting for spiritual guidance, are both in heaven. Began to realize that the religious people were telling me that God made the humans in the image and likeness of God. And then I started asking the questions to the pastors. What's the religion of the angels? What's the religion of God? God in heaven and the angels, what is their religion? What's their spiritual path? These angels, these Elohims, what is their way? well, they don't really need a way because they're the direct light of God, and only Lucifer rebelled, and Lucifer is the one that he's against God. The angels are all with God, so they don't need any type of guidance or spiritual path because they're just in tune with God. And I said, oh, in tune like mentally and spiritually, so they're in his image and his likeness. Because it seems like the angels and the God both don't have a religion, but the people need to have this way because they keep sinning and fornicating and pedophile and rape and thieving and molestation, all these weird different things. But the angels don't have a way, and God doesn't have a way. And the animals didn't have a way. So I said to the pastors and the people, we're the only creatures on the planet that are in the image and likeness of this God, but the only one that needs the religion. But it seems that God, the angels, and the animals don't need a religion, and all of them, Michael, Gabriel, the angels, God, and the animals, are all in heaven in the end. And the people are counting 99 thicker beads. And my Cobra Renanette isn't counting any thicker beads. But she's going to make it to heaven. She is. So I knew this did not comport with reality. And the reality was that this is a message to me that the natural, organic way, the way of nature, is the way. Because they kept calling God supernatural. That just means very nature-like. Is that correct? Super means something very? Like that's, you did a super job of the kitchen. That means you did a very good job, right? So if God is supernatural, then that means he's very, very natural. And the angels, when I asked the Christians about their abilities, they said the angels were supernatural. So the angels are supernatural. Then when I would watch Martin Lawrence's show, it wasn't called a natural video or a nature video. But when I would watch the animals, theirs was called nature videos. But when I watched Tupac videos, that wasn't called a nature video. Or when I watched Cops or Married with Children or Columbo, that wasn't called a nature video. So God is supernatural, the angels are supernatural, and the animals' videos are nature. Whenever man does something, it's man-made, and whenever the animals do something, that's natural. So I decided that I would stick with the animal side. I'm bound to make it. So these questions I was asking was causing controversy. I was finding contradictions in the Bible. I was asking questions about nature. Pastors couldn't answer me, and this led to a contention. I started to realize that animals' only way of life was biological imperative, which was the ability to survive based on exactly what they are. So a grasshopper does not want to survive like a bee, and a bee does not want to survive like a fly, and a fly does not want to survive like a ladybug. They all have their particular means of survival, and if they continue to do that, they will continue to look and be the same for millions of years. And they won't get heart stroke, and the cougar, not the one in the club, but the cougar in the nature video doesn't go through depression. Doesn't seem to have any eye problems. I don't see you have the lion that needs glasses. I'm like, so people are in the image and likeness of God. We need religion. We're suffering diabetes and need eyeglasses and have cancer problems, breast cancer, and all type of different cancers in our body and our private parts and all type of different. We're catching malaria and getting. I'm like, how many alligators have malaria? I'm confused. What's happening here? It seems like we're the weaker ones. We gotta wear shoes. The bear doesn't need shoes. We need to wear clothes, or it's too cold. I'm like, the squirrel doesn't need clothes. So it seems like the animals living their natural way don't seem to need all these excessive things that actually are bringing them stress. They don't need to drink coffee to stay awake. The rabbit is wide awake. As soon as you disturb it, boom, it jumps away. And it doesn't need any coffee. So asking these questions started posing problems in the household. And my mother was going to put me out, which is no problem. But the problem was that I didn't have anywhere to go. So therefore, we made a wager and a bet. And the bet was that if I had a debate with the pastor and the pastor won, I would have to leave the premises of the household because it was causing too much disruption.
Or if I won the debate, then I could stay in the household and continue. And of course, the judge was my mother at the time. My mother is completely on the pastor's side because she's of the same religion as him. There's one judge, so there's not three. So it's whatever the one person says, that's the judgment. Me and the pastor debated. I'm drilling him with these kind of questions. And it went on for about 5 hours. And this was Tehuti's first debate. My mother ended up kicking him out of the household. Because she was too embarrassed. She said it was too embarrassing watching this 47-year-old man get riddled by this young man. And she threw him out of the household. That was my very first debate. My very first debate's prize was not a trophy, was not credit on YouTube or clout. I don't even know what the word clout means. All these different words and getting, I'm the champion of this. And I wasn't, my prize was to have a roof over my head. So therefore, biological imperative immediately connected my neurons at that moment with knowing this information, being dedicated to it enough that I could actually have a roof over my head if I was able to convince somebody who is against what I'm teaching. I was on overdrive. I must survive, because if not, I'm going to be homeless. I must beat this pastor. That's Tehuti's first debate. There wasn't a YouTube yet. There wasn't Gmail. AOL didn't exist yet. None of this stuff existed. There was no crowd cheering. There was no getting views. There was nothing that. There was, win this debate, or you are living under the bridge, or wherever you may live, just not here. I won the debate, and a few days later, there was a notarized letter on my door for a restraining order, and the restraining order was against churches, which has never been done in history. Maybe it has. If so, put the link in the room to the man who's has a restraining order against them from churches. I have a restraining order to protect religion against me. My restraining order is I can't be around religious buildings that are Christian churches of that particular sect. I'm not allowed to be. I will be thrown in jail or fined. So that was set in place, and biological imperative set in again, because now I know that if I'm walking down the street and I'm teaching something by a church, I can have my freedom taken away. That's biological imperative number 2 set in. That completely changed me as well. And I saw how serious this was and how much of a threat this was. So what did I do? I walked into the churches now, but this time with my head down, and I started asking questions, not to the pastor so he could throw me out. I would time it to get there before the pastors got there and recognized me. I was so much vehemently focused on this mission of breaking the matrix. I wasn't 20 yet. I was vehement about breaking this matrix that I would walk into the church, time it before the pastor got in, and I would ask the Christian students questions to put the thoughts in their mind. So at 7 o'clock when the pastor walked in for Bible study, he would get snake styled, which means that I was asking questions through the people, and I was quiet. So there's no focus on me, because if there was focus on me, I could get thrown in jail or be fined, because I have a restraining order against the church, and I'm in the church now, breaking the restraining order, and I'm in the church asking the students questions and putting my head down. The pastor would walk in, and everybody's drilling him so much with questions, he didn't even notice I'm sitting there quiet. He's riddled with all these questions and he can't answer them, because I knew back then that the best way you could teach somebody to get out of their religion is not by you necessarily showing them contradictions, but getting them to ask their leader or teacher, and the teacher can't answer. That will hit them intimately better than you say, look at this mistake in the Bible, look at this. That could get them too. But if you actually put the question in their mind and they ask the question, and their leader can't answer them, they feel within, whoa, something is wrong. It's not coming from an outside source. So I was creating this snake style throughout the city that I lived in. And I was going from church to church to church to house to Bible study to Bible study to Bible study to church, over and over and over again, creating this whirlwind of questions in this particular city that I lived in. And when the people would see me on the street, they would ask me questions, and boom, class would begin. That's what I had to set up. Biological imperative set in again. At any rate, as time went on, I came across a particular group that was asking the questions. I saw them live on the streets arguing with Christians, and I was like, this is impressive. Look at that. The Christians, they're like, it's like me, but there's a whole group of people. This is, oh, look at it here. Come out. Oh, don't go on the bed though. Over here, I have some turkey for you. So, I would see these people asking these questions, and I ended up so impressed by this that I joined that particular movement and organization. I still kept the natural way that I was by asking questions that were dealing with and pertaining to nature, and then I rose up to the highest teacher in the organization. The teacher himself started saying, if anybody wants to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. He will teach you how to teach. He didn't even say come to him. He said, if any of you want to learn how to teach, go to that brother over there, Amenhotep Ra. I started posing these snake-style questions to him. And then he put himself on a cross in front of the whole organization and said, see, this brother's trapping me. Then I was teaching in a class, and he saw the videotape of the class, and he told the entire group when I came to see them, he said, hey brother, what's that thing you were teaching on that video about the Morphophilus plant? I started teaching it to the crowd, and he said, that right there, you see that, everybody? I'm taking that. So it got to the point where I was outgrowing, I was surpassing that. He pulled me to the side and he said he cannot take the entire movement at the speed that I am at. He said he'll lose too many followers. He may be able to keep me and a couple other people that are at this level, but he has to do it at his pace. And it's better for him to do that, to keep the masses of people, than to shoot them into where I'm at and then lose a bunch of people. He said he has to do this methodically, or however he was describing it to me at the time, basically saying to me that I'm surpassed with the level that he's teaching the people at. I'm surpassed that. It got to the point where the teachers in the organization were watching me teach, and they didn't like it, and they said that I have to stop teaching the way that I do, or they're going to burn all of my belongings that don't belong to the organization as far as teaching wise. They came to my property with torches lit. I wish I had this on video, but back then there was no phones yet. There was no phones that have cameras and stuff. That didn't exist yet, to my knowledge. And if so, we couldn't afford it because we're living off the land. We're like drinking water out of a well. So it's nobody's walking around, at least us, with cell phones. But it was an awesome sight to see these men come with medieval torches to burn my belongings because they said that I'm teaching outside the organization's teachings. And I said, but the teacher told everybody to teach like me. And he said he's taking information from me, and they said, you have to teach directly from his books. And I'm thinking to myself, but I have surpassed that. I've surpassed that. So anyways, at any rate, I had to leave. And when I left, I had nowhere to go. And boom, biological imperative set in again because I had no household, nowhere to go. Fortunately, I had a wonderful aunt who assisted me and helped board me with her. And she would say, you have all this knowledge. Are you getting paid for this? And I said, no. She said, but there's college professors and lecturers and people are getting paid for this. I said, I never thought about that. She said, wow, there's people getting lecture money for less than what you're doing. And so that kind of stuck in my head for a little while. And so I started trying to find ways to get money. I was trying to produce groups. I started making beats for a group called the Bush Babies. When my aunt would leave to go to work, I would set up her bedroom as a studio. It was called the Soul Food Shack. And I would invite the old school hip hop people that came out eventually, but they weren't really out then. Chief Baby Dread and Oh Golly G, Crazy Lord, and some others. And now then they came out afterwards, but I was their producer at that time, and making beats and everything, and dropping knowledge on beats and all of that kind of thing. And then eventually I had to get my own place, and I knew nothing about getting work because remember, I was living with the animals. I was with the animals in the fields, and I know about getting a 9 to 5. I think I had one job in my life. I didn't know anything about that. So money was falling apart for me. I had nothing to survive on. At the time, I was a single father, so I started digging in my. People would come over, and I was digging in my my couches to find quarters to buy cereal for me and my son at the time. I had no buddy that was assisting at the time, and I was starving. He was starving. And I said to myself, this is not working. I have all this knowledge and information, but I can't seem to be able to survive properly. I have to put this into effect. So I took all the knowledge I had on health and fitness and just how the body works, and I started looking for fitness rooms and athletic rooms and fitness model rooms and bodybuilding rooms and anything that had to do with health and wealth and wealth of health awareness. And I started teaching a different crowd. I started teaching people that wanted to be biological imperative. That means they wanted to be healthy. So I started teaching them how the body worked, why an arm is called a bicep and not a one sept, and why the back is called a tricep and not a bicep, and tri means 3 and bi means 2. And I was teaching about citrulline, malate, and L-carnitine and what difference in vasodilation and vascularity versus being buff. And I was teaching about how to breathe properly, how many ounces of water is needed per day. I was just breaking down all these different things about the body, the difference between regular fat and invisible visceral fat, and where visceral fat starts at the body, and what type of fat starts below the belly button, and what starts above the belly button, and all these different things. And I was gaining a crowd of people that wanted to be healthy, and I started having a new set of students. Now this new set of students wasn't those who wanted to know about the breaking of religions, but they wanted to know about health. At any rate, I knew that if I had products to sell to these students, that I'd be able to make a living and survive and support me and my son at the time. So what did I do? I put out a list of products that I didn't have, just to see if people would trust me enough to want to order. And people said they did. They said, you're a teacher, we want to get this from you, because if you say take this and take that and eat this herb and eat that, we know that you're telling the truth. We'd like to order. And I'm thinking to myself, wait a minute, I have no products. So I went and found whoever was the best top salesman of the product. I got to get into this soon. And I contacted that person. Oh man, interesting. I contacted that person and created a relationship with that person. Ended up meeting the person. Set up a meeting. He met with me and he said he would teach me where to get all the products, teach me about the products, give me his connection to his businesses, overseas, in seas, all type of things. But he said, I have competition out there, and if you talk to any of my competition about these secrets, I'm gonna put you in Samantha shoes. We're gonna whack you. We're gonna whack you, buddy. If you tell any of these secrets, I'm gonna put in Samantha the shoes and a why. We're gonna whack you, pal. And I was like, whack me? I looked at this man closer and I realized how he looked. He had the long ponytail, black slick back hair, the boots on. He had the leather jacket on. He looked like Steven Seagal, the bodybuilder version. I was like, man, what are you? He said, I'm not really into this. I do this. This is good for money. I'm into my personal working out, but this is good for money. My real job is I'm a hitman. I said, you're a hitman, like in the movies? He said, yes, that's a real thing. I'm that. And if you tell people these secrets, we're going to put you in cement shoes and put you in the Staten Island lake or whatever that body of water was we met. I vowed, I said, ooh, lips are sealed, I'm not telling anybody. So I went and ended up educating the people that were of that organization on how to get money and how to be healthy through this program that I developed by learning from this master, this person at the time. I didn't tell any of the company's secrets because he said, don't tell that, but I told them about how to invest and how to teach you about health and how to make a business out of it. And I was directing the funds eventually went back to him because he said, don't go to anybody outside of his connections and sources. So money was just funneling back to him. And I was creating a living for people while getting them healthy and into biological imperative. I started teaching them to now you take that money that you make and now invest it into real estate. I started studying LTVs and ROIs and real estate investments and how to buy a house for $500 and how to buy a house for free and all of these different things. I was using my brain that I was using for just teaching the wisdom and knowledge for religion and all those things, and I put it towards biological imperative like purchasing property, like health and awareness. And I taught them, and I was taking people individually off of homelessness. I'm giving them the ability to buy properties in their names, and everything was going well and dandy until they eventually got too used to the taste of money, got too comfortable with me, and ended up robbing me. Not robbing me at gunpoint, but because of the being that I am, I'm not too concerned with money in a VALOUR, those things. I'm not concerned with that. I've developed two millionaires, and I would just say, take it, take what you learn and be the best you. My job is to make you the best you. If you want to be a millionaire, I'm not. If you want to do this, I'm going to teach you how to be the best you. That's you. I'm a teacher. But when you become that, remember who put you into this and who got you this, and show love and reciprocity. So I put properties names in their names, homeless people's names that were reading the books and all about knowledge and information, but they were literally homeless. And I was saying, well, if you're homeless, you haven't used your credit score. Nah, not really. And I said, hey, use your credit score for this, and here, take this property, put in your name. Here's how you flip the property. And they went from, it happened too fast. They went from homelessness to getting a big chunk of money, and they ended up robbing me by taking the businesses that I put in their names. That plummeted me back into poverty again, and I had to survive again. So what did I do? Luckily, I had taken the money that I made at that time, and I invested it into magic. I took magic onto the streets and started getting tips off of magic. But I wasn't doing it originally for tips. I was just walking by people to get students. So I'd walk by into outside of a club in front of a Texaco on a Saturday night. I would leave my house at 11 o'clock at night, knowing the clubs are going to either let out or come in. And I would literally just walk around, drive around, pull up at a gas station, and just have coins spinning around me or have forks. And I'm not even talking to anybody. And crowds would come around me, and I started teaching people. I wasn't even getting tips at the time. Eventually, people started giving me tips of support, and I started making a living off of it. I started surviving and teaching my family and making a living off of it. I was in Canada. It was too cold. I'm freezing, -8 degrees. So I ended up working, collecting tips of $2, $5, $2, $10, $20, 5 nickels, 5 quarters, over and over again. I'm living off of rice and mackerel and some curry chicken, rice and mackerel and some curry chicken, rice and mackerel and sweet potatoes. And I know my mission because I'm sacrificing living how everybody else is living, and I'm eating certain things because I know in the bigger picture that this is going to be money saved up for me to get out of here with my family to a place where I can actually be comfortable, where I can work the entire year doing magic and accumulate more money over a longer period of time because I don't have to take 4 months break in the wintertime. So I'm doing that, working at -8 degrees, trying to do card magic and coins with my fingers like this. It's freezing. As I'm talking, there's mist of cold coming out of my mouth. And so I ended up going to California. And when I went to California, I did the same thing, went to the beaches, started getting students, put out unks while I'm doing magic, so that after the magic show, now I'm teaching my students, well, here's the unk, here's the real word for magic, it's hika. By the way, do you know that I'm breaking down all these things about KEMET in the Bible and all these different things while doing my magic show. And I purposely was setting up beside pastors and preachers so they could talk about me and say, look at the devil over there, look at the demon. And I'm there doing magic, and I'm saying, well, if I'm the devil, fine, I have devil powers. Where's your God powers? What can you do? Absolutely nothing. Everyone, one moment, please. One moment. Let me just go fix one thing here. I'll be right back in just a moment. Hold on. Okay, I am back. I'm about to come right back here. I am back. Excellent, wonderful. Okay, let me come back to the screen. Blue. Okay, wonderful. So therefore, I started gathering students, and I was teaching, and then I went a little bit private. I wasn't going on internet back. I was going on PayPals and things, but I wasn't going on the internet where you could see my face and such. And I was just teaching my family and teaching my students. And eventually, people started saying to me, hey, I have a teacher that's on YouTube. I was like, that's cool. I watch YouTube. You know, I was into DVDs, and I'm out of the loop. So I have a teacher that's on YouTube. You should get on there. And people were saying to me, get onto YouTube and let people recognize you again because you're such a good teacher. And I'd be like, okay, well, let me see your teacher on YouTube. And I would click onto YouTube, and it was my student from 1994. I was like, oh, this is the YouTube guy now? This is who's on YouTube? That's the teacher now? And I said, oh, this was a pastor. He was an upcoming wanting to be pastor. And there was a debate set up with me and him in 1994 or something, 1993 or 1984. And I won the debate. And after the debate, he wanted to be my student because he realized Christianity was wrong. And then I started teaching about Egyptian sources and different type of cultural sources, and he started realizing that Christianity was plagiarized, and he was my student for several years, and me and him lost contact. And he was now he's the YouTube guy. I said, oh, that's nice. Maybe I should come back. I said, I'm not interested right now. I'm not interested at the moment. I always knew that I was going to come back, but I had to have a certain type of interest. So eventually, I come back to YouTube, but I didn't come back really to teach. When I came back to YouTube, it was supposed to be for an interview. A brother named Mahati told a group about me, and they wanted to do an interview. I said, I'll do an interview with the Hebrews. Me and Hebrews have a very interesting 20-something year relationship. So I do an interview, and in the interview, they ended up challenging me to a debate. I ended up debating the champion, beat everybody that they sent out to me, and everything was fine. I was fine with that. It was actually pretty fun. It was fun because I had never done that before. I was a teacher for many years, but as far as debating for the championship status, I didn't know anything about this. And then I was doing what I do in my classes at home. I was doing my class in the debate, and my classes were winning debates. I was like, this is my class, but I'm going to put a little bit in there for the person snake style, but this is my class. So they set up the debate for me. It was about Ma'at versus the Bible. 4 Bible believers were the judges, 1 was not. Odds were against me again. Beat everybody. They kept sending me these different people to debate. It was fun. I kept beating them. And then it got corrupted. That organization is completely corrupted. It was a lot of corrupted things taking place, and I wanted not to be a part of that energy anymore. So I took my leave from that group, and I went on to the Killer Priest show. Was interesting because as a youth, I would listen to, even currently, I was listening to Killer Priest. And his show, when I went and scanned his looked at his show, and it was there was not many views there. There was like strippers deep throating bananas and a couple of astrologers there, and I was like, I'm not really interested, but I love the brother Killer Priest. So I contact Killer Priest, and Killer Priest he was very shocked because he wanted to talk to somebody who was in the organization that was actually a part of it, the organization. So he was pretty shocked and excited. And so me and him set up time to walk in and do an interview. And the interview turned into me teaching a master class. Killer Priest was in shock. He started calling me an angel. He was just in complete shock. They said they never had anything like this before. I ended up becoming a regular. The very next show, I was actually the host. It wasn't even Killer Priest anymore. I was the host of the show and interviewed Mighty Hebrew. And it went on, and this is what led to the PODCLASS right here, which we're going to get into right now. And as people were seeing me from the past and in the future, they were having one-on-ones with me. And the one-on-ones were coming with reciprocity, because in order for me to teach at the high level that I was teaching at, I couldn't be distracted by having to go out there and get a job, having to go out there and do magic for 5 hours a day. I have multiple females that I'm involved with, different situations I'm involved with, and I have no time for that. So the reciprocity, I never asked for any type of amount, but people started just sending me cash apps and PayPals to have one-on-one meetings for me for 1 hour, 2 hours, $200, $150. People were sending super chats to the Killer Priest show for $500, $350. None of that was going to me though. AD took his wallet out, dumped it in my hands, to take all this. You deserve to get paid. I'm going to talk to Killer Priest about paying you. So the reciprocity was good for the one-on-ones, but it was taking too much of my time. So I announced this system right here because I noticed as people were sending me Cash Apps, they would type in the Cash App and the PayPal for one-on-one, for our meeting. And that's when I noticed, wait a minute, you can type in sending money. So because I'm from the days of like Western Union, I don't know anything about Cash App and the PayPal and the QRT and all these different things. I'm from the Western Union days. You have to walk somewhere and send money and say a code or something, and that's how the person gets it without ID. But I know the Cash App and the PayPal, you could write like paragraphs and sentences. And I came up with an idea. And I said, Killer Priest, I'm gonna do, what is this called? A PODCLASS? A PODCLASS? I'm gonna do a PODCLASS. And I'm gonna have people control the class. How so? Because when the class starts, I'm going to have my head down. I'm not going to speak. The class will begin when a question is sent in. Oh, that's easy. People just come to the YouTube and just type in questions in the chat. I said, I'm not going to read the chat. Well, how do you send in questions? Through Cash App and PayPal. That's interesting. Yes. I see people tipping breakdancers. I see people tipping waiters for bringing them greasy shrimp that's killing them. I see people buying beer. I see people paying for the Avengers. I see people who know about Thanos. They know about Captain America. They go to the Knicks game. They're spending $200 on weed. They're going to the amusement park and spending money on cotton candy, giving their children pre-diabetic syndromes and problems. Tooth decay. I see people buying PS1s and PS2s for the children, so the children's in front of the TV for 8 hours a day like this, burning out their retinas. I said, how much is that video game system? Light work, easy, $400. How much is a video game? Because I was into Nintendo and I was before they got advanced. And for the children to stare in front of the screen, burning out their retinas. So you're paying to burn your retinas out so that you could be good at Holo? What's it called? Hulu? Halo? Halo? I don't know what I'm the best at Halo. I'm the best at Crash, Mario, Smash, Brother Bandicoot, and your eyes are burning out. And that's what people were spending money for. They got the new Nikes, all these different things. And I'm like, I'm going to change the paradigm. I'm going to create a system that is like what we were before the Matrix, which was we had a system that intertwined your career, your job, your spirituality, your family, your income, your finance, all in one thing to create a society. Because that's the only way that you'll take spirituality and information seriously. If you combine it and make it a biological imperative, meaning that if you've ever spent $8 on popcorn, you can raise your hand. If you've ever bought 3 bags of popcorn in your life, that's $24. Raise your hand. So I knew that if people, and then there's the grease and oil to put on it and the different things you get in the movie theater. The movie itself is $15. To stare for 2 hours at Captain America and Wolverine, you're staring at staring for 2 hours at the screen with your buttered popcorn. And I'm saying, that's an easy $65 on what? What do you gain afterwards? Nothing. So why not turn the buttered popcorn into actual information and guidance that can actually help your life immortality, whether it's health-wise, spiritual, body-wise, history, religion, language, psychology. Why not support that instead of the popcorn? How many bags of Doritos have everybody in the chat bought? How many donuts? KFC, anyone? Anyone buy the pizza? The Pizza the Hut, the pizza, the Papa John, the Papa John? That was good for you? The Papa John was good? The extra cheese? The bubble gum? How many packs of bubble gum? Wow, smoking the weed. Hennessy, going to the Knicks game, staying up for 3 until 3 in the morning, get in the hotel room. The club is $30 to get in, the hotel is $80, and that gets you what again? And I realized that the Matrix actually set up that it's normal for us to actually spend money on that which kills us. It's a death culture. That which kills you is normal. to spend money on. I got my pack of cigarettes. I got the Hennessy. I'm going to drink till I throw up. I'm at the club till 3 o'clock in the morning, messing up my melatonin, you know. I wake up, off to work. Where are your kids at? They're at school and they're going to go home and they're going to play the PS2 and they're eating their popcorn and eating their greasy foods and all that. And I was like, no, we're going to reverse this. I'm going to bring life into the atmosphere. I'm going to bring the appreciation that the ancients had, which was to support that which advances you. But Tehuti knowledge is free. Tehuti knowledge is free. Oh man, there's one thing I can't get off my credit. What's that? My credit is shot, man. What's wrong? There's one thing I can't get off. I can't get it off. What's that? It's my student loan. I can't get the student. We need a student loan for. What's the student loan for? I don't understand. The student loan is so that I could go to school and learn to become something. What do you get at school? They give you they pay you per week? No. They don't pay them. They give me knowledge. How much is your loan? 40,000, 50,000, 20,000. Also, knowledge isn't free. Oh, knowledge from people that look like this based on culture is free. Where did that concept come from? It came from the invaders that stole the information for free. When they invaded Africa, Kemet, they paid nada, not a dime. They stole the information. They broke into places, grabbed the papyri, dug up and took the tombs, busted in. How much did they pay King Tut's family? How much again? I'm sorry. How many millions were taken to King Tut's? How much they paid his family for what? They paid King Tut who? Millions taken out. What's the wealth of Ramesses that they took out and put in the museums? All of that was for free. When they went to the Native Americans and killed the women, killed the men, raped the women, they went to the Aztecs, stole the information, stole the jewelry, stole all these precious architectural finds, and they got it all for free because the Europeans' concept was to make knowledge from indigenous cultures free because he was a thief. But the same Europeans that were coming over here all were paying, where they were paying tuition for school. Where do you think Queen Elizabeth and King James' children, where do you think the wealthy European families' children went to? Free schools? These are highly paid, wealthy people. Where do they send their children to? So they believe that their knowledge should be appreciated. But when you go to other culture, you can steal from the Filipino. They won't notice. They can't talk for themselves anyway. You can steal from the mines. There's no mines around anyways. We already killed them off. You can steal from the Cherokee. Steal from Kemet. Steal the papyrus. Steal this gold. Put it, this museum keeper gets to keep this amount of gold in his house from Kemet, and this amount will go to the museum. This Catholic Vatican man can keep this amount in his house, and this amount will go to the museum. How much did you pay for that, sir? Nothing. We took it. We went in and we took it. So I decided to create a system where people appreciate what they're going to get as far as what can help them. Then they can send in questions through Cash App and PayPal. Now I'm going to show everybody before we start an example of that. For those who are brand new to the room, they're saying, what kind of questions can you send in to the Tehuti PodClass? Well, look at this one. $70 donation was sent in for not a PodClass question on eyesight. What? Eyesight? That doesn't have to do with the Hebrew Israelites. That doesn't have to do with Christianity being stolen. Oh, well, here is the question that was sent in that I told the brother he was asking about if he can get information on these topics right here, on the visual history, ancient answers, medical advice, natural advice, so advice, information you can get from the medical side, information from the natural side, how exactly the eye works, the ancient symbology in Kemet thousands of years ago, how to repair your vision now, rods and cones and everything was broken down in that class. and explained why the ancient symbol that ran all of Kemet was called Ma'at, and the symbol of Ma'at, one of them, was the eye. And the word Ma'at means to examine. The word Ma'at is literally about eyesight. That was a class that went about 1 hour and 10 minutes. That's an example of the type of questions you can send in to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Another brother here sent in a donation of $50. He wanted to know about hyperhidrosis. He's going through problems. Hyperhidrosis. Anybody familiar with that that's watching this PODCLASS? Have you sent in that question to any of your so-called Kemetic or conscious or woke teachers? Has that been sent in? Hyperhidrosis. The brother sent in that question. People are like, how is Tehuti going to deal with this? Hyperhidrosis. I did a class on his question.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to SABA. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first one-on-one, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. My dejed been hurting me, so right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. Yeah, so I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and, and it's definitely not a scam. I could say SABA scammed me in the good way, you know what I mean? So, I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to SABA, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
That's the brother that asked the hyperhidrosis question. So testimonies are given after particular questions, from hyperhidrosis, from eyesight to hyperhidrosis, to a brother sending in $60 donation to ask about Navajo skinwalkers. One brother sending in a question, this sister sent in about depression, anxiety, is it spiritual and mental? This brother sent in a question about the Orion star constellation and switched it up because there was a typo in the question, and he switched it up and changed it to wanting to know about heart stroke, therapeutic remedies, ancestral remedies. And that class was extremely explosive. Look at the difference in questions. Another brother sent in a question about pole splitting. Has nothing to do with hyperhidrosis, has nothing to do with eyesight, and has nothing to do with heart stroke. This sister sends in $44 to explain the internal level and why people are experiencing time rates at different times. Many claim time is speeding up and everything is happening fast. However, for me, I feel the contrary. Each moment is growing in the presence and slowing down. That has nothing to do with hyperhidrosis. That has nothing to do with heart stroke. That has nothing to do with the Orion star constellation, Navajo skinwalkers. This is the variety. So while everyone else is on their YouTube channel arguing and trying to expose, this person, we're taking them down. This person's wife did this. We don't like this person, name calling, exposing. I want them to keep on with that. Make that more, because as you're doing that, people there'll be a clear separation on what's happening here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. This is about life. This is about life. This isn't about the pseudo. I'll be a pseudo helping people with hyperhidrosis. You be I don't even know what to call you. You be an atheist debunking debater, and I'm not sure what happens in people's lives because of you, but I'll be the pseudo helping people with heart stroke, hyperhidrosis, and breaking people out of the matrix. Not a problem. Okay? All types of questions are sent in here. You send them in Cash App, PayPal. People are sending in donations just to thank, $50 just for thank you. Thank you for the teaching. Another brother sends in a question, nothing to do with hyperhidrosis, nothing to do with heart stroke, nothing to do with time speeding up. This is about the UFO meeting at the Pentagon. You see the difference in variety of questions. It got so powerful that a brother sent in $200 for a bounty to anyone in the conscious community on the particular breakdown that I gave. If they can give a breakdown with a Kemetic origin anywhere near what I gave, there's $200 sitting waiting for people. The same brother sent in $34 on, look at this, the application of math and triangulation as a part of Ma'at. The application of math and triangulation as a part of Ma'at, does that have anything to do with hyperhidrosis, heart stroke? Anything to do with loneliness and anxiety? This is the only place that this is happening. Welcome everybody to the House of ATTON, the teaching section under the Tehuti PODCLASS. This is the only place on the planet left where you can do and ask what you're seeing here. Everyone else, emotions, screaming, and name calling. Here, testimonies. That's what's happening here, is testimonies. So until you have testimonies, people's opinions literally mean close to zero to me. Unless you have a testimony of people that you're actually helping out in life, medically, physically, psychologically, religiously, breaking the matrix. By setting up a class that is not based on what Tehuti wants to teach, I'm not thinking about hyperhidrosis. The class is controlled by the students and it's based on reciprocity. You all control this. It's not about what I want to learn. It's not about my lecture. It's not about me coming and pre-preparing and saying, I'm going to teach them about this. You all control the class. When you get the answer, you're going to get something else that is completely unique. For all the new people, you are going to get an ebook created in a movie type style fashion, printed neon lights with videos attached and articles attached and all types of things. It's a personalized ebook experience that some answers could take 45 minutes to an hour to more, designed and customized specifically for your question. Rigo sent a question about the Matrix movie, $111.11 to break down the Matrix movie. I broke down 6 minutes of the Matrix movie and the answer was 1.5 hours or so. Rigo was blown. He's in the room right now. He can testify. Blown away. Someone sent in a question about the never-ending story. Nothing to do with heart stroke. Nothing to do with hyperhidrosis. Nothing to do with loneliness. Can you break down the never-ending story? People's minds were blown. This is a matrix breaking class. There is no name calling here. There is no cursing taking place here. There is no screaming at anybody here because you have a different belief system. None of that happens here. There's questions and then there is answers. I am a SABA, as you see at the bottom of the screen here. How do you do this? Yeah, like that at the bottom of the screen here. That means a doorway. You ask questions, knock, knock, and you get a personalized ebook stamped in history for you forever here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. Now that everybody understands that, understands the payment, the donation program, Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. For those of you who may not be able to see the writing at the bottom, there's the QR. What is that? What do they call it now? I'm not hip to all these different things. The QRT code. You can scan your phone over and send in a question or send in support, because after each question, people send in tips for the support. If you watch the question for an hour and a half and you benefited from it, people send in tips, like you tip the waiter for bringing you, the steak that is messing up your cholesterol. Instead of that, you tip for life gaining guidance here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. Also, for those who want to also get other classes, there's a set of classes that do not happen anymore, but you can actually order them, and they are going to resume, maybe resume in April. The name is going to change. It's not going to be called MEDUNETER Mondays anymore. It's going to be called MEDUNETER Magic classes, because as people started to see, the classes were based on actual ritual magic, out-of-body experience, connecting to your ancestors, your deceased ancestors. That's right. Deceased mothers, deceased cousins, connecting back with them. These are taught in the Meta Magic classes. You can actually email that, and you can actually get them. There's 65 of them, and right now the price is gonna change when it comes back April. Right now they're only $20 for the class. That's not happening anymore, but that's gonna change in April, guaranteed if they even come back. But for right now, they're only $20, and you get 4 hours. 4 hours of class on immortality for $20. Is that $5 an hour? Is that minimum wage? You get, for $20, you get 4-hour classes on immortality and things that are not taught here at the podcast. For those who want to order again, send in your email to mysticaltelevision@gmail.com. There's no more live classes. You can only order them, and there's 65 of them, and that's it for now. If they do come back, the classes are going to be much more expensive than that. If they even do come back, I have to protect my eyesight because I do teach pod classes here for sometimes 10 hours, and I can't do 10 hours of this and 4 hours of that back to back, literally the day after, because the pod class sometimes ends at 1 in the morning. That's Sunday. Then by Monday, I'm doing another 5 or can't do that to myself. So if they do come back, we'll let you know. But if not, you can order the Netter classes. What I'm going to do right now, beautiful family, peace and love to everyone in the room. I'm going to put the first question of the Tehuti podcast in the room. Let me put it up, and then I'm going to step away for just a moment. Me and Ranunette are going to step away for just a moment. And then when I come back, I'm going to answer the first question. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to put the link in the room for the team, the supportive team, to jump in while I'm on my couple-minute break for just a few moments. The supportive team can jump in, and then when I come back, boom, I'm going to get into the first question that everybody's been waiting for and waiting for. Well, actually, no. I don't know how many people have been waiting for it, but I'm going to put the first question up in the room, and the next question people may have been waiting for, I really don't know, because of the fact that these are personal questions by individuals, and they could be questions that a lot of people always wanted to see. Some people after the question, like, Tehuti, I was going to send in the same question. I've been waiting for this for years. So I never know how questions are going to hit people. So we shall see. Who's in the room, who's coming in? We have Anu and Antu again. Anu has another hairstyle. I don't know if he pats his hair down, if he combs it out. Every time I see Anu, his hair is somehow different. How you doing, Antu? You doing good?
Yeah, I'm doing so great, Tua. How are you?
I'm doing wonderful and excellent. I am focused and ready to get into this very first question of the Tehuti podcast. The support, especially coming from you, has been consistent. What's the opposite of the word consistent? Do you know? You know any meta word for the opposite of the word consistent?
Isfet.
That is right. Right. People think that Isfet means evil. There was no word evil in ancient times. It was inconsistency. That's why they translated Isfet to the word chaos. Chaos is something spontaneous. There's no code to it. It can happen at any time. There's no organization. Min ma'at. Look who comes in. Min. Minty comes in right when I say min ma'at. Min ma'at meant consistency. It was a consistent examination, consistent right and truth. Consistency is the enemy, unfortunately, of people today. That is everybody's only problem. I will give you that little jewel right now. Not being evil, not being good, not being that is inconsistency. That means if you say you're something, continue to be that thing. Like this has been this for millions of years. It doesn't want a cigarette. It doesn't want Doritos. It doesn't want bubble gum. It doesn't want cancer. It doesn't want heart failure. It doesn't want diabetes. It doesn't want any of that. You know what it wants? It wants a rat. And it wants to mate. My cobras mate all day. Babies should be coming soon. They mate all day. To do what? Produce themselves. to keep themselves alive. That is what they do. Consistency, consistent pattern, 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 pattern. That's what the pattern is. This is this, and this is this, and this is this, and this is this. Consistency. That's the animal world. Isfet is when you're one thing one day, one thing the next day. I like him today. I don't like him. I like myself. I don't like myself. I'm gonna do a little bit of Hindu, a little bit of Christianity, a little bit of Islam. I'm gonna argue with this today. You know what? This today I agree with it. I'm gonna go with this. I'm gonna do this today. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Inconsistency is actually the definition of Isfet. Consistency is the way of life. That's why when you go to study the ancient cultures, what is it about ancient Kemet from the beginning to the end? There was a consistency taking place. America? What's the culture of America? They say American society. What is American society? A couple blocks from me is Pico Street, all Jews there. A few blocks down is called Chinatown, Koreatown. All Asian people there. They don't have a yarmulke on. Over there, the Jews. Over here, the Crips and Bloods. Over here, Auntie's Jehovah's Witness. 2 churches down, Seventh-day Adventists. 3 blocks down, the rapist is there. That didn't happen in Kemet. That didn't happen in any ancient culture. So inconsistency is the enemy. That's why I was just telling, and I'm going to say this before I step off, I was just telling one of my NETERUs, the problem that me personally, a little wisdom, the problem that me personally has with anyone, it's no problem. My problem that I have with everyone is no problem. Because from the emails that I receive, to the relationships that I've been in, to different people's problems, I always say to them, is it something I'm doing different now? Whenever people create a problem personally with me, I always wonder, is it something I'm doing now that I am not consistent with? What is it about me now that I wasn't 2 years ago? I have a consistency. The problem is the people that I deal with are inconsistent. So their brains change. And when I ask them, hey, pinpoint what the problem is, I'm like, well, you're not doing this, Tehuti. You're not doing this for me, or this didn't happen. I said, did I ever? You're not calling me. You're not checking on me. You're not doing this. Did I ever? Did I ever do those things? You didn't do this to the... I said, but I'm your teacher. And I met you as that. I'm this. And I've always been that. So I'm consistent. I'm Tehuti today. And 2 years from now, I am this. I may be more advanced version, but I don't flip-flop. And that's the issue. Once you become consistent, your circle of friends and family will either disappear or you will only have consistent people around you. If you have inconsistent people around you, it is because you are inconsistent. Inconsistent people around me disappear. They disappear. I have no one inconsistent around me. They poof, they're gone, cut off, just like that. And the reason why I know they're inconsistent is because I have people watching them. When I disconnect from somebody, I still have people, I watch them. I can watch, I do different things and I can watch them. Are you still working out? Are you still on the diet plan that you had you on? Are you still doing that? I am. Are you still teaching, gathering people? Are you still doing, I am. Oh, you stop doing this, this, and that because you're not around me anymore? That means that a part of you is always inconsistent. So be consistent, family, in whatever it is you choose to do. When I'm debating all these people like the elder Yatras and all these different people talking to them, I tell them, I say to people, there was one time where I was so fat that my eyes were squinted like this. I looked Chinese or something. I was like this. Why was that? Because I was consistently trying to feed my family. I literally had no time to exercise, and I was eating on the streets. Because from night and day, I'm doing magic until 12 o'clock at night. Frozen fingers, but I'm consistent at that. Therefore, no gym time, no diet. What am I eating? What the stands have, a vegan burger. I'm eating this. I have no, because I have to consistently work. And I was getting 350 pounds like this. And then, once I changed that, I got back to what I was, which was consistently in health. And now my body and face and everything looks unrecognizable to some of those people back then because of consistency. So I want everybody to be consistent, and you will find out who you are. Most people don't even know what they look like because they're not in shape. If you're in shape and out of weight or too skinny or too fat or too this or problems with you, you don't know what you look like yet. Because there's no out of shape cobra. So they look like this, see? See how he looks? She looks like this. Where's the fat cobra with a different face? It's this face. Our faces look different types of ways because I got edema. I got a little sugar glucose face like this. I'm too skinny. I'm bulimic. I'm this, I'm that. Once you're in a healthy state, then your body will tell you, oh, this is what you look like. And I have before and after pictures of people that I train that say, I didn't know I looked like this. And I said, yes, because you never seen yourself before today. I didn't know I had a six-pack. Of course you have a six-pack. Everybody on the planet has a six-pack. You can't see it because the fat over your six-pack is hiding it. But you do have a six-pack because you wouldn't be able to stand up without stomach muscles. So you do have one, you just can't see it. So therefore you haven't seen yourself because yourself is the six-pack. Yourself is a good body. But if you're not consistent, then you'll never know what you look like. Anyways, I'm going to take a little break, step away just with her for just a moment. I'm going to let the team build. Where's the team? Is any of the team in the room? Are they not in the pod class? Where's the consistency? I'm here. Where's the it's just me? I'm the only one in the house of attend. Oh, Minty's here. Hey, Minty. Okay. Bella's here. Where's the team at? Hotep, how you doing? Where's my team at? Where's the consistency? Nobody's asking for me. Where's Tehuti at 2 o'clock? I'm right here. All right, everybody. I'm going to step away for just a moment. Jump in the room, team supporting team. I'll be back, and when I come back, I'm going to answer the first question. Let me put the first question in the room right now to tease everybody, to let everybody know what I'm coming back to. Is my hard drive working? I have a Nile Varanus running around here knocking down things. Yeah, he was over there knocking down. He ran over there. He's having fun. The house is a playhouse for him. If somebody's coming in the room. Okay, there we go. We got a consistent brother. There's a 10. He is consistent now. Here he is. We got him. How you doing, brother? A 10 Tehuti, you good?
I'm doing excellent. Great SABA. I was in the lab. Some beautiful things happening. Excellent to see you, Great SABA Tehuti, and everyone here on the panel. Yes, Hotep.
Hotep, wonderful, wonderful. Let me go ahead and put the there's Caleb right there. Caleb right there. I'm going to go ahead and put the first question in the room. Then I'm going to step away for just a minute, and I'm going to be back to answer this first question. How you doing, Nanny? How you doing? You doing good? You look nice. All right. Let me go ahead and put this in the room here and see. I'm surrounded by beauty and awesomeness and snakes and dancing yoga women. Okay. Let me see if I can let me go ahead and see what this is. Oh, you know what? Before I put the first question in the room, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to do this. I'm going to put the, instead of the first, I'm going to do this. Where is it? I'm going to put one of the first, who just came in the room?
Seth Shaid.
Yeah, that's me. I'm sorry, Fabi. I'm outside, so it's dark out here. Walking the dog.
Hey, there's okay. I don't see you right now because I'm in my email. I'm going to put these in here. Here it is right here. I'm going to put the first, one of the first donations in the room. Give some noise. One of the first donations in the pod class. I'm going to put it in the room right now. Give some noise here. This is coming from give some noise to Nefer Keperet. $44.44 for womb goddess. Wait, I'm not a womb goddess. What's this for? $44.44 for womb goddess Nefer Netert Nanny. We got the first donation to the Tehuti podcast to Nanny Aset Mer. Give her some big noise, please. I'm not Nanny Aset Mer. I'm not Give her some noise, please. Okay. Oh my goodness, what's going on here? 444. Nanny Aset Mer. Okay, TTM Moon, if you're listening, Cash App Nanny Aset Mer, $44.44, please. That is hers. The first donation to the Tehuti podcast is not even for me. It is for Nanny Aset Mer for womb goddess. Last time I checked, I don't have a womb, so therefore, that has to be a one-on-one session that was between two females. I know nothing about it. Well, I do, but Nanny Aset Mer did a class or some one-on-one with one of the students. She can come in and give her her testimony. That's just part one on womb session and what was going on with well, I don't know how personal it went. Anyways, it was for the womb. So Nanny Aset Mer gets her first donation. On that note, I'm going to step away. So TT, if you're listening, Cash App Nanny Aset Mer, $44.44. That does not go to me. I'm not taking a penny of it. That goes to, that shows that the Neterts are on here helping people too. All right, my Neterts are on here helping people too. So that is for Nefer Keperet and Nanny Aset Mer. I'm not taking a penny of that. I may take a penny and give it back. I don't know, but I'll be back, everybody. And when I come back, I'll give the first question of the Tehuti podcast. I'll put it on the screen right now. It is not the Cat Williams thing. Let's see if he responded. I let him know what was happening. Hold on. The first question is the red, white, and blue flag coding. Does it go back to KEMET? Is there any meaning for it? Red, white, and blue flag coding. I'm gonna break it down. I'll be back, everybody. You all enjoy. I'm gonna check my messages, see if I got a message back. I told him I'm gonna do a class on it. Cat. I told him. Let him know. Hopefully he watches this because this will advance. Yeah. I sent it to him. Yeah. Nanu. I'll be back, everybody. Peace.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Hotep, everyone. Peace and love. I just pinned the links to the top of the chat room for everyone who wants to ask a question. Ask a question to the great Saba Tehuti. Utilize those links that you see. Support what he's doing and what you see happening before you. It's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful frequency and energy to be a part of, and to be around such great people who are doing what's necessary to be able to stay here and remain here consistently, because it's a consistent work. Because if Saba Tehuti is at the head and he's consistently elevating, then that means we have to do that as well. So it's a beautiful thing, and yeah, it's wonderful. So Hotep Henu, utilize those links, houseofatton.org, and show your support to the House of Atton and Saba Tehuti. So yes, we can go around the panel and let you all speak about whatever's on your eve, how everyone is feeling, and how your week has been, things that you've been working on, or whatever's on your eve. We're here to listen. So peace and love, and we'll start with the great brother Anu and just work our way around. Hotep.
Hotep, Ordershen, Henu, to Sabatudi and Hotep Ra, Hanu to the chat, Hanu to the panel. I am thankful for Saba coming back to save us all. I am very thankful for him coming back and becoming my father, my Saba, and for making brothers and sisters for me to look up to, like all of you on the panel. Is an absolutely beautiful thing. It is the most unique thing. It's immaculate. Tehuti is creating infinite immaculate conceptions. I'm doing very good. I'm looking forward to my reading tomorrow. Looking forward to contributing to the House of ATTON. Looking forward to my class I have on Tuesday. And I'm also looking forward to those announcements that are coming about the House of ATTON. Don't know what it is, but I'm looking forward to it. So Tua for that, Ani. Tua to everybody else who is doing nefer, hard work, and staying consistent. Uncle Justin.
Hotep Mary, Tua to everybody on here for your consistency, and Tua to Saba because he has taught me how to be consistent with his consistency and how he lives his life, and he's the perfect example for me, and that is something so special, and I treasure it because I get to see somebody doing it and living it, and I get to echo it and know how to do it and know how to do these things, and I can go to him to ask any question I need about any topic, and so can all of you, and that's something that is so special. It's not happening anywhere else, and that is so great and needed in this point in time. And yes, so Hotep and Mary, Tua to everybody on here.
We'll go to you, Caleb.
Hotep Marie, to everyone that is here today, everyone that's watching the live, and hello to all of you who are watching, and hello to Saba Tehuti for giving us the immortal knowledge that will free us from this matrix. And the flag question, the red, white, and blue flag, is going to be mind-blowing. I'm sure of it, because that is such a big thing that affects everybody. I'd say that has gone to school, or like a public school, like pledging allegiance to the flag, and whatever that and all that, what that means. Saba Tehuti will tell us. And I want to say hello to you, Scribe, for making such beautiful tones on your SoundCloud and all those beautiful songs, because those have absolutely touched my Ebe and pleased my Ka every time I listen to them, especially with my favorite one is Shed, because that is what I'm trying to do, is create my own out of body with through consistency in my art. So Tua for that, and Tua to Saba Tehuti, and Tua for Anu and Antu for welcoming me to this community. Anku Chasneb.
Hotep to everyone on the panel, and to Saba Tehuti and his NETERUs. To everyone for showing their support, especially all of you who are consistent. And to Saba for allowing me on the panel. Tehuti and Ma'at have brought much happiness to my life, so I'm happy honored and happy I get to experience him and Ma'at and the connection and consciousness with all of you. So,
can I be heard? Okay. Hotep Henu Mary Ma'at to Saba Tehuti, and to all of you on the panel, everyone that joins every week, and everyone that's consistent. this week has taught me a lot, and it's great to be back here in this energy that anchors in everything that I know to be true and the things that are false. The decoding that's about to happen right now with the flags, I'm really excited about that because working with colors, I know that there's a color frequency and pattern when you put more than one color together. So the red, white, and blue is something that I've always wondered about, and it's very beautiful that this is what we're being taught when we have when the question comes up in the consciousness. I think more than one person experience it, and to have a place that we can come to and receive the answers, it's very beautiful, and I'm very grateful to be in this energy. SABA Tehuti had mentioned about the consistency and the way that he's consistent, and those that are not consistent will be removed some way or another. And I just really love the part that he said about his consistency is that that's the problem. The problem is with his consistency, it will be a continuous problem for other people or other situations. So I've experienced that too, so I can relate. There's so many relatable aspects about SABA Tehuti's teachings, and I'm very grateful to be here. So Hotep and Tenu.
Greetings, everyone. Peace and love to everybody on the panel. Peace and love to the chat. Hinu, Kestu, the master teacher, SABA Tehuti. Feel very fortunate to be here. Excited to listen to Saba teach and share his energy and his love. This topic, I'm super excited to see what he is going to, how he's going to echo the ancestors as it pertains to Thoth and this Katt Williams interview on Joe Rogan, who has like 40 million followers or whatever. I didn't watch the interview, but I'm very excited to see him display what makes him different than every other human being in the world. So to you, Saba, I'm looking forward to you showing us so many things, the clarity and the example of your teaching and how you live your life. So Hinu and peace.
Hotep to everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat, and Hotep to Saba Tehuti, of course. The only thing I really have to say is that even though I might not be as consistent as I used to be, I do appreciate the fact that Saba is still consistent. Regardless of whether we're consistent with him or not, he still continues to be consistent with his teachings and consistent with the knowledge and information that he provides to us. So even though we all have a lot to catch up to as far as reaching the heights that Saba Tehuti sets out for us, you know, I kind of like a little bit of a challenge. And I like the fact that, you know, he calls us out and he holds us accountable for the teachings that he's trying to teach us. You know, like he said, he applies ma'at to his life every single day. And what greater example can you have for a leader or for a teacher? You know, somebody who's applying these teachings and these knowledges to his everyday life. That's one of the greatest examples. It's such a motivation. And I mean, me personally, I aspire to be like Saba. I aspire to be like him because a lot of my friends and family, when I spread some of the knowledge that Saba has taught me, they tell me, you know, you should be a teacher. I said, I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet. I'm still learning. But one of these days, you know, and of course, with Brother Ani and his tone, that helps to elevate these teachings and this knowledge that he applies to us. Because for the past, I say, 4 or 5 days or so, I've been on the way to work, on the way home. I play those tones, and it sets the mood for me. You know what I'm saying? And I've come back to trying to be a little bit more consistent with coming to classes every week and trying to attend whenever I'm not at work. If not, I catch the replay, of course. But, I try to make it a point in my life to try my best to apply these teachings and this knowledge that he gives us and apply it to our modern day lives, so that we can, at the end of our physical lifespan, we can go up to Ma'at and we can tell Ma'at that, yes, I have followed your teachings. Yes, I have followed the wisdom that was set out for my spiritual path. And, to me, that's a great achievement, and then, I was talking to my husband the other day and explaining how SABA was telling us about marriage after death. And so, I told him, I'm glad we didn't get married in the church. I'm glad we didn't make that, make that vow to each other that until death do we part. Well, I want to love you until after death too. Just like Asar did for us, just like Aset did for Asar. So, I want to be able to live that. And what better way than to learn from our great Saba? The examples that he sets for us, man, it's high up there. It's top tier knowledge, top tier. He's a top tier role model. Period. There's, and I'm just so glad and so happy to be a part of this team and a part of this community. And when I first came on here, I only seen Brother Menkuara, Brother Ani, and Brother Atef and Brother Ahati were the main consistent ones. When I finally met Minty Hotep, I was so excited. I was so excited to see another sister in the chat room, Sister Angela Gates as well. And then the rest of you guys came along, and I was just like, man, all these females are being brought into this community too. I have sisters now. And that was just a great feeling. So, of course, Henu to Saba, Tuwa for all the knowledge and the education and the model that you set out there for us to aspire to be.
All right. Wonderful Nefer Medu tones from everyone. I know if anyone comes into this PODCLASS for the first time, they'll never experience anything like this and ever. This is a beautiful thing that everyone is a part of and creating. So yes, Tu'a Henu. I post a link to the website houseofatton.org. Everyone, make sure you go there, create an account, put your name in the newsletter section there. We're getting closer and closer to the release of the houseofatton.org. So just make sure you all are ready for when that comes. And let me share my screen real quick, because there may be people who have not seen this yet. So let me show you all really quick. So this is houseofatton.org. And this is where you put in your email. You put in your email here, and also create an account here under loyalty points. When you create an account, it'll automatically give you 100 points. And I created a system to where every 100 points, you'll get 10% off, of course, to resonate and to connect with the MET and the MEDU, which is the number 10. And so you'll get 100 points to give you 10% off. And there's many things that you'll be able to do to earn points once we launch. And when we launch, I'll go over everything with you all. So just make sure everyone is here. Follow us on our social platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook. Those links will also be posted in the description, as well as in the chat room. I want to give a shout out and Hinu to the sisters Antu and Nefer Keperet for creating such wonderful reels for everyone that you all will find on the Instagram and on the Facebook. It's a beautiful thing. They are doing a phenomenal job with helping us consolidate different parts and sections of the content and put them out there where people are used to just looking at something for a minute and scrolling again, looking at something for another minute and scrolling again, ticking and talking it away. So we're going to take the teachings there and hopefully catch someone within that that structure that they're creating for themselves and on these platforms. We're going to let the NETERU exist there as well, so people can also find the House of ATTON, find SABA Tehuti, so Antu and Nefer Keperet for doing such an amazing job, and we're only going to continue to get better and expand as we move forward. So everyone, make sure that you have this website bookmarked, and we also have a Discord as well that I want you all to be a part of, and those links are also in the bio. So everyone, make sure you just go to the bio and hit all of those links. We're everywhere, so make sure you stay up to date with us, and that's where we'll update everyone through the Discord and through the newsletter. So Tuat Hinu for everyone's patience as we are building these temples, and it's just a beautiful thing. So I'll pass the mic to the great brother Minku Arab Mary Ma'at, and I know he has some he's doing a lot of work for us as well, and he created something called the Pathways to Awakening, and this is something that I want everyone who's here in the PODCLASS to make it to this year's Pathways to Awakening. And so, we're going to continuously speak about this, and because we want you all to come out and have it be greater than what it was last year. And last year was great. It was fantastic. So I'll pass the great brother Minku Ara. You can take the or, take the cur, great brother, and do what you do. Peace, Hotep.
Peace, Hotep. Peace, everyone. So where we are as far as the planning and stages for this year's pathways, we're waiting to get to confirm the date, in communication with SABA Tehuti to finalize the date. But this year, already the momentum is gaining steam, and it's going to be extremely special. At the last year's Pathways, Minty received her Ren. Our great Ani Pata gave us a fantastic performance. We had some very healthy food. We had a lot of fun. We took pictures. We had a great DJ. Our master teacher did something I've never seen before. He basically acknowledged everyone in the room and let them know how much they meant to him and how important they were to the movement. And it was just a special event because SABA has not really done anything publicly to this magnitude in a very long time. It was a great opportunity for us to honor him. One of the very special aspects to the ceremony that will always be a part of the ceremony was people brought offerings to SABA. So I felt very fortunate to be a servant to the House of ATTON, to be able to be in the background and just do my part so something special could happen. But we have a preliminary date. I don't want to say the date. I don't want to say too much until we get the stamp of approval from our master teacher, but the communication has started, the planning has started, and knowing the team that we have and such the powerful energy that we possess, that it is going to be tremendously special. So stay tuned, and as soon as we get the green light from our master teacher, I will be able to come on and brag and boast a lot more. But I'm hoping more people will get RINs this year. The offerings to SABA will take a substantial amount of time. We have a plan for who will prepare the meal this year, or the meals. We have a preliminary location we have in mind. That's not confirmed, but I shared it with the brothers and they liked it. So it's really beautiful to be behind the scenes and see things start with just an idea that comes from the cool, from my mind, from my heart, and then to see it grow, and just to be in communication and planning and building with the House of ATTON, and then the chat. All of you will get involved, and then it will just be a very sacred ceremony. So looking forward to that. And that's all I can really share right now. I can't give you all the deets quite yet, but do know towards the end of the month, I mean, not the end of the month, the end of the year, around the same time as the previous pathways, we will be having an event. And so in the next Discord, I would like to invite everybody to come to our next community meeting in the Discord, and definitely bring your ideas to the meeting. Contact Ani Patah or contact SABA Tehuti, contact myself if you have something you would like to contribute in the building of the new KEMET. Welcome back, SABA Tehuti. The beautiful Renanette, that beautiful Cobra. I love that Cobra. Oh my goodness. You're on mute, Saba. That is amazing.
Peace. Glad to be back. I see all the smiling faces. I see a new face pop up, and I see all the smile. A little face pop up, and I see all the smiling faces. And this is beautiful. It's going to be another beautiful thing. And yes, she is wonderful. She is the Renanette. You can see. So she is a little special girl that came to me through magic again. These animals come to me through magic. So it is wonderful. Thank you very much. How are you, Nefri Keperet? You weren't here when I left. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. I'm feeling excited. I feel very happy. A lot of magical things are transpiring. Yes, I feel happy. How are you doing?
I am doing excellent. I saw a lot of different support came in after that I didn't announce last podcast. I'm going to do this one from last week. Shout out to the people that sent support that I didn't get to shout out. So I feel very good with all the support and appreciation that is happening. I feel good that you sent the support to Tanani and Seth Murray. You guys were talking for maybe 3 days straight. I'm not sure, but it seemed like the whole day. So that was very good appreciation that you sent, and she said a lot more, and that's a preliminary, a lot more than I thought she would say. She basically said all type of things, and I was like, this is just supposed to be gathering information, but she's dropping all type of information. I like the fact that you two both have could relate to each other in a South American way. I heard some South American references that I don't know anything about. They don't have that here in California. It's South American references that were unfamiliar to me, and I think you guys speak the same language too, right? A little bit.
Yes, I was mentioning that to her, that it felt very comforting to speak to her because we could we could speak the same language to each other, and she could understand me. So she has a very very motherly, nurturing energy that I really appreciated.
Yeah, I heard her in there speaking Spanish. I was like, who's she talking to? Like, she said, "I'm never kept red." Start speaking Spanish. I'm like, who is she talking to? I was like, oh, okay.
Yes, Nana is a multilingual, so that was a beautiful thing too. So excellent. I'm glad. Anybody else in here can speak Spanish? Who's that? Of course, Sheshe. Of course, yes, Sheshe. Is it your first language? Are you fluent? Like that's your first background language?
Yes, sir, it is. My father made sure I learned it. I spoke it long before I started speaking English, but he got so mad. Once I learned English, all that Spanish went right out the door. And my grandfather and my grandmother, if I do not address them in Spanish, they'll just sit there quietly. They won't acknowledge me or anything until I say something in Spanish.
That sounds like me. They sound like me with other topics. I don't acknowledge anything until I'm addressed properly. Okay, wonderful. Okay, everybody, we're about to now. Oh man, Nana, check the locks on Komodo for me. What's happening? You just stand up looking? Okay. Okay, wonderful. Yes, we're about to get into the very first question. Let me check the room and give a shout out to all the new people in the room. If I see any new names, I don't check the chat room often. I check it every once in a while just to give shout out to the new people. But peace, Ellen Johnson. Glad to be here in your presence, family. Shout out to Ellen Johnson. Any other new people I see? We know Rob Lowe by now. He's not quite new anymore. We know Rob Lowe, right? What does he say? Rob Lowe says he's speaking some other language. Rahu Bat Ya Asir Pa'a Amun. We have people in here speaking other multilingual people. Okay. Any other new people? Shout out to the older people too, but I always look and scan through and see if any new people came to the room. Lavina is pretty new. Hotep loves Hotep Tehuti with, what is that? Is that lips? Okay. Shout out to Lavina, poet, empress, and the lips. Peace to you. And shout out to this person right here. Let me do a quiz right now. Egyptian echoes last knowledge of the Nile. I'm gonna do a quiz right now. Let me see what everybody can. Let me do a quiz. Anu, can you hear me, Anu?
Yes, I can hear you.
This person just made a comment. Which who is that comment referring to? Let me see if you're up on. Let me see what you're up on right now. Just a little quick quiz in the podcast. This comment right here, who is it referring to? Please tell us. Anu.
Who's it referring to?
Yeah, who is this referring to? The comment on the screen right now. Can you tell me who this is referring to, please?
Like where the comment comes from? Or who's it?
Sure. Yep. However you want to word it. Who is it referring to?
I'll take a guess.
Take a guess, my brother. You got it. That's his name. There you go. What, that's not even a guess. How could you guess that? That's literally, you can't randomly hear us one. What did you say, Dougie Fresh? Dougie Fresh? No. So obviously, somewhere in your subconscious, you already knew this. That there was a time. Shout out to Egyptian Echoes Last Knowledge. There was a time where MCs at the time, people are typing in the room. Maybe he cheated. I don't know. But there was a time.
Oh no, I did not.
No, you didn't cheat. You didn't see the room.
That was impressive. Very impressive.
Okay, there it is. So there was a time before the Matrix took over hip hop, or erased hip hop, or took over or mutated it. There was a time where MCs' names were about knowledge, MC's names was about conscious uplifting. So people always in the new generation may say, what kind of name is that? KRS-One his name was a double entendre. So his name was a double entendre because his name is Chris. So KRS is Chris. KRS is Chris, and it's also knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. Nearly everyone. Because there's a lot of people up there that are still in ignorance. So his name literally meant his actual name, which is Chris, and knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. There's literally no MC out right now. There's no hip hop, rap artist, R&B singer, nobody out right now that has a name that echoes this. Can anybody have a name like this? Scribe, anybody, any rapper out now? Is Tekashi? Is that what Tekashi reigns supreme?
No one cares about their name meaning anything.
The baby doesn't reign supreme over
the baby, little baby. Yo, got it.
There's no MCs out right now with a name that their name is actually knowledge reigns supreme. That's what was reigning supreme. So that's what it was back in the true days, and that's what it still is for me, because KRS-One is actually one of the reasons why you see Tehuti. I want to tell everybody that part of the story too. KRS-One is one of the reasons why you all have a Tehuti. So shout out to Chris, KRS-One. We're supposed to be working on a project, and unfortunately the establishment that was going to work on that project through disconnected with him. It was a sad thing, but we were going to work on a project where he was going to take his finances and he was going to purchase museum pieces, which he does. He purchases museum pieces, and then he was going to do the concert and then down in the first row, we would be breaking down the museum pieces before the people got up to see the concert. It was amazing. It was a beautiful thing. Unfortunately, the organization that he was going through disconnected, and there's just nothing. But shout out to KRS-One, peace and love to him. He's one of the reasons why you have a Tehuti, and it's actually some of his questions that I was asking in my household that caused that disruption. His questions were some of the questions that when I say I asked questions and my mother wanted to kick me out and all that, some of the questions were from Chris. So another story. Anyways, shout out to everybody. Shout out to this person putting knowledge reigns supreme over nearly everyone. Now we're going to go ahead and put the first question. Shout out to Lisa. Lisa says she speaks Spanish too. Okay. It's a good thing to know if you're in California. I don't know how it is in other places, but that's the only reason I promote Spanish. It's another slave language, but it's good to know when you're in a place where it's a secondary language where you can communicate with a whole other genre of people. It's good to know all these communicative languages if you're in an environment where it can definitely benefit you, get work, get open doors for you. If you move anywhere near Chinatown, please learn Chinese. If you know Koreatown, learn Korean. It's good to know those things on the side. Because the Chinese person, you're not going to talk to them in NETERU, so go learn your Chinese if you're in that area. You're not going to say nuk punuk unki amat to Shang Wang. So okay, so we're going to go ahead and put the question in the room. First question in the room here. Question in the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's put it up here. First of all, it's a wonderful. Get ready to give some big noise because it's a wonderful donation, because it's multiple questions. That the amount given was a breakdown for multiple questions. And first of all, $100 given by an anonymous. It's funny. It's interesting. Both the questions in the Tehuti PODCLASS are coming from anonymous people. So $100 from an anonymous person. Give some big noise, please. Make some big noise. Let's get a little transform. Where's the transform? Where's the tab? Where's Nefer kept right? Get on the keyboard. Where's Nefer kept right on the keyboard? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Robert Williams always claps.
I can spell it.
Woo! Robert Williams and Stranger always are extremely happy when somebody gives a large support donation. Now, this is not for one question. Actually, none of the donations are for a question. Let me clarify that. First of all, this is support of appreciation for what it is that I do. And within the support, you're asking the question because you appreciate what it is that I do. So it's not, this is not the price of a question. When I show it, you'll actually see what's happening. This is a brother here. He's actually anonymous, but I had introduced him in the class, or his project in the class one time. He wants to remain anonymous, but this is the individual who's actually working on opening a museum. He's opening, doing the blueprint, opening up a museum in another country. I don't even know if I can say where the country is. In another continent. He's somewhere in another continent, working on the blueprint for a museum. And when the museum opens, it's going to be an underground museum, literally under the ground. It's going to be an underground museum, and the foundation of the knowledge in the museum is going to be based on my book and my teachings, Stepping Out of the Matrix. And it's going to be my teachings inspired. A museum is going to be built. So what are you doing, Tehuti? I don't know. So when that museum opens up, Tehuti's a pseudo, you're scamming the museum. So when that museum opens up, you all will definitely know about it. And the base of the museum is going to be the inspiration of my teaching. So it's going to be a beautiful thing. So that brother there sent this donation right here, which I'm going to put the breakdown of it, which is actually multiple questions. One of the questions I have to get clarity, and some of it is just for support, but one of the questions I actually get clarity from the good brother. I sent him an email, hopefully he sees it, but here it is. Hotep Saba Tehuti, will you please elaborate on these two questions when you can? One, did the Kemetians orient their map south up or sun up because they have no choice but to step with their left foot first towards the eastern horizon? He sent 1804 for that. There's a very significant symbolism, but behind 1804, it links to something in a year, 1804. We'll get into that one day, maybe when he comes back to the back here. Inspiration for his museum. Countries like, okay, so that one, I send the brother so if you're listening, the individual who sent this question here, I sent you an email response saying if you could send me a map which says the Kemetian is oriented that way, because sometimes questions are asked upon, sometimes questions are based upon something somebody may see on TikTok, YouTube, a popular thing, and it's not even archaeologically based, but because you may have that in your mind, you may say, well, because the Egyptians, somebody may say, well, because the Egyptians smoke marijuana, is that why Sheshet has a marijuana on her head? Well, first we have to establish if the Egyptians smoke marijuana. So this question here about did they orient their maps sun up or southward up? I asked the brother just if you could send me the particular map you're speaking of so I can actually address it and show the archaeology and the map and actually which part EE or Pharaoh it related to. What may be the writing, there may be writing that goes with the map. I have to see the actual map to actually address that question. So shout out to you. But on to the next one that he asked, which is going to be the one that I am going to address right now. And that is, how do I get on big screen? Big screen, here it is. And that is countries like US, France, England use blue, white, red on their flags. Does that have anything to do with Kemet? And then there's another question. Why do Catholic priests use incense burners doing mass? Did they remove George Floyd's PODCLASS on YouTube? Will you please tell me the date and title? So I already answered that one, which is I'm not allowed to do a George Floyd class. So I'm not allowed to do a George Floyd class. I cannot come out on the PODCLASS, at least right now, or in the heat of when it happened, and actually do a class on what George Floyd actually was, or what they actually were. So I can't do a class on them. It will get I've done subliminal things and shown certain things and shown codes and things like that, but I can't come full out and do that. That will have to be a personal class, maybe requested. I can't do a class on the Mandalay. What the Mandalay? Remember the Las Vegas shooting? You know the shootings that were happening. Remember Las Vegas? I have 1 year of class for that question. I have a year of classes for the Las Vegas shooting, and almost every shooting of a church and school that you've ever heard about. I have 3 months to a year on each of those shootings that have taken place and are taking place, but I can't teach them here because if I blow everybody's brain on that, the channel, something will happen here, because that's I can't do a whole class on COVID. I can't do a class on those things. I can't do a class on the coronavirus and, you know, George Floyd posing with the corona. You know, we're gonna stop right there. But that could be personal classes. If anyone wants to set up private classes, maybe if I have time for that. But I can't do the George Floyd thing here. But I will say he definitely died on. It all happened on 3883 Street. But we'll just stop right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm sorry, I have to make a correction. It all happened on 38th Street. I put in that somebody died. Sorry, my mistake. So we're gonna get into the question on the flag and the color. And let's get into it, everybody. If you all can hear me, press 9. We're about to get into this. Press 9. Maybe I have to open up. They're called FF classes. It stands for false flag classes. You will be scared if I ever start doing classes on these shootings. You'll be in you'll if you really want to see the Matrix, that's when I start doing. I may have to go to BitChute or something for that, but I don't know. But if I ever did a class on George Floyd or any of the shootings, you would really question your reality. So we're gonna stop right there. But everybody press a 9 if you can hear me. We're gonna get into not the false flag, but let's get into some real flags and understand why is it. If you all notice, there's flags that are out there. They seem to be red, white, and blue. And what is the reason for this? Why do they have this? Does it have anything to do with Kemet? Is it a magical thing? Everything they do has a purpose. What is the origin of this? What do those colors subconsciously represent? How do they affect you? What is it for? Why is it? They changed the Confederate flag to the United States flag, right? Everybody raise it. You notice that change? The Confederate flag to the United States flag, right? That changed, right? But why did the colors not? I thought they changed the flag. Why did the colors stay the same? So we're going to get to that they won't change that. That will not change. They can change the U.S. flag in another 10 years from now. I guarantee you the colors are going to be red, white, and blue. And so is UK. So we're going to get into all that right now. So everybody jump. Minty's rubbing her hands. He's like, hey. Minty loves it when what do you call it, Minty? Dismantling the Matrix. What do you call it?
So many things. Decoding the Matrix. There's a master decoder.
Yeah, decoding and breaking and toppling it down. We're gonna get into it, everybody, and then after this, into the next question. Shout out to this brother right here, Maharu. If anybody wants a testimony, this is one of the brothers with the best testimonies right here. He has a testimony of learning from me how to contact his deceased mother, and eventually his ended up his other family members. And out of bodies and all of that great stuff that we do here. That is the pseudo channel. This is what we the pseudos do. So we're gonna stay pseudo. I am pseudo Hotep. Hotep is pseudo. I'm Sudanese. That's my new nationality. I am Sudanese. So everybody, you can call me the Sudanese pseudo. And shout out to Maharu. Okay, family, you guys jump in the room. We're gonna get into the first question of the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's get into it. 66 people. And let's see who's watching. Shout out to Minty. Shout out to Sheshayat. Shout out to Bella, Anu, Antu, Minka, Minkara, and everybody that was on the screen, Annie, Nefri Keparat. We're going to get into it. Should we get into it? I think that we should. Let's get into it, everybody. You all can hear me. That is great. Here we go, everybody. Let me get my timer ready. You know, we're going to break this down and build it back up. Here we go. Let me scroll down. Get the timer ready, steady. Thank you, TT. I'm going to have an awesome podcast. I just saw your message pop up as I'm looking for the timer. And here we go. Everybody ready? Timer on. And here we go. Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to here's a new person I haven't really seen in the pod class. Tanya, 23 experience, peace and love. Shout out to Tanya, 23 experience. I love it when new people show up in the class. Rendernet, on set Rendernet, tell Tanya, 23 experience. You say peace. Okay, here we go, everybody. Shout out to Tanya, 23 experience, and all the new people that are in. Mike 400, he's new but semi going into not new. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Boom, boom. Everybody press 9 I see you. Good. And here we go. Let's do this as we're supposed to. Here we go. All right. Woo! Stop, reset, start. Here we go. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the NETERU, health, purity, mental detoxification, out-of-body experiences, ancient sources, government PSYOPs, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, disguised now in the form of Black consciousness, the atheistic, quote-unquote, so-called Kemetic teachers and conscious teachers who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people. Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. 1 second. Let me give a quick shout out to the good brother, Dr. LaRoche. Dr. LaRoche was on one of the other channels, and I saw him in the chat room. Somebody was teaching about Osiris and the green and something and such, and Dr. LaRoche was in there like, where's the papyrus source? Where's the papyrus source? Where's this? A new thing is being created when these so-called Kemetic teachers and such, they don't even teach the actual teaching, but when they do, ask them for the source from the ancient ancestors, and you'll watch them get riddled up. Dr. LaRoche was like, where's the source? What papyrus is that? Shout out to Dr. LaRoche. I saw him in there, and of course that was never addressed. Obviously not. It can't be. Okay, here we go. So they will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves, their spiritual beliefs, but rather only quote-unquote debate, debunk, expose, make challenge videos to others' spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bible is stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Mediterranean. The Egyptians are Arabs. Attacking everyone, but never giving you any indigenous written spiritual discipline in its place. Never showing their hand of what they actually believe in, because in truth, those so-called conscious teachers actually don't believe in anything, but just have the want, the urge to argue, thus to hide that they cannot answer. They have made you feel uncomfortable to ask any of these questions, and you're laughed off of the stage for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an e-book, personalized, customized, documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you, is here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And there's a question right there. Countries like US, France, England use blue, white, red on their flags. Does that have anything to do with KEMET? Wonderful question. Here are some examples. Here is the current United States of America flag. Red, white, and blue. Usually always said in that order. The red, white, and blue. They don't usually say blue, white, and red. Red, blue, and white. It's in that order. The red, white, and blue. Then we go over to the French flag with the white, blue, and there's crosses. Crosses. The UK flag, the gold lion. I'm sorry, I think the UK flag and the French flag are reversed. Sorry, it's UK flag, and then the French flag over here. The titles are reversed. Sorry about that. But here is the gold lion, red, white, blue, and then there's two lions with red, white, and blue, and of course the gold on it represents the lions. So here is that's actually the French, and this is actually the United Kingdom over here. And there it is again. That's the French, which is the red, white, and blue again. Here is the Kingdom of England. We see two lions again. This is the royal coat of arms and shield of arms, England, with the red and blue. Again, here is the old U.S. Confederate flag, red, white, and blue. So you see the flags change, but the colors seem to be consistent. Here's the flag again, red, white, and blue. This is what they call the old Confederate flag. You'll notice a cross in between it. What's the cross for? Over here, you'll notice the same thing, the cross in a cross. You'll notice that. You'll notice crosses on these flags, and red, white, and blue, and two lions or multiple lions. Red, white, and blue flags with crosses. What could this mean? Why is it all around us? And that is why you are here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. The actual X cross, European origin, associating it with an invader nation family, was actually from the Strongbonians. So the Strongbonians, they actually changed their name to the Fitz, meaning son. Fitz is the son, to emphasize the focus on the father and the bloodline and their power to conquer through violence. Thus the word spear was added. In German, spear is Gier or Giri, which became Gerald or Gerald, and Wald, which is to rule, equals to rule, conquer through the spear. And this created the family dynasty of this X emblem called the Fitzgerald. So again, there were the strong Bonians. Then they changed their family name to the Fitz to emphasize the son and who they're passing the lineage and the heir to, and the bloodline. Their ability to conquer through violence and power became a word for spear. In German, that was Giri, and that became Gerald, and they became known as the rulers who ruled or conquered through the spear, and Wald, which is to rule, and then they became the Fitzgerald or Fitzgerald. So you're actually looking at three words here. Fitzgerald, which is discussing a dynasty that conquers and rules through the spear. So the spear through violence, and there's your original red X. There is your Fitzgerald, Fitz, son, Gary, spear, and then Wald, which is to rule. The sons who ruled through the spear or through the violence, and that's where you get this crown with this knight symbol. And another cat-looking animal there on the top. If you look at the top, you see some other type of cat-looking animal there. And there's your X, your red X, right there. Origins. This goes back long before America. It goes back to the Earl of Pembroke during his invasion in Ireland, going back to 1172. There was no America yet when this red X and this white and red emblem and color existed as a symbol of power. It actually goes back to this Fitzgerald or the Strongbonian family, and it goes back to the Earl of Pembroke in 1172. There was no America yet at the time. Okay. The earliest found reference to the red, white, and blue in association with flags is actually found in what's called the Katt expedition of 1625. If you want to go get the book, it is the Voyage to Katt in 1625, a journal written by John Glanville, right? The Reverend Alexander B. Grossart. Okay, this is from Sir Eliot's myth at Port Eliot, and this is where you can find the earliest found reference, or at least one of them, inside of the Voyage to Katt. This goes back to 1625. Again, 1625. This is before the known American flag that we have now. So this is where you can find the origins of the color, and you can find this on page 84 of that book, Voyage to Katt, and it states his instructions and findings with Irish viscounts to be there ranked before English baron and considered with a not one lie how in England the Irish viscounties takes place of the English barons, but all you notice this language is a little different. It's English, but you notice it doesn't look like the English of today. There's extra E's and things. I broke down that code already in the Never Ending Story class and other classes. But here it is, barons, and also with an E, that we with an extra E, we're all now out of England, where territory could have no privilege to my Lord Delaware. He assigned the red flag with an extra G to my Lord of Valencia, and blue. Now this, see, blue in 1625 was BLEW, blue, like as in which caused the flag to move. Blue to my Lord Cromwell, and white to my Low Delaware. So there's the red, white, and blue, but the blue is actually spelled a little differently here. The choosing of the colors was the English. The voyage to Katt, so that was the English and not the Irish action, and the colors contended for the flag of St. George and not St. Patrick, which he, with an extra E, intimidated himself with an extra E, being a baron of England, much ontient to my Lord Cromwell, who, with an extra E, also with an extra E, is baron of that real realm, with an extra E, to be, with an extra E, more proper, worthy, with an E, to carry then an I, with an E, Irish viscount whatsoever. Doesn't seem like if you spell like this in English today, you get an F in school. So which one is right? The English of 1625 or the English today? Which one is right? Which one is coded? That's another class. But now that we know the origins and the colors and flags go back to Fitz conquering and the English, now I will take you to the Library of Congress to page 102 of the Confederate Congress to quote the actual creator and color chooser of the flag of America, who is William Porcher Miles, and acknowledgments that it's from the English, the Library of Congress definition, the colors are blatantly clear. So understand these colors here are actually not colors first chosen by America. These are colors that go way back here to the Voyage of Katt with the red, black, and blue. And it goes back to the English. When you start studying American history, you'll actually find out that the people over here were actually the English criminals that came over here as a form of escape. So they actually were the English. So they took the colors over here from this origin. Okay, so you're going to blatantly see the conquering racist PSYOPs. Then the last color of which those who attended my Meta magic classes will be familiar with. Here we go. You're going to see the PSYOPs right here. Here we are in the Library of Congress. Century of Lawmaking for a New Nation, U.S. Journal of Confederate Congress, Volume 1, page 102 to 982. Let's go to page 102 right here. Here we are. What does it say here? Separation, not account of their hatred of the English Constitution or of the English Constitution, but in the consequence of the tyrannical and non-constitutional rule of the Lord of North administration, and because their destiny beckoned them on to independence and expansion, achievement cast no lingering, regretful looks behind. They were proud of their race and lineage, proud of their heritage, and the glories and the genius and language of England, but they were influenced by the spirit of the motto of Great Hampton. They're telling you this comes from England, the people that were proud of their race. Vestigia mula retrium, that they determined to build up a new power amongst nations. Can you see what's happening? They therefore did not attempt to keep the old flag. We think it good to imitate them and the comparative little matter, as well as to emulate them in greater and more important ones. The committee, in examining the representations of the flags in all countries, found that Liberia and the Sandwich Lands had flags so similar that of the United States that it seemed to them an additional, if not in itself, a conclusive reason why we should not keep a copy or imitate it. They felt no inclination to borrow at second hand what had been pilfered and appropriated by, here we go, by a free Negro community and a race of savages. A free Negro community and a race of savages. It must be admitted, however, that something was conceded and the committee to what seemed so strong and earnest to deserve, to retain at least a suggestion of the old stars and stripes. So much for their mass and models and designs more or less copied from and assimilated to the United States flag. The people that were proud of their race, they got it from England. They didn't want to be like the other countries and the free Negro and savages. Here we go. This is completely a racial heritage flag with symbolisms. Okay, the committee humbly think that the flag which they submit combines these requisites and is very easy to make. It is entirely different from any national flag. The three colors of which it composes, the three colors of which is composed, red, white, and blue, always in that order, are the true Republican colors. Okay? The true Republican colors. Republican initially was a word that meant to repopulate. Republic. It meant to repopulate something. In other words, to colonize, to conquer and colonize and repopulate an area. It was republic. That's literally what the word was originally. So this was the true Republican colors in hereditary and heraldry, and are embleminates, I don't know what that word is, of the three great, combined of the three great virtues of one, valor, there's one, purity and truth. The three great virtues. So it's a combined. The red, white, and blue, they're telling you what it represents. Valor, remember that word. Valor, red. Purity, white. And blue, truth. Why would that be? Let's find out. Naval men assure us that it can be recognized and distinguished at great distance. The colors contrast admirably and are lasting. In effect, and an appearance and must speak for itself. Your committee, therefore, recommended that the flag of the Confederate States of America shall consist of a red field with a white space extending horizontally through the center and equal in width and 1/3 the width of the flag. The red spaces above and below be the same width as the white. The Union blue extended down through the white space and stepped at the lower red space. In the center of the Union, a circle of white stars corresponding in number with the states of Confederacy. If adopted, long may it wave over the brave, free, and virtuous people. May the career of the Confederacy, whose duty it will to them to be to support and defend it, be such to endear it to our children's children as the flag of loved, the flag of a loved because of a just and benign, so it may be benign, governmental, and cherished symbol of 1, valor, 2, purity, and 3, truth. It has to be said in this order: valor, purity, and truth. Now you know for the first time what the red, white, and blue symbolize, but why. It is in this order too, always magically. Red, white, and blue. Valor, purity, and truth. Respectfully submitted, W.M. Porcher Miles, Chairman. Mr. Withers moved that the whole of the report from the committee on the flag be entered upon the journal. It was so ordered. Okay, boom. And sometimes we see the valor, remember that word? The valor of England represented by 2 lions. So here's the valor of England, that word valor, and it is the royal coat of arms. So now we have the shield. Remember, these are weaponry symbols. These are defense and attack symbols. Valor, coat of arms, shield of arms, England, red and blue. And there's your valor represented by the lions and the red. Okay, here we go, 2 lions. Always remember that. Okay, let's go, everybody. So who was William Porcher? Here he is. Who was this man, William Porcher? William Porcher Miles, July 1822, May 11th, 1899, was an American politician who was amongst the ardent states' rights advocates, supporters of slavery, and Southern secessionists who came to be known as the Fire Eaters. He is notably having designed the most popular variant of the Confederate flag, originally rejected by the national flag in 1861, but adopted as and we'll get to that later. So who was he? An American politician amongst the ardent states advocates, supporters of slavery, because the flag represented a particular race and the heredity of that race, and this was a pro-slave individual who put that flag together. Boom, it's very clear the white aspect on the flag compounded racism and hatred, and which is why today the word white is in the dictionary as, when you look up white in the dictionary, what do you see in the dictionary? You see white. We see bright, radiant, clear, but then we have fair. Fair means beautiful, by the way. White, it means to shine. To shine. White was to shine, to be bright. It dealt with light, and it also meant beautiful. Surname originally referenced to fair hair. Fair hair or fair complexion. Let me come into the screen right now to explain the matrix right here. Fair hair. Now they say that, whoa, you okay? They say that white means fair. Now when you look up fair, it means beautiful. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Snow White was not asked. They were not asking who was the whitest of them all. Fair means beautiful. Then the definition goes on to say fair hair and fair complexion. And this is where the matrix begins. Because if fair means white, everybody in the room, raise your hand or type 6 of all the friends you know with white hair. Any of your friends have white hair? Have you ever seen white hair before? White. White. Hold a piece of paper up, white, and put that beside somebody's hair, and that was considered fair hair. But who has white hair? Not the grayish looking, not the gray hair you get when you get old, but it's talking about a certain people with fair hair. It meant beautiful hair. So beautiful now deals with attractiveness. But now it deals with your hair, which they say means white, but nobody has white hair. They're not talking about somebody who's 80 years old. That's not who Snow White was talking about. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest? He's not talking about when she gets old and gets gray hair. So now you don't have white hair, and nobody on the planet has white hair unless you're talking about the hair, head of gray hair. But they say fair complexion and fair hair. How many people have a complexion the same color as their hair? How many people do you look at, and when you look at their hair and their face, you can't tell the difference because the complexion is the same? Any of your friends have hair the same color as their face? Press the 6 if you can send me a picture with somebody whose hair is the same color as their face. Who's that person? Anybody on the planet? So this is a PSYOPS when the American flag was being set in, and when they created this, changed the word for white. It originally dealt with bright and to shine. We're going to get into that origin in a moment. But then it became fair hair. But how could you have fair hair? It was talking about a particular type of texture, because the race of free Negroes and savages were never called by Europeans those people with fair hair, because that was a hair that was ugly to them. That was the devil's hair. That was evil hair. So they associated with sex magic and things that you associated with filth, like sex that you say is dirty today, which wasn't. So when you go watch a dirty movie, it's a sex movie, but nobody has sex in the dirt. And your sexuality should never be dirty. So why would a sex movie be called a dirty movie or a kinky movie, which is something perverted? And when you have sex with somebody, they actually change the concept of the action of having sex to what you would do after or during the night, which is sleeping. Raise your hand if you have sex while you're sleeping. So they changed the concept of sex to now the word sleep. Who are you sleeping with? Well, I sleep with my children. I slept with my mom. Oh, you're a pedophile. You're incest sleeping with your mom. Yeah, I used to sleep with my mom when I was about 5 years old. She used to rock me to sleep, and I fell asleep in her hand when I was like 3 years old. I used to sleep with my mom all the time. What's wrong? What's happening? You know what I mean? No, I don't know what you mean. Explain. It means you're having sex. No, I don't have sex while I'm sleeping. Snap out of the matrix. No, you don't have sex while you're sleeping. But sleeping became associated with napping, which was the same thing that they called your hair. With the same sound. And perverted became something associated with sex, which was dirty, perverted, and they called it kinky, the same thing they started calling your hair. Look at that person with the kinky, nappy hair. You hear the word nap and you hear the word kink. You hear those two words. You don't know how they're spelt when you hear them when you're 5 years old. You just hear napping and kinky. And that continues because it meant to be perverted and twisted. If you tell somebody you have a twisted mind, that's not a good thing. If you say, well, the way that black people's hair is kind of twisted and curly, it's kinky, it's nappy, because they're the dirty people. So now white became associated with fair, and now hair was called fair when they originally said that fair was a color, and nobody has a person with straight brown hair in Europe. That was fair hair. It's brown. A person with red straight hair is still fair hair. The person with yellow straight hair is considered the prettiest. So they changed the word yellow to the word blending are blondie. So thus, if you have red hair, you're a redhead. If you have brown hair, you're a brunette. If you have black hair, you have black hair. But if you have yellow hair, now there's no color to it. It's blonde. And I ask everybody right now to send me a picture of their blonde crayon and to go to Home Depot or Home Hardware and please purchase for me some blonde paint. You can't do it. These are all matrix twisted words, and they're wrapped within the fake racism that they've actually created for you to hate yourself and for others to actually hate themselves too, in the disguise of loving themselves, but in actuality was hating themselves by calling their skin a complexion that they never were, like white, like brown, like black, and all these different words, which was just spell casting words. Let's get back into it, everybody. So fair hair, mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Fair is talking about beauty. So when you say that a light-skinned person like Will Smith or Jasmine Guy or Vanessa Williams is fair skin, now you know why you're saying it, because you're actually saying they're prettier than you. Unless you have a recording of yourself, you can send into the podcast of yourself saying Wesley Snipes has fair skin that dates back before this class. Eddie Murphy, he's a fair skinned man. No, you don't. So here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Matrix. So here we go. So white is morally pure now. Do you see right here? Now it changes from a color to morality. Morals were given by God according to the Christian men and Masons who created this. So now white is considered godlike or morally pure. So white is now a color and it's morally pure. The racial sense of those races, Europeans of European extraction, characterized by a light complexion. You see? Characteristics pertaining to white. And there's nobody on the planet that's white. So white means morally pure and it means bright. Where did they get that concept from? Does it originally come from racism? Let's find out where they got it from. You know what? Actually, you know what? It's time to get right into Tehuti Overdrive. Let's get into it, everybody. Tehuti Overdrive. Here we go. So white purity, which is white purity, valor, rulers. Those are the words right there. White purity, valor, rulers. Where do these Freemasons even get the idea from? Yes, the people that set up the American flag and George Washington, all these, I've already done classes. They're Freemasons. That's where these symbols actually come from. Where do these Freemasons get the idea that white represented purity to even associate themselves with that? It was not the color of their skin, because no one sees white when they looked at their skin. So they didn't look at their skin and say, I have white skin. No, they learned it from the Greeks, who learned it from the followers of Ma'at. Here is the ancient Greek declaration to the NETERU after they entered Kemet, which goes back to the time of the Ptolemies through Alexander, an attempt to follow Ma'at, where Europeans first attested to a ruler of a nation with valor and white and red, the two lions and the X. What do you say, Tehuti? What did you say? What happened? We're going to go back to the valor, the first attestation of the valor, a ruler of the nation, the red, the blue, and the white, and the purity. Let's get into it, everybody. Where did the Europeans get this from? They got it from their ancestors. Who are their ancestors? Their ancestors were the Greeks. Where did the Greeks get it from? Let's find out. We're going to go to the very first Greek declaration in history when they became influenced and rulers over their first Kemetic nation. When the Europeans made a declaration of being the nationals or rulers of the Kemetic nation, what was their declaration? Where did the red, white, and blue come in? So now we're going to get into white purity, valor, rulers. And in this declaration of the Ptolemies Greeks, where these Europeans actually get these colors from, red, white, and blue, in this declaration, you're going to see the ruler, the nation, the valor, and the red, and the white, and the two lions, and the X sign. Are you ready? Now I will break the matrix and show you for the first time in history today, March 9th, 2024. What did Cannabis say? The greatest rapper of all time died on March 9th. Here we go. The greatest classes of all times happened on March 9th. 2024. Yes, all three right here in the Giza Museum, number 5576. Here is your origin of the valor, the white, the red, the two lions, and the cross X on their Declaration of Nation. This is the inscription of the reign of Ptolemy V. Here we start off right with the three symbols of Ma'aperu. Ma'aperu, here it is, the Ma'o of the temples. There it is right there, the Ma'o of the temples, the priests over the so-called mysteries. That's not mysteries. There was no mysteries in Kemet, another class. The divine, what's that noise? Where are you, Ethereal? You're somewhere. The divine libationers who go into the place sacred to dress the NETERU. This is a Greek declaration, by the way. The NETERU, see the word NETERU right here? The NETERU and their apparel. So the scribes of their holy books, not the Bible, their holy books, these are the people that put together the Bible, but they're talking about the scribes of the holy books and the sages of the Per-Ankh, the house of life, and other priests. Here we go. Have come from the shrines of Hetnet, Upper and Lower Egypt, as they have it. Doesn't say Upper and Lower Egypt. It's Hetnet. And the white wall, the Aneb, Hetet. That's the white, the same white that's over here. The white and this word that they're translating to as wall. And this symbol for white here and white here. Let's break it down. Let's see their first declaration. Here we go. First time broken out on March 9th, 2024 at 5:32 p.m. Pacific time. Boom. There's your white and red headdress. What am I talking about? What are you talking about, Tehuti? The white and the red headdress. The het and the dashir headdress. That's the white and the red headdress, the symbol of the two rulers, the white and the red headdress of a ruler of a nation. White, which is the purity, I will elaborate shortly, is valor. In the same nation is the word is white for purity and valor. The same as a nation leader. In the same nation leader declaration can we find this concept of valor also with white in this declaration that existed prior to the English, prior to the Americans, prior to them saying red, white, and blue is the valor, and all of this. Can we find it with the X cross? Can we find that? That X cross, by the way, is called the saltire. I may get into saltire later in the class. I'm not sure. But guess what? The metaneter for valor is. Remember on page 102 in the Library of Congress that this represents the valor. What is the metaneter word for valor? Which is the bravery, the fight. What is that word? Here it is. We're back to the inscription again. Now we're here. This is the Giza Museum, number 5576. Ari, that's consciously making according to the Amu Tamarut, the people of Tamarut, month 4th in the spring. Okay, day 24, under the majesty of Heru, the child. This is a Greek declaration, by the way. I want everybody to know. This is the Europeans' first declaration over the first nation that they came in contact with. That means that when Europeans first existed, they had no concept of a nation. They had no concept of that. They couldn't even read or write in 1000 BC, 1200 BC. Here they are now coming across a nation that existed thousands of years, and now they're taking rule in this nation. And here's their declaration. Declared to Horus the child, diademed, that means bright, which is the same word for Ka'a, which is the bright, which is the resurrected sun, as the king, the sultan, upon the seat of his father, mighty, valor. What is that there? Valor. There's the valor word. What are these two things here? Wait, there's an X there. And what are these two things that represent the valor? Huh? Let's blow it up. Here's the valor. Here's the coat of arms and the valor and the shield. Here's the two lions. Boom. There's the valor right there. There's the X, which is the red, the valor, right? Which is the defending of the nation. That's the valor. They're talking about the fighting abilities. The valor. It's called Pepe. 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 The two lions with the X, with the cross. That was a symbol for valor in KEMET. That is the word for the valor with the hand of the weapon. You see the hand holding the weapon. You see the two lions right there. There's the cross. Here's the first thing the Europeans saw as the representation word for valor when they started ruling their first civilized nation. There's the coat of arms, the two lions. There's your cross of the Fitzgerald that both nations, all three nations say represent the valor. The valor, that's the fighting ability, that's the bravery, the camaraderie, the fighting ability of the great lion. And here it is on page 102, right back to W.M. Porcher Miles, chairman. States of Confederacy, if adopted long, may wave over the brave and the free and the virtuous people. May the career of the Confederacy, whose duty it will be to support and defend, be such to endear with our children's children as a flag of a loved, because a just and benign government, or Beningu government, and cherished symbols of one, valor, purity, and truth. What's the valor? The valor is the first word, the red. Remember, it must be said in this way: red, white, and blue. It is not said blue, white, and red. It's red, white, and blue. So these words pair up. What is valor? The red and the red shield. Red shield, in other words, the Rothschild. That's why that's on your dollar bill. The red shield and the red X on the shield. That's the red. The white is the purity and the blue is the truth. You're red, white, and blue, but the red is the valor. That is the fighting ability of the people that accepted the Confederate flag, because the first Confederate flag was rejected. It was accepted by another group. Does anybody know what that group is? We're going to get into it here at the Tehuti PODCLASS, because this valor represents the fighting ability that was represented in KEMET by the great Katt, the large cat, which became the two cats, which became the two cats on the royal coat of arms, shield of arms, which became the symbol of the valor, and the X, the cross, across the shield. And that became the X of the Fitzgerald and the X of the Confederate flag. And we're going to find out why this is called the Confederate flag and how it deals with the valor, and the red, which is the bloodshedding. Remember the Fitzgerald, those who ruled by the spear, right? Interesting how a non-national animal becomes the national flag animal for those European countries. Wait, I thought lions were native to Africa, to valor, lions. Let me type this out. I'm going to look this up. I know lions are in England. Let me type this out. I know. Let me see. A little pseudo here, and I'm going to find lions. Lions in England. I know they live in England. That's why the English people saw the lions. And lions in England. Oh, it's a sports team. No. I'm looking for the lions. You know, the lions that live in England that the people were inspired by, why they would have their flags and national coat of arms symbol as lions, because the people in England, they were looking around and they saw the fighting ability of the lions, and therefore that stimulated them to be like the lions that they saw in England when Sherlock Holmes saw the lions, and they knew that represented the fighting. No, lions are from Africa. Okay, everybody, let's continue. Everybody, welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. The two lions of England, because we all know that if you want to see wild lions, and when the kings of England saw the animals around them they were inspired by, they definitely saw lions. So they, no, they didn't, because lions don't live in England. Here we go. So it's interesting how a non-national native animal becomes the national flag animal for these European countries. Wait, I thought lions were native to Africa. Okay, let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS, everybody. Let us continue to the English lions, or is it the Pepe of Africa? We will see. Remember, the strong bowmans changed their name to Fitz, meaning son, to emphasize and focus on the father's bloodline and their power to conquer through violence. Thus, the spear was added because that's how they were killing people. And the German word spear is Gary, and then rule was wall, that became Gerwald, which became Gerald, and wald, which is to rule and to conquer through the spear, which is why the Red Cross entry. There's the Red Cross right there. There's the color red, and that's the cross on the shield. that they're using for fighting. Use a shield for fighting. There's the lion cat right there. You know, because the Fitzgerald, they lived around lions. And okay, here we go. So, a symbol of violence and war. Oh, guess who was the first to officially incorporate William Miles' Confederate flag? Remember, ladies and gentlemen, I'm letting you know that the first symbol that the Europeans saw was for valor was the pepe, which were the two lions with a cross there, and it represented the fighting lions that the Africans could just look in their backyard and they could see lions fighting and large cats, because it's not just lions, large cats fighting all over Africa, large wild cats. I don't know how many large wild cats live on Sherlock Holmes Street. I'm not sure if Sherlock Holmes was taming lions. I'm not sure, but let's trace it back to the people, the Ptolemies, that went into Africa, that went into a culture along the Nile Valley in Africa, all the way from the top of Cairo, all the way down to Ethiopia and the so-called sub-Saharan, where they would see these wild cats jumping and fighting, where it would make sense that that represented the king to them, those people. But don't tell me the lion was a king to people that lived the Dutch people. The Dutch people were inspired by the lion. People in Dutch, as they were starting the civilizations, they looked across the oceans and saw the lions fighting the Swedish people, saw the great African lions and the great Indian tigers fighting, and they were looking over from Sweden all across the ocean, and they said, let's use the lion as a symbol for our rulers here in Sweden, because you know that lions are rulers in Sweden, in the Swedish jungle. Or was it from the Ptolemies, from the Greeks, who started incorporating with these quote-unquote African people who were very familiar with the great cat and the great lion and the great cat of Ra and the great Sekhmet. They were very familiar with the great killer cats. And thus we had the word pepe with the cross, which I broke down in last class where the symbol of the X was. We had the cross, the pepe, with the man holding the weapon, and the two lions, the symbol of valor and bloodshed. You remember the story of Sekhmet. What was she swimming in again? What did she confuse the mandrake or the so-called beer as they have in the story? And Sekhmet jumped into it, and she was swimming into it and drinking into it because she thought she was in pools of blood. What was Sekhmet again? The fighting large lioness cat that's associated with fighting and bloodshed. In the story of the destruction of mankind, back to Seti tomb wall, way before the Valour lion of the Swedish, English, Irish lions, because we know that St. Patrick was taming lions. No. We're going to break the matrix and we're going to show you that the first men that represented the valor in their declaration, the symbol was the pepe, which was the two lions with the cross that was the symbol of the bloodshedder, because Sekhmet was the great lioness bloodshedder who swam in pools of blood in the ancient Kemetic story. So we associated lions with blood, because if you watch any National Geographic video and watch lions, they're literally covered in blood as they're eating. So we associated the red color with the aggressive lion and the great fighter cats, because they'd be seen shedding blood and have blood all over their face. Sekhmet was associated with blood. Give me your Scottish breakdown of that. Give me the Norwegian Dutch breakdown of why the ancient Dutch had the lion with the blood. Did they have National Geographics and they saw the videos of the lions in Africa, and the Dutch king said, that's our animal right there? Did they have that before they had boats to go to Africa? Did a Dutch man know about a lion? Was there TV? What? No. So here it is. Here's the valor, the red, with the cross, with the X, particularly an X. There it is right there, everybody. Boom. So there it is right there. So remember also, oops, I forgot to tell you. Remember, the Confederate flag was rejected at first. But who was it accepted by? Could have been accepted by a set of warriors. If the lion represented war and bloodshed, which is that type of valor, then who would be the obvious group of people that would accept the Confederate flag? Could it be those who shed blood, who used the shield to defend themselves are those who are based on war? Could it be a set of warriors that first accepted the Confederate flag as a warrior symbol for the hereditary race of European warriors? Let's find out. Who accepted the Confederate flag? Could it be the men of valor? Let's find out here at the Tehuti PODCLASS. First time. Here we go. March 9th, 2024. Let's go see who accepted it. If it really was about this lion cat fighter, who accepted it? Let's find out. We're gonna go to, where are we gonna go? Let's go to BBC News. Why do people still fly the Confederate flag? There it is. There's your flag of valor. There it is. Let's see what it says here. It says, designed by William Porcher Miles, who chaired the flag committee, was rejected as a national flag in 1861, overlooked in favor of the stars and bars. It was instead adopted by as a square battle flag. Battle flag by the Army of the Northern Virginia under Gerald Lee, the greatest military force of the Confederacy. It fast became such a potent symbol of Confederate nationalism that in 1863 it was incorporated into the next design of national flag, which replaced the hated stars and bars. A warrior's flag. Does that look like a warrior right there? The Fitzgerald, Fitz, the son of the Gary, the spear, the rulers who ruled by the spear. Why? Because they went to war. Why? Because they were invaders killing people with a little lion cat looking creature on the top and the red X. Who was the next X accepted by? With the red, white, and blue. It was rejected at first. It was accepted as a battle flag, a warrior flag, the bloodshedding flag with the shield from the army. Not just any army, but the greatest military force of the Confederacy. That's who accepted it. That's why in history, guess what he's called? He's called the designer and champion of the Confederate battle flag, warrior flag, fighter flag. There it is. And that's why the flag, when you look it up, William Porcher Miles' Confederate flag design became inextricably linked. It's a little small. To fighting. There it is. It became I can never say that word. Inextricably linked to fighting. This is the fighting flag, the bloodshed flag. Boom, the army as a symbol of battle fighting. And remember what Williams said in the Library of Congress, page 102. What does the word valor mean? He said it's valor, the first one, which is the red, of course, bloodshed. Value, worth, valor. Moral worth, merit, courage. Courage in what? Strength. It's the strength. Valor, to be strong. You see that? Valor is to be strong. What kind of strong? Warrior type strong. So the word valor means to be strong, like a warrior. Strong. Because, of course, strong to the colonizers and invaders equals violence. There is your red of the flag corresponding and keeping the theme of the Fitzgerald invasive dynasty of 1172. What type of strong? Why the word strong? Oh, do you remember? Why the American valor meaning strong? Oh, do you remember the original name of Fitz before they changed it? Let me take you to the House of Names, Fitzgerald History, and Family Crest. What is that, Tehuti? I don't know. I made it up. House of Names, Fitzgerald History, and Family Crest, and Coat of Arms. The Coat of Arms. The Strongbonians, added their own naming traditions to the eastern region of Ireland, which till they arrived, the impact of this new tradition was not extremely disruptive to the pre-existing Irish tradition because the two had many similarities. Both cultures made significant to the use of hereditary surname. Then it goes down here to the bottom. I'm going to jump down to here to the bottom. Strongbow. I wonder what a strongbow is. Strongbow's followers often created names that were built with the prefix Fitz, which was derived from the French word Filth. Ultimately, filth both mean sun. They're the strong bows. Here's their symbol right here. The warrior symbol. Strong bows. Okay. Interesting. Valor. Strong bows. Boom. There is the strong word right there in the name of the old European invader family of 1172. Strong equals valor. That's the type of valor from the strong bows. I wonder what a strong bow is. Can that be a bow and arrow? And there's the word strong. So where does the concept of stars and cross associated with union and nation and territory originate? What did the Ptolemies see? Well, guess what the Neteru glyph for nation, territory was to the followers of Ma'at over 3,000, that's a typo, 3,000 years before the Matrix. So again, where does the concept of stars and a cross associated with union and nation, territory originate with? Let's go to the Neteru pre-Matrix. There's the word for the nation right there. It's an X. It's a cross. It is the word for national. That is the word for nation. That is the word for living community of people. Ooh-wee. What I'm going to do right here, everybody, I'm going to take a quick break, step away for just a minute. I will be right back in just a moment. I've been teaching right now for 54 minutes. I'm going to take a little quick break for. Does Tehuti deserve a 2-minute break? Do I deserve a 2-minute break for 5 minutes of teaching? I'm going to stop this right here, put the link in the room right there. Team, just jump in for a moment. I'm going to step away for a moment. We'll get back to the strong and valor, those Scottish people who saw lions. Or was it the Ptolemies who were learning from people who were living around life? Team, jump in. I'm just jumping for 2 minutes. I got to just take a quick break for 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. Jump back in. Toya said, yes, you just rocked that, Saba. Ellen says, yes, you do. Okay, team, jump in. So I'm going to jump out for just a minute, maybe 3 minutes, and I'll be right back. Hey, team, jump in. Supporters, jump in. That's anyone who supports Cheshire, Nefri Keperet, Anu, jump in. There you are. Wonderful, Anu, jump in right there. I'm going to step away for just a minute. How are you enjoying the class so far, Anu? What's going on with the red, white, and blue? The men of valor, the 2 lions. What's up?
I'm loving this class. It is absolutely spectacular. I love when you break down all of the sources that the Masons stole from and where they get all their stuff from. And I love hearing what you have to say because I compare it to what like teachers tell me in school, and what they tell me is absolutely whack. I remember they used to say all different things that the colors would represent, and they would say stuff like how they just didn't know how to spell back then. I'd always think to myself, how would they not know how to spell if they're the ones that created the language?
There it is, man. There it is. So jump in the room if you are a supporter, and I'll be right back in just about 2 minutes or so. 72 people in the room. There is a Sheshay. How you doing, young lady? You like it so far? The men of valor, huh?
I love it. I love it. I love how they just steal everything.
But don't worry, Tehuti made it all. Huh?
I just love being robbed. I love it.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna step away. There's Menti Hotep. Peace, Menti Hotep. Peace and love. I'll be back in just a couple of minutes. I'm gonna put her up for just a moment. Menti Hotep, do they have these at the pet store near you? Have you seen these at the pet shop? These guys right here. I don't know. Maybe Brian, maybe. I don't know. But okay, I'm gonna step away for just a minute. I think Minty, you're on mute. I don't know if you're talking. She's on mute.
Okay, yeah, no, Hotep, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm trying to take notes, and while I'm making dinner, this is great, Saba. It really ties into the subconscious because for some reason I have no idea why, but the name Fitz always stuck with me. And I had mentioned in the comments that I was when I was a child, I wanted to name my son with the middle name Fitz. So this is great that I have the origin story to go with my story. So
Awesome.
that.
Nina, I'll be right back, everybody, in about 2 minutes or so. Right back.
Enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I don't know if the rest of you guys are getting this, but this information, it just unlocks so much in your subconscious of the things that we've participated in without even knowing it, like the with the flag and all of that, and the Confederate flag being tied to, we haven't even got to the flag that we use today.
I think something that is so messed up that they did to us is how they had us pledge allegiance to that flag. And it's like it represents war and conquering. It's such a horrible, evil way of rubbing it in someone's face, like, we conquered you, now pledge allegiance to our flag.
It's very ritualistic, because they get us from children. Like, I don't remember saying the Pledge of Allegiance to in kindergarten, but I clearly remember saying it in first grade. So, that could be another step of the ritual that, when you're in first grade, that's when it starts, the real programming.
What honestly gets me about the Pledge of Allegiance, if you notice, it is very ritualistic, because not only do you speak the words that you're pledging allegiance to something, but you also have to put your hand over your heart while you say it. And
right
so that part right there, my daughter, she came home one day from school, and she goes to a regular public school. And when she came home, she was very proud to announce to her father that she knows how to recite the Pledge of Allegiance. So as soon as she started it, I stopped her. I said, we don't pledge allegiance to a flag. We pledge allegiance to Ma'at. We pledge allegiance to truth. We pledge allegiance to wisdom and knowledge. That is what we pledge allegiance to. And then I explained to her, that I wasn't trying to bash her. I'm very proud of the fact that she remembered something and she was able to recite it. That part I'm proud of. But the words that she was reciting is what I was very upset with. And so Saba has these these little episodes of cartoons on his page. And so like every other weekend or so, I play them for her because she's into anime and stuff like that, and the graphics are kind of like anime. And so she's drawing attention to it. And it's pulling her in, and it's giving her knowledge and information that she didn't know about. And so, I'm slowly starting to unteach the doctrine that they teach our children in these public schools, because she's into fashion design and stuff like that. So, I want to teach her about, the symbolism and things that she can start using in her own fashion design, and so flags, definitely not. But, I am aware of the fact that KEMET did have, I think, what they call shems. And, they were like badges of honor, basically. And so, yeah. And so I want to teach her about that, because with her being into fashion design, a lot of people, they want to put like their country's flag patch on their coat or on their jackets and stuff like that. A lot of people like to represent with symbolism. And if I can get her to understand the hieroglyphs and get her into learning some of the NETERU, she can start using conscious symbolism. And, when people ask her about it, she'll be able to open her mouth and tell them.
Boom.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you all heard when I input in Worldwide Healers. I said, from children, we are programmed to pledge our allegiance to a flag from the start. We hand our hearts over. because you're literally putting your hand over your heart. You're literally handing your heart over. So it's a double metaphor, and it's absolutely true. I remember in elementary school, and looking back now, it really goes to show, you know, how deep the programming goes, and how early it starts. So, you know, to be here now that's why the gratitude is so high, because it went any which way.
One of the quotes from your song, Brother Ani, I do my best to do my best. I step out with the left heart on my chest. I teach that to her, and I play it constantly. That's one of my favorite, one of the favorite lyrics of yours that I have. And so, you know, it's very relatable to me, because now on my spiritual journey, you know, I'm learning the proper way to step out, the proper way to use symbolism, the proper way to use my heart and, you know, my spirituality. And so a lot of the words that you speak in your verses, they touch me very deeply. Like, I get emotional, like I almost want to cry.
I can't listen to it while I drive.
Yeah, tears of joy, tears of happiness almost every time, because it's like, you know, when I first found you guys, I found my family. You guys are my family, and it's been so hard during this spiritual journey trying to find people who are not going to call you weird or call you pseudo or call you, you know, all kinds of different names, because you want to find truth and because you want to find wisdom. And so I'm just so grateful. Like, I'm trying not to cry, but you guys hear my voice cracking a little bit. It's just, man, man. All praises to you, Saba. If I would bow down and kiss your feet right now.
Well, thank you.
First of all, the next Pathways to Awakening, we're gonna have to have a ceremony, a procession of gratitude.
Thank you for being you. Thank everybody for being them, because you could have easily have given up, and everybody in this room could have given up, and you could have let the people that name call and make you feel uncomfortable just make you give up and go right into atheism and say, forget this, I can't find anybody. But you're the ones that kept searching and searching and searching, and that's why it is all you. I tell people this. I think I told Annie this a couple of days ago. A lot of people try to claim me instead of just being a student, or instead of just, they want to claim that they maybe they brought me here, or I brought you here, or I brought you there. But in actuality, everywhere that I went, I brought myself. Everywhere that I went, I made the decision to go, and when I went to that place, I changed the place. So many people are on Sonetter. Many people are on Killer Priest. Are they doing this? So going on to Sonetter, going on to Killer Priest, going on to internet, going on to these things, that doesn't make this. What makes this is that I'm doing this. But I couldn't do this if you yourself gave up prior to. So you made yourself continue to search, watch until boom, here, and you found this. You could have given up 7 years ago. So I appreciate that. Because if you gave up, you wouldn't be here doing this. And I would be doing something else if everybody gave up. I would be doing something else I'd be doing this as I did before, just in my inner family. You literally had to be my, you had to be living with me in order to get this PODCLASS. Is just what I do for my family on a regular basis. That's what this is. They get it in live. They get it. I do classes live with me, like jumping up, and when I do live classes, I'm not sitting down. So when I used to do live classes, you would see me. I'm very animated when I'm teaching, as you saw. So, but you all wouldn't get this if you didn't bring yourself here. So thank you, Sheshaya. Thank you, everybody, for bringing yourself here. Because you all could have given up. I met Minty Hotep 11 years ago. She could have given up 99 times since 189 times from 11 years ago, maybe thousands of times, until she said, no, I'm going to keep searching, keep going, until she found me again on Kill the Priest.
Yeah, my bot wouldn't allow it. The NETERU wouldn't allow it.
But if I was on Kill the Priest and I was just like all those other guys you see on all those other channels, Minty wouldn't listen to me. So I had to be this consistently. That means if I changed, I'm the same person. I'm just a more advanced person than what Minty Hotep meant. I'm wearing the same shirt I met Minty Hotep in. This is the same shirt. So yeah. I stay the same, and you all stay consistent enough to get here. So I appreciate you all, love your testimony, Shayad. We're gonna get back into the class. Before we get into the class, I'm gonna ask everybody in the chat and everybody on the panel one quick question before we get in, so I can see if I can. I want to see something. I'll start off with you, Annie. How many parties are there in America? Two major ones, different sub ones. What are the two major parties?
The Democratic and Republic.
Okay, boom. Anu, how many parties are there in America? What's their names?
Democrat and Republican.
Okay, nice. Okay, Menkura, how many parties are there? People in the chat, answer the question too. How many parties are there in America? What are their main names? They're represented by two animals, by the way.
Two parties, yeah. Is it the donkey and the bull, Democrats and the Republicans?
Oh, isn't one an elephant? But no, okay, go ahead.
Oh, elephant. Yeah, elephant. I'm sorry, elephant.
Elephant and what else?
The donkey.
Okay, wonderful, excellent. The elephant and the donkey, because we know there's a lot of elephants in America. But go ahead, Minty Hotep. What are the two parties? And what are their names? The two major parties.
The Democrats and the Republicans that we know about, but there's also the Green Party.
Okay, the Green Party. Okay, okay, Shayad. What are the major parties of America that we know about? The major
Democratic and Republican.
Wonderful. Let me check the. Is that Shayad?
The Democrats and Republicans.
Okay, wonderful. Remember, Mr. Miles here, who created the Confederate flag, he said this one's the real Republican. You know, he wasn't Republic. He wasn't Republic. He was the opposite side. He said this flag is the real Republican flag. Let me go into the chat and see something. I'm gonna break a matrix right here. A little bonus in the class. Everybody, what's the two big parties? What are they called? Type it in the room. What are they called? The two big parties. What are they called? They're represented by two animals. Here we go. Okay, but yeah, Democrat, Republican. Okay, we got liberal and conservatives, along with Democrat and Republican. Okay, good. Everybody pretty much Democrat and Republican. Okay, good. Horizon of Zion said I don't even read the chat, but you have timeless content. You can make document. You have timeless content. You can make documentaries with all this free game you've been giving out. I guess. Yeah. So Democrat and Republican. Which animal is the symbol of the Democrat? Watch this. Watch what happens. Which animal is the Democrat? Which one's the symbol? There's an elephant and what?
The donkey. I believe it's the elephant, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, everybody agree with that? Is the elephant the Democrat or the Republican? Annie?
The Democrat is the donkey.
Okay, good. The Democrat is the donkey and the Republican is the elephant, right? What's considered one of the smartest animals on the planet?
The elephant.
Okay. What's considered one of the most stubborn ones that represents Seth?
Donkey.
Wonderful. Okay, wonderful. This is going good. Okay, good. So there's two parties, right, of America, and there's the Confederate flag and there's the new flag we have, right? Right? And the man who created the flag that we have, the Confederate flag, he was not Republic. He was the opposite side. But he said on page 102 of in the Library of Congress article right there, he said this flag is the real Republican flag. Now we look at the word Republic. It means re and populate. It means to repopulate something. To take somebody that was already there and make a new public. Republic is literally what the word means, to repopulate. which is exactly what all the conquistadors, all the conquerors did. They repopulated. You know, they made consistent copies of themselves, or what's called clone, or what people call clones. So they were the real colonizers. They copied themselves. It sounds like AIDS. So they continue to copy themselves, make echoes of themselves while destroying the indigenous body that was there. Sound like AIDS, right? It kind of sound like AIDS. They're destroying the original body that's there while they repopulate their mind, mentality, and people. And so, who did this? The people of battle, the ones that accepted the Confederate class. This is not even a part of the class I brought. I'm just giving, I guess he said it, free game, right? Is this free game? I'm giving free games out. Free games. Get your cartridge. So here it is. So the Republican is to repopulate, to recolonize something. And now you think there's two parties. What's the Democrat symbol again?
The Democratic donkeys.
That's a mockery symbol. Tell me what nation has a donkey on the flag? What nation symbol is proud of being a donkey? Isn't that an insult to be called a jackass?
Yes. It also has the donkey's tail on there too.
Yeah. So the donkey is not an honorable animal that any nation across the world, no Chinese, no Korean, nobody from Denmark, Sweden, no Russian, no Vietnam, no national anthem is about being a donkey. You're actually insulted by being called that. Wonderful. So you think there's two parties, right? Two parties. And what's the flag that represents the two parties? What flag is the two parties under?
I don't know.
What's
that
the flag of the two parties?
The
They're under one
American
country,
flag.
right? What is it called?
The American flag.
Wonderful. Say your pledge of allegiance. Let's pledge to the flag. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Start. Let's say it. Just go ahead and say it. Watch what happens here. Watch the Matrix. Say the pledge of allegiance. Don't worry. You're not even going to pledge to what you think. Watch this. Just say it. Say the pledge of allegiance to anybody. Say it.
Can we get a recording of it? Can we get someone up? Can we get a recording?
No, say it. Don't worry, because watch what happens when you say it. Watch this. I'm going to break the Matrix as you're saying it. It's not even to what you think it is too. Say it. I pledge allegiance what?
To the flag of the United States of America. Oh.
Stop. Well, hold on. It's not to the country, right?
Uh-huh.
It's to the flag that represents both parties. Keep going. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And what else? What's the next thing after that?
And to the Republic.
No, to the Democrats and the Republic. What happened?
To the Republic.
No. It's the Democrats and the Republic. That's what makes up America.
Right?
No?
The
It's
Republic.
It's just a republic you pledge allegiance to?
The Republic, yeah.
Yes.
Or was it to the republic for which it stands? Or something like that?
That's right. What does a democratic government mean? What does that mean? What does democracy mean? Minty, what's democracy mean?
I don't even know anymore.
Communist countries and democratic. What's a democratic country? What does that mean?
Equality.
I used to believe it was for the people, by the people, like Fubu.
Yeah.
So wouldn't a Republican also want to be a Democrat if he was for the people? That means people's choice, democracy, right? The people make the decision. They say we're in a democratic country. This is not communism, Marxism, socialism, Japan. We're in a democracy. Is that what this is called? A democracy, right?
Yes.
So they say.
So we don't call this a republic. But when you pledge allegiance to the flag, it's to the republic. That's another one. But anyways, there we go. So there was never two parties, none of that. All that is the Matrix. It was all about repopulation. It was all about invasion, conquistador, conquering, taking over an area, being the Fitz, being the Jerry's, being the sword, making a new nation, making that new symbol by conquering, destroying the original body, and repopulating it with your people. And that's what the Confederate flag was for the war people. It was the army, the greatest of the military. The American armies, from the time America developed in English development, those were the ones that were conquering people. And when you conquer people, then you repopulate the land. That is the republic. So when you pledge allegiance to the flag, it's not to both parties, it's just for the repopulators. But when you say it, you say we're in a democracy. Anyways, Matrix games are fun. Let's get back to the class, everybody. That's just a little extra. Horizon says something about free games, so I'm giving free games. I don't even know what that means, but I'm giving free games out. So there's your free game of the day. We're gonna get back into it, everybody. All you jump into the room. Everybody, all this time, you're pledging allegiance to the repopulation. Today's Bill Gates. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Let me put the timer back on. Back on. Resume. We're at 54-minute breakdown for this brother Anonymous who asked this question about the red, white, and blue. Here we go. Only the Tehuti PODCLASS. For those who are watching this, enjoying this, send your tip of support, appreciation if you're watching this, enjoying it. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. No profanity. No attacking people, no drama, none of that. Straight information, straight knowledge and guidance, and most importantly, matrix breaking. That's what this is all about, matrix breaking. And this is only happening right here at the House of ATTON, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the NETERU. That's where this is happening. As my man Atef would say, come join us. Because you're not getting this anywhere else. Let's get back into it, everybody. I had to put Randonet up for a moment. We're going to get back into it. Here we go. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. This only happens here, and I'm glad. I don't want the confusion. I don't want the mix-up, the mix and match. Okay, and there's a Cash App right there. I'm going to go ahead and take that off the screen just for now. It is scrolling there at the bottom. Let's get back into it, everybody. So there's a symbol right there. There's a symbol of the nation right there. That was a national symbol of territory. That was the meta-netterglyph. It was the X, the cross. That's the meta-netterglyph for the nation. Boom, as found on the Tekken of Ramses for the landmass, aka nation of Kemet. So here's the Tekken of Ramses, and if you look closely, there you see that's the nation symbol. There's the word Kem. That's the Ka, that's the M, and there's a T, and there's the nation symbol right there. So the X was always a symbol for nation. That's where they're getting these concepts from. It's a symbol for the nation, the VALOUR nation of the lion. There's the big image of it right there. And now you see right here, it's town, city. Any group of civilization, civilized people was this symbol right here, which was the X. Town, city, and over here, a nation, the nation of Kemet. Or town, city, village, because you need a village to create a town. The town creates the cities eventually create the nation. Village creates the town creates a city eventually creates a nation. So this was a nation, national symbol of people. And as for the blue that you see in the origins of these flags, let me see if this screen sharing properly. Everybody can see me and hear me correctly. Press the 9. As for the blue that you see in the origin of these flags, let me take you to the typo here. Let me take you to this question. So who is the goddess, the NETERU of the blue skies to the followers of Ma'at? Let me go into the room. Who's the goddess of the blue skies? Who's the NETERU of the blue, of the skies? Who is this? Who is the NETERU in Ma'at that represents the skies? Who's the embodiment of the skies? Go ahead and type it in the room. That's a question for the class. Who is the NETERU that is the embodiment? Oh, look, everybody's putting it. You all are quick. Nefer Keperet said nut. Bella said nut. Sheshet said nut. Lisa said nut. Ellen Johnson said nut. You guys are fast. Effect said nut. Big Vape said nut. Nut. Okay, wow, we got it. Nut. Met. Okay, wow, we got it. It is nut. So Nut is a NETERU symbol that the Ptolemies came across. It was a symbol of blue. She was a symbol of the blue skies, which had little symbols in it. Could those little symbols have been stars? Let's go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's go see how all this unravels and where this comes from. While everyone else argues and screams at each other, debunks and debates, but never teaches what they actually believe that was written about prior to the Matrix. Here it is. You all got it right. Ding, 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 ding. Yes, it is Nut, the blue NETERU. That's the one that unifies all under her. Do you see right there? When you see Nut, you'll see a group of NETERU under her, or a group of people under her, because she is the unification. That is the blue, which I gave a class on that, NETERU Magic class. Ask for the blue NETERU Magic class, and I show you how to use the blue color that represented union. I did 3 classes in the NETERU Magic class of how to use the blue color in ritual in out of body. Ask for the NETERU, just email this, ask for that class, find out how to get it, and it will be sent to you. It was 3 hours long on the color blue, the ancient blue, what it symbolizes, the union that it symbolized, and actually how to create something blue inside your bedroom, something blue, and the tools to use to actually use it for an out-of-body practice. Blue, you see? Tehuti in the blue, or as they call Thoth, that's coming up soon. There's Tehuti, Thoth in the blue. There's the blue lotus. Most people just know the blue lotus is some kind of kung fu character. Blue lotus, no, the ancient sacred color blue was actually a color that was used and can be used in rituals to do out-of-body practices. If you could set it up right in your bedroom, email me, find out how to get that class. They are available. There's 65 classes, and 3 of them were on the blue and blue light ritual. Let's get back into it. So the blue was a symbol of union, because that's what everyone would see that they're under. You know when they get that phrase, there's nothing new under the sun, we're all under the sun, we're all under the blue skies. Because no matter where you are on the planet Earth, the one thing that unifies everybody, that when you look up, I don't care if you're China, you see the blue sky. If you're in Vietnam, if you're in Denmark, if you're in Canada, Jamaica, if you're in Somalia, no matter if you're a Ku Klux Klan member, you're under the blue sky. If you're a Nation of Islam member, you're under the blue sky and stars. So Nut, the blue was a union or unified symbol color. It unifies all under her. This is why you see the NETERU and people under Nuts, because everyone is under Nut. Everyone's under the sky. It's really within. It's not even under, because we're not literally under anything. The Earth is actually inside of space, which is surrounded by what appears to us by a blue light because of the blue light visual spectrum gathering from Rayleigh scattering. That's in that class too. So you're all under. Oh, that cross in Meru symbolizes unified people. Guess what it's called? So this cross here, this symbol here, is a symbol of a nation. This is where they get their X symbol from a nation from. That's what the Ptolemies saw. Way before there was England, this is where the English people are learning from their ancestors, the Greeks, the Spaniards, the Spain, the Spanish, which are the Romans, the Italians, and the Ptolemies. It all goes back to the Ptolemies that got these concepts from Kemet when they saw their first symbol of a nation when they came over to this motherland, this mother area. So this is an X symbol. This is the blue sky, Nut, which represents unification, all under her. And oh, that cross in NETERU symbolizes unified. Symbolize unified people, because that's what a nation is. That's what a town is. That's what a village is. It's unified with a territory. Those who live in this area have an agreement that unifies them. So thus you are now a so-called patriot, or you are loyal to that particular unified borderline. So guess what it's called, everybody? Are you ready? It's called Nut. Uh-oh. That same symbol for the village, the village, a town, community, settlement, nation, The word there is Nut. That's the word. The same word for the deity. Nut, the same sound. It is Nut, who is the goddess of unification. The NETERU of unification, being unified under the blue, is the same word for unification of a town, a city, a village. Unified, gathered people. It is the word Nut, who is the blue goddess. You see how advanced and beautiful our minds were before the Matrix? That is the word. The actual word for village is the same word for the NETERU that everyone is under. The NETERU energy, the blue goddess, the blue with the stars in it. Sound familiar? The blue with the stars in it, the symbol that's an X. The X, which is the symbol of a nation. That's the same word. That's how unified the people of Ma'at were, that they associated all things connected. That meant the same. Everything was an imbuement. Everything was an entendre. Everything was an echo of that which you represented. So even when you're saying the name of what a city is, calling it Nut, you're also thinking about the blue sky, which is Nut, that you're under, which is where Osar came from. All unified. There was no separation like how you have today. So the word for nation is the same word for the blue sky. The blue. There we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PodClass. If you're getting this anywhere else, put the link and page number in the room and I shall visit them. If not, please appreciate what you're getting here for the very first time and support. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at RockySV. It takes a lot to do with this end result that you're seeing right here. Here we go, everybody. Boom. So there it is. The same word for nation is the same word for the mother goddess. That's what we were surrounded by. That was the concept, because you're always in the womb. You're always in the blue. You're always in the waters. You're always in the mother. You're always in the female. That's how beautiful the feminine worship was, that you're within the female, whether you look up in the sky and you say Anki and Ma'at, I live in Ma'at, which is the female. Are you in the womb of Nut, which is the sky, which is the stars that are all around, and you're in a city and you're calling it Nut. The same word, which is the cross. Boom. Woo! Guess what the legend story is of why the X symbol is a symbol of a nation. If your teacher, your current Kemetic conscious teacher told you the answer, put the answer in the room. Give me the teacher's name, book, page number, YouTube channel. I guess they don't have that, but guess what they do have? Debates with Hebrews and argues with these person, argue with this person, argue with that person, argue with this person. No, what is the story of why the X symbol is a symbol of nation? With that, I will take you to the book, flag color, and the legal narrative, page 263. Here it is right here. Flags, color, and the legal narrative. Why is the X symbol? Let me come into the room and ask everybody. Does anybody know? Why is the X symbol on the Confederate flag? Why is it on flags? Why is it on London, UK? Why is that X symbol there? And they say it's a symbol of a nation. Why is it the X symbol? So we already know that the original X symbol that represented the nation came from when the Ptolemies in 332 BC went into Kemet, took over, saw the Medu Neter word for nation, literally that it was the X, and then it's the word Nut, the blue goddess, that associated blue with nation. But what is their modern day reason for why the nation is symbolized by an X? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Anyone know? Well, that is why you come here to the Tehuti PodClass. Somebody put the crossing. Let's go and see. Why the X symbol? Tehuti is showing you where it relates back to Nut, which is the cross symbol, which meant a nation, which is the same word for the blue goddess, or the blue skies that unifies, that represents the air. in the blue skies that everyone has to breathe, the oxygen, the air, and the sky that you see above you that everyone needs to be under or you will die. And now, could the American story or the European story of the X have any connection with any of this when they retell it in code? Let's see. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Are you ready? Here we go. Ready? March 9th, 6:30 p.m., 2024. Mark this date. Let's go to flags, color, and the legal narrative, page 263 to 283. Tehuti, why are you reading all these books? How do you know that it's in there? Who knows? Here we go. Scotland and the saltire. Remember I told you earlier I'm going to explain the saltire, the X, symbol of a nation carved in the clouds. Uh-oh. The national flag of Scotland is the saltire, considered by many to be one of the oldest national flags in the world. It comprises of a large white X-shaped cross that spans diagonally a blue background. This is believed to be the shape of the cross upon which Saint Andrew, the patron of Scotland, was put to death on, and for this reason the flag is referred to as Saint Andrew's cross. But when they research the history, this goes back before Saint Andrew. Here we go. According to legend, the original saltire is the national flag of Scotland, can be traced to 9th century battle. Here we are back in battle, the X in battle, in which a combined army of Scots and Picts faced the English of Northumbria. On the eve of conflict, the great Pictish warrior king Ongus Mac Forgasa conquered Dalriada, prayed earnestly for victory, vowing to make Andrew, the patron saint of Scotland, of the English, were defeated. In response, so it is said, the apostle appeared to Ongus in a vision, promising him and his Dalratian allies a great victory. Just so, the next morning, in keeping with the promise, while rival armies prepared for combat, a strange cloud formation in the shape of a huge diagonal cross appeared in the skies above. Revitalizing with hope, the Picts, the Scots attacked their enemies ferociously. You know, like a ferocious lion, ferociously. And despite being heavily outnumbered, overcame opposing forces, the English and their Saxon king, Athelstan, were soundly beaten, and the cross of St. Andrew became an emblem of Scotland. So we go to where the Ptolemies saw. They saw the X symbol as a symbol for the nation, the village, the town, the city, which becomes the nation. It's the word, it's the symbol in the word Kemet. The way you pronounce it is Nut, or Nu, or Nut. Nut is the union goddess of the blue sky that surrounds everyone, that all the NETERU people are shown under in the temple of Seti, which I'm going to show you shortly. All the people in the NETERU are underneath Nut. She's the unity, she's the uniting, she's what everybody is surrounded by, because the sky is not above you. The sky surrounds Earth. It surrounds it. It's not in a direction. Sky is this way, because we're on a circle. So if you're living on this side of the Earth, it's that way, it's this way, it's that way, it's every way, because you're surrounded by the sky and those waters. As you are surrounded by the waters in the womb, you're surrounded by the nuts. So it symbolizes the sky and the blue that applies to two aspects in nature that make things blue, which are really not. That is water and air. The water in the air above you looks blue. The water below, the air above you looks blue. So does the water due to the accumulation of blue light scatter particles, culminizing, called Rayleigh scattering. So it appears blue. It's in the skies when you look up. And when you look up, you see white clouds, white inside the blue. And at night, you see stars inside the night sky. This is what the Kemetians are learning and seeing and learning from the people of Ma'at. So now, here comes, thousands of years later, a new revised version of why they have the X as a symbol of their nation. What's the story, sir? No. Well, we're at war, and we looked up in the sky, the blue sky, and we saw the white clouds forming an X in the blue sky. So because we see a X in the blue sky, this represents nation now. But sir, you told me this goes back to a saint's cross. Yes, that's right. Why are saints associated with crosses? Is it because of Jesus? Is Jesus the first that you know of, that you worship, the most important that died on a cross? Sir, could you draw a cross for me, please? Okay, I'm going to draw a cross for you. What is it called originally? Oh, a tau. A tau is the letter T. It's like this, right? It's 90-degree angles going line. When you see Jesus on a cross, you know, the cross that represents Christianity, he's on an X. Jesus is on a is it going in a circle? Jesus is on an X. Take a picture of your mother's cross with Jesus on it, and for all those who show me Jesus on an X, we'll cash up you $200. Show me Jesus on your mother's pendant, and he's on an X on her pendant. Jesus is on a cross. That's a Christian cross of a saint. That's the cross, not this. No. No. You got caught, sir. You got caught in the matrix. Don't tell me this represents Christian cross. When your Christian cross, the cross that the man died on, is a letter T. And the original word for cross is actually the tau, which is the letter T. Or is it an X? But you say the X represents the nation. Well, yes, the Ptolemies learned that in Kemet, that the X represents the nation, that crossing, that unity called Nut, which is the name of the goddess of unity that surrounds everyone. That's the cross, that one. Not this, sir. That's your religious cross. Not Jesus never died on this, he died on that. So you create a new story of why you have this and align it with the same story of what the word Nut means, which is the blue skies with the white clouds in it and the stars. And you say you saw in the blue skies a cross, but really an X. And that X now represents nation. And we're going to give it to a saint. No witness of this story. There's no historical record of this story. It is a legend of one person's thought that he had in his head. There wasn't a whole group of the army that saw St. Andrew and looked up at the sky and saw this cloud as an X. This is from one man's story. But that one man's re-renderance of a story ties the X to a nation and back to the sky and back to a white cloud which forms an X, which literally is Nut, that the Ptolemies learned about. That X. Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Let's continue. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Are you ready? There it is. And that's why in the book, Flags, Color, and Legal Narrative, Scotland and the Saltire, that X, symbol of a nation, is carved in the clouds, which is in the sky. Which this is the sky. This is the word Nut. There's the stars. The clouds are in the sky. And that's the word for the nation, which is Nut, which is the X. Now we have a new Scottish version that nobody saw. Boom, there's your matrix encoded quote-unquote legend of an X symbolizing a nation, blue symbolizing the skies, and the white, which is the clouds inside of the sky. That one man said he's heard and prayed and saw. No one else vouches for this story in history. Nada, not a person. This doesn't come from any historical event with a group of soldiers looking up at the sky and everyone telling their wife when they got home, we saw the big X in the sky because St. Andrew answered a prayer. Nope, no record of it. The exact same symbol of the followers of Ma'at who created nation of Kemet, symbolized by the X, which was land, territory, which was pronounced Nut, the netert of the skies, Nut for nation, X, and Nut for the blue union of the sky. And now to the white, symbolizing purity of the nation on the flag. Was that originally a form of racism? No. Remember, the PSYOPs, typo, the PSYOPs is to get you to believe that their skin is actually white. After you hypnotically believed that matrix, then the racism begins. Remove that illusion that anybody on the planet has white skin, and we're back to the original definition of white that the Ptolemies had, that are passed on to the English Masons. Here's the original definition of white. Bright, radiant. That's it right there. Clear, you know, like you say on a nice sunny day, it's a clear blue sky. Fair, which meant beautiful, because that's what you're describing. Not a complexion, the beautifulness of bright, radiant, clear. All the definitions of the sky, all the definitions of light. Clear, nothing to do with complexion. Then it became morally pure. Where did they get that definition from? It wasn't from their skin. White was purity, light. Pure means healthy, untarnished. Remember the Ptolemaic Greek understanding from where the modern Europeans got it from? Let me show you again and look at the symbol again that the Ptolemies had. Inscription of the reign of Ptolemy V, boom, white wall. Aneb-Hetet, the white wall. Was that racism? Absolutely not. What is that symbol you're looking at there for white wall? What is that symbol? It's a dejed, a spine, the backbone, the aspect that raises you and gives you movement in the afterlife as it gives you movement in the physical. It's an entendre. Your spine is what gives you the ability by communicating from your brain down into your vertebrae. It gives you movement. And the resurrection of the spine was called the dejed, which was asar in the afterlife, giving you movement and the ability to move and transform freely in the afterlife. And you're out of body. But remember, white meant light in the dictionary, to shine originally. So let me show you the word for light, shine in the Neteru 3,000 years before the matrix. What was the word? We see that white meant light, to shine, bright. What was the word for light, shine, bright in Neteru? The backbone of Osiris. Shine, illuminate, spread out, rays of light. The word for light and shine was the same word for the dejed. The backbone, boom, is the same word for spine. So in the Neteru, the word for spine was the same word for light, was the same word for the bright light. But not just your regular spine, but the light spine of white, the brightness of the consciousness. This was the spine that people started calling chakras. They started renaming it some Indian word, calling it the 7 chakras, which was the light energy on the dejed, which this is mentioned inside of the Per Emheru, which I showed you the reference for in many classes. The Ba and Ka aspect of you that must be purified. In other words, white. It must be purified. It represents the white light of your original self. You must be purified. In other words, going through Pekka MQ, purifying your consciousness, purifying, eradicating the toxins from your spiritual body in order for you to traverse in the afterlife. That's what the whole story was about in Ma'at, thus appearing as a bright light. Bright lights look white to your perception. A very bright light appears the color white. The sun in its highest Kelvin, around 6,000, is white. Bright light is the color white. That's why white originally was the word for bright. It had nothing to do with race originally. For more on that and how to perform the actual ritual, request the NETERU magic class live recording on white, blue, light rituals, because I don't teach that in the public. NETERU Monday, and send to that email, and you can receive the class. It's 3 hours. Ask how to get it. Now remember, the coded story was that the reason they use X for nation, they use for their flag, is that it was seen in the sky in one specific Scotland war. There's only one war in the Scottish people saw this in the sky. That's why it says here, Scotland and the saltire symbol of the nation carved in the clouds. It only pertains to Scotland. Understand that. That's why their symbol is the X, because of this. But what if this legend is but wait, if this legend is true, if this legend is true and it's not a stolen code, then this only pertains to Scotland, right? The reason of the X on the flag as for a nation in the skies is of a specific war pertaining only to Scotland, right? It's only for Scotland. Uh-oh. Here are all these crosses. Denmark, Finland, Gotland, Iceland, Scandinavia, Wineland, Sweden. Uh-oh. New Zealand. Annaland, Confederate flag, United Kingdom. All with the cross on the flag. Boom. Are all these using the cross to represent their nation, to pay homage to a Scottish tale? It all comes from Scotland. The blue mother nut, in which all the Neter and man and women unify under, as seen in Menma'at Re Seti I's tomb, 1290 BC. Nut, the same word for unified nation. The mother nut with 13 stars in the blue. Uh-oh. Here it is right here, right on the temple walls. This is what they saw. This is what the Ptolemies would see. This is what they would see. This is what the invaders would see going into Ramesses' temple. Here it is. The cow goddess Nut ordered his son Shu to place himself beneath, because all are beneath Nut. Beneath the goddess Nut, who was trembling in such a way to support her body. And he ordered him to take heed to the supports or pillars whereupon the goddess of the Neter rested, to protect them and to keep Nut stayed upon his head. And they all underneath Nut. What does it say here? Near this place in the text, we have the representation of the great cow goddess Nut, i.e. the heavens, the sky, the blue sky, along the belly of the cow, which is emblematic of the sky and is supported by the god Shu, are 13 stars. And immediately below are the two boats of the sun Neter. In the Matet boats stands a figure of Ra as the Neter of day, with a disc upon his head. And the Sektet boats, we see the Neter seated in a shrine. The former boat is in between. 13 stars. There is the cow goddess in the blue. This is Menma'at Re Seti I, as a Par-EE pharaoh of the new kingdom, as they call it, son of Ramesses I and Satire and Setre, the father of Ramesses, 1294 BC to 1279 BC, or 1290 BC to 1279 BC. Here is the blue cow and 13 stars in the sky. 13 stars in the blue, and a blue cross for a unified nation. Have you heard of anything like that? Maybe. Have you heard of 13 white stars in the blue? Anybody heard of 13 stars in the blue? Huh? Have you heard of it before? Maybe. Boom. Because blue and nut were both symbols of union and KEMET, to bring things together. The nation or a village in Ma'at is a unified group of people and minds under Ma'at as an echo of the X symbol, which was the symbol called Tempt, which was the crossing of Asar's arms holding himself together as seen in the Purim Haru, chapter 78. Here is your X as a symbol of unity to us thousands of years before the Matrix. Found here in chapter 78, right back to the Atet boat. Brought to me, those who are in their cycle are really in their Pa'ut Sen, with bows there. May I rise, may I gather myself together like a hawk, beautiful of gold, the head of a phoenix entering to Ra, that is called Tempt. May I gather myself together. There is the X symbol. It is unification and gathering yourself together. The X, which is formed by the pharaoh or the deceased, and it means unified, union. What stance do you see the Par-E pharaohs in when they are echoing the reassembled resurrection of Asar? Asar's body unified again after reassembling. Uh-oh, not Wakanda. Not Wakanda forever, Wakanda forever, not that. This is called Tempt, not Wakanda. It's the X symbol, the symbol of unification, dualized. Two X symbols forming, one formed by the Hek and the Ku, which were the farmer's tool, and one formed by the hands of the Par-E pharaoh himself. Two X's, which means to unify as the body of Osiris. In other words, to gather yourself together and not be the disassembled body of a star, but you're the unified body. You're gathered together. That is the X symbol. It was a symbol in Kemet for unification, that crossing. That's why it's an X, not like this. Not the cross of Jesus, the cross of Jesus, not that. Not this. No. The pharaohs didn't bury themselves like this. Not like that. No. You're holding yourself in the symbol of biological imperative. What do you mean, Tehuti? Because when the body feels that it's threatened by danger, which came first in the form of cold, before you came in contact with any animal, any fight, you went through temperature change. Temperature change, that means at nighttime it gets cold, you put a blanket on. You haven't fought a lion yet. You haven't fought your fellow man yet. No. You're just a baby with a blanket on. You're a little baby. There's no fighting yet. This is millions of years. And when you get cold and you want to secure yourself and warm yourself, what's the first position you put yourself in naturally? And everybody does this. They don't rub their leg. They don't go like this. Man, I'm cold. It's cold out here. How come nobody does that? Yo, it's cold out here, and they start rubbing their cheek. Yo, it's cold out here. No, you do this. It's cold, man. Yo, it's cold out here. I don't care if you're in China. I don't care if you're watching a movie in Jamaica. I don't care if you're in Scotland. I don't care if you're a Ku Klux Klan member. I don't care if you're a Nation of Islam. If you're the blackest man in the Sudan. If you're a light skin and you come over to the cold. Everybody has one unified movement. Woo! Like as if only your two arms are cold. That's it. When you're cold, it's just your two arms. That's it. Your chest isn't cold. Your legs, your stomach, and your butt. No, your ears aren't cold. It's just this. Everybody, for some reason. What does that mean? Somebody tell me. What does this do for your whole body? Oh man. Ooh, I'm shivering. It's cool. Ooh, what is this? Does this warm your whole body? Somebody scientifically tell me that this movement right here warms your knees, your toes are in frostbite. And you're, man, my toes are cold, man. It's cold. It was the first evolutionary sign of security. That was the sign of security. That was the sign of holding yourself together. That was a sign of defense. This right here. This right here. This and this. This X symbol and this crossing. What little kids do when they don't want to hear what you're saying. I'm not listening, Mom. They block you out. They're not open. You see this? This is the symbol of open. I greet you with opening arms. What do you have to say? Give me all that you got. I'm running down the airport. I'm greeting you. I haven't seen you in 5 years. I'm greeting you with opening arms. This, I don't want to hear nothing you got. What you talking about? I want to hear nothing. It's cold out here. It's a sense of security formation. That's what the natural body evolved to go into. It's a sense of security. Holding yourself together. In other words, blocking other things out. I can't get to that person, man. They got me blocked out. They're hard-headed, man. They got a wall built up. Man, I can't get through that person. You got wall, man. You have a wall built up. It's a form of protection. The original symbol of holding yourself together, which eventually became the 10th symbol of a Asar holding his body together. A security symbol. He's not broken up into all these pieces anymore. He is one. He is unified. The X, as the community was unified, the X called Nut, the unification symbol, as all are under and within Nut, the blue, unified. In order to have a civilization, city, a territory, there has to be a certain agreement. Okay, you're the king, you're the scribe, because if you have anyone breaking that agreement, they have to be put out or in jail. You can't say, oh, you're the pharaoh. I'm the pharaoh. Or you're the scribe of treasury. I am. No, you are. You're Betty. No, get Betty, man. Betty's making cookies. I'm the new cook. No, you're not the cook. And it's chaos, which is Isfet, discontinuality, Isfet. But unification is when those agree. You're the treasurer. You're the judge. You're the Par-ee pharaoh. You're the goddess priestess. You're the groom of this temple. You're the scribe of this temple. You're the writer. That's called mental unification, aka Nut, aka this symbol right here, aka your village, aka your town, aka your country, your nation of Kemet, aka Tempt, holding yourself together like Osiris, not split up into all different parts of chaos. We're at 1 hour and 36 minutes in. Hope you're learning, and I hope you're all supporting. If you're getting this information anywhere else, just put the timestamp of the YouTube video, the book page number, and I'll go check it out. And I will put this, what I just taught right there. I'll put that in the podcast. If not, please appreciate what you're not getting anywhere else, and support the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go, everybody. Boom. Here we go. That's the 10th symbol. That's the unified body of Asar, the 10th symbol. It's a symbol of unification, the X symbol. Not the cross going that way. You may say Tehuti. There's only a couple of nations that use that red and white and blue. Really? Here's the United Kingdom. There's Jersey, Bermuda. There's Scotland. There's St. Helens. Multiple United Kingdoms, flags. The theme stays the same. Red, white, and blue, and the cross. As a matter of fact, let's leave that area. There's Australia, Belize, there's Cabo Verde, there's Cambodia, there's Chile, there's Cuba, there's Czech Republic, there's Dominican Republic, there's France, there's Haiti, there's Liberia, there's Luxembourg, there's Malaysia, there's Nepal, there's the Netherlands, there's Norway, there's Panama, there's Paraguay, there's New Zealand, there's Iceland, Costa Rica, Croatia, Laos, North Korea. It's all a coincidence. Tehuti made it up. Tehuti made all those countries. Yeah. The red, white, and blue. Tehuti put it all together. He photoshopped it. I photoshopped it. So when you see the definition in America, well, red, white, and blue is this. Oh, that just pertains to America. And this, the blue of the valor. No, I'm showing you the roots. This is way before any America, New Zealand, and all of them just echo this magic. Red, white, and blue. How many land masses and countries and nations and areas was that? The red, white, and blue. But I'm the green and purple. I like purple. You like purple? Huh? You like? Anybody like green and purple? No, just red, white, and blue. Every country, everybody across the world, everybody red, white, and blue. It's all a coincidence? No, it's not. It's all magic. You all just never asked about it. Here it is. Boom. All the leaders around the world are in sync with the color sequence magic. Look at this red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue in the cross, red, white, and blue in the cross, red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue in the cross, red, white, and blue in the diagonal cross, red, white, and blue in the horizontal cross, red, white, and blue, red, white, and blue, and the red, white, and blue, and the red, white, and blue, and I have taught on a few occasions about the University of California doing testing on what's called bions, the energy that passes the peripheral, the energy of light that reflects the consciousness connection between two individuals that willingly are open to each other, the unseen force that permeates through both as they combine energy looks like this. It's blue as they bind hands. Blue is the bioenergetic color of union. That's what the University of California studied right around the street from me, and they found two individuals that unify in a state of love. There is actually a bridge of energy, bioenergetic energy that they captured. This is the university. You know, you all have heard of the pseudo University of California, right? University of Pseudos. Tehuti runs it. So this is the University of California that shows that when two individuals touch and they have a unified thought of love, the actual color that their hands and the bridge between forms as blue. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to put this on the screen. I'll be right back in a boom. I am back. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. We are back. Hope you all can hear me and see me. Here we are. So there is the blue light by the, I guess they're the Pseudo University of California. Don't send your children there because I guess according to the atheists, the whole university here that's doing the studies is pseudo, and Tehuti says that blue is the color of union. and that there's a bioenergetic template and a pure energetic projectable double, and that this energy leaves your body through the peripheral as a form of bions, which was rediscovered by Wilhelm Reich. And the color was blue when things unified, and the color of blue in Kemet was a unified color, and Nut is blue, and the city of unification symbol is blue. Tehuti pseudo, until the University of California comes and does extensive studies on the bioenergetic energy that comes from a person seen through Kirlian photography, and when they unify with another individual and the two bodies' fingers touch, the color goes blue, and the actual bridge that is between the two individuals is a clear blue. So you all can blame Tehuti for paying off all those scientists at the University of California for promoting, I guess, this pseudoism. Or is it true? Here it is. Here it is. Oh, what did the creator of the flag in the National Library of Congress on page 102 specifically just call the color blue? The Union blue. The blue is Union. The Union blue. The Great Mother of Waset, 1479. Hotep, I am done. Matrix broken. For those who appreciated this matrix broken, this matrix being broken elaborately, please send your support of tip of reciprocity called True Colors, Color Blue, The Real Flag, or whatever creative title you come up with. You all can be creative with your donations and support. If you appreciated this more than the waiter that you had tipped in your past, this is 1 hour and 45 minutes. Boom. I am done. PayPal at Rocky SV, Cash App, TTM Moon, and that is the answer. Union Blue. I'm going to check the room. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump back in. I'm going to check the room. I wish the brother was in the room who I answered the question to, but he'll see this. He'll watch this. He's kind of anonymous. Anonymous being has every right. So I'm going to check the room and see. Big Base puts cow. I'm going to check the room to see what the people's response is for the answer. I'm going to put the link in the room for the team to jump in. I'm going to see if those who are, listen, oh, wow, 1 hour and 45 minutes. You know what? Press a 6 if this is normal. If this is happening on other YouTube channels, press a 6. And I want to know where this is happening. If this is not happening and you are actually appreciating and getting and benefiting, if this at all changes any of your thoughts, which you can, what I'm doing is I'm breaking the matrix in a way where you can take any subject matter that's around you with family and friends and use it as a way to break them out of the matrix. It doesn't matter if they bring up a flag, if they bring up Halloween, Kemet, origin, hyperhidrosis. I'm taking all the different topics and showing you how to break the matrix and start a conscious conversation with them that could help your son, your daughter, your mother, your friends, people who may not want to hear anything about what you have to say about Kemet or any kind of knowledge, but you break down a couple pieces of this about the flag and show the origins and break down pledge allegiance just to the Republic, not to the Democrat, and show the stars and show the X and all of these things and Osiris, and you will get some type of interest, and that's all that's needed. And from there, the rest is their journey. I'm actually helping people break the matrix. For those who appreciate what it is that I'm doing here, please support a Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and you can be honest. If you don't appreciate it, just type in the room. We won't kick you out. Just type in the room, I don't appreciate any of this. And then just type the timestamp of when you started watching it. And just type, I don't appreciate any of this. All of this was garbage. But I did watch it for 1 hour and 45 minutes. For those who appreciate it, please support. This is what I do, the matrix breaking focus is what I am here for. So team, jump in the room. We're going to go over the Cash App donations. I'm going to see who in here is supporting what it is that you just watched a movie. I think the Avengers movie is an hour and 45 minutes. You just did that. But instead of learning about Wolverine and Avenger, what I don't even know the character's name, Captain America nonsense, you're learning about the actual timeline story of how the history matrix that you're in originated. Why are they so dedicated? Because they're consistent, dedicated to the magic. They're never going to give up the red, white, and blue. They know about the VALOUR. They know about the two lions. They know about the pet. They understand lions never lived in Denmark or Germany or England. They understand the Ptolemaic symbolism of lion, the original people of the VALOUR translation word. They understand the X symbol inside the word VALOUR. They understand all of this. Well, they tell you that it's all paganism so that you never study it. Jump in the room, team. Where's the team? Where's everybody? Lisa, you can jump in too. Where are the sisters? Where are you? Where's everybody? Jump in. I'm gonna go ahead and go through some of the donations and the support. And let me see what the people thought in the room. There's a little lag, so I'm not getting live comments as you're typing them, and I have to wait a while. Then they just go through. Then I have to wait a while. They go through. They're not coming in, so you all may be typing. This was a fire class. I appreciate you. Maybe typing a bunch of things. I don't see them yet. Okay, now the screen just shifted. It just happened. So here we go. For a second, for a lot of minutes, it was actually still like, it's just a still screen. I don't know why the StreamYard does it on my end. But here we go. All right, we got Lisa saying, great breakdown, SABA. Wonderful. The best Matrix movie ever. Okay. Wonderful.
SABA Tehuti, you didn't post the link in the chat.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
There it is, everybody. Thank you, Etienne. Thank you so much. There's the link, team. Jump in. Horizon of Zion says shaping our minds like Morpheus for the warfare in the Matrix. What did Ellen say? Ellen says, absolutely not. No other channel are doing what you're doing. Wonderful. Ellen says, I started watching you on all other platforms. I'm glad you started your own podcast. Wonderful. Thank you, Ellen. Okay, there it is. So remember, I'm gonna check the Gmails for those who is that Bella coming in? Let me let her in. There. For those who truly appreciate what this is that you saw, because I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let the team talk and take a break. Support it. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal, iRocketV. Call your tip. Whatever about this class hits you. You call it the real flag, the color blue, Nut the goddess, the true X, Nut Nation, whatever it is that affected you, death of the Fitz, whatever affected you in this class, Scotland Lies, whatever it is, I truly give you history from 332 BC up to 1172, the Scottish, all the way up to the Confederate flag, all the way up to today, all the way to Belize in Denmark. So what'd you all think? How you doing? So I'm gonna check the Cash App in a moment and the PayPal. I'm gonna put this, before I ask you what you all think, let me put this in the room. It is scrolling at the bottom, so you all actually see it. But I'm gonna put this here. There it is. Over Bella's head, under my chin. Support with Cash App, TTM Moon. Also at the bottom, PayPal at Rocky SV. That is my AI moderator. And support everybody. All right, boom. There's Minty Hotep. She's in. All right, wonderful. How you doing, Scribe? How you doing, man? I'm tired. I'm getting tired.
I'm doing excellent. Yes, it's very it's so deep, and I appreciate your ability to be able to just tie it all together the way that you do, and continuously show how the Kemetians were so imbued, and because they were in real life, and it's not a, you know, it's not just something that they were doing just to, you know, like what people do today, and just to show certain parts of themselves. And it was a real everyday life for purpose. And so every single thing is imbuement. And so I love how you show that so masterfully, and the X and the Asar and Nut. And I have a song on my EP Scribal Sessions called X, First Person User, which is a play on words for Usar or Usar. And it's literally about that, the Tehuti. And I love when I remember when you first taught that. That was I love that teaching. And I mean, it's just beautiful. So to our great Saba, for everything that you're doing, and for showing the isfet that exists and the magic that they use today, and where they get it from and why they do what they do. Everyone needs to get those meta classes that Saba was speaking about the blue, about the white, so we can not allow the isfet and the matrix to taint what our original teachings were, and how we utilize the colors to produce magic. And now, so yes, get those meta classes. To our great Saba and Hotep. Peace.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. And a lot of little jewels in there that I know you appreciate a lot, because of how in depth you are, and how I mean, how do you even find that? How do you find 2 lions or VALOUR in a writing from 332 BC? Where do you Google to get that? what program? Or 2 lions? Where are the 2 lions? The VALOUR. Oh, they're in 332 BC. The Ptolemies with the X. So these are things that I hope really people are really appreciating, because these are not things you can Google. Literally Google the things that I'm talking about. You won't find them in a search, but you will find them all when you go to the sources I show, but you won't find them all together in a search. What we're gonna do right now, people, we're gonna go over a couple of beautiful donations from everybody, and then I'm gonna step away and let you all build amongst each other. But I really want to show the support, because this is a reciprocity channel. I know people like to do everything else more than support, but I'm really pushing the value of this, and I want people to value what it is that they're what is valuable. This is valuable to the children, it's valuable to us, and I hope it's more valuable than the Nikes and the weed. I mean, I don't know, I'm not constantly against weed. It's just something that I always see people spending money on, and just me personally, I don't personally comprehend it for myself. I've calculated thousands and thousands and thousands of my people that I've known over 20 years, and I've actually calculated 10,000, thousands and thousands, and I'm wondering what happens to you after, because of I know that I'm a being that seeks spiritual enhancement, and what I'm doing creates Tehuti in front of you. So when people say, well, you know, it did a relaxation, and then it bring me to the higher level, and I'm like, so then you must be more relaxed than me, because I've never touched it. So shouldn't you be wondering what it is that I don't? So I guess I'm not sure what it is. I guess you can smoke it and teach a class. I'm not sure what it does, but I know that it extracts millions of dollars from people. I know that, and it didn't extract $1 from anybody in KEMET. So whether it is the Nike shoes or the going out to the clubs and all these different things, just support what brings life. Learn to support what brings life. You breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon. Does that make sense to everybody? When you breathe in, your body likes oxygen. It breathes out carbon, not breathe in carbon. I don't know, maybe just in my world that makes sense, but so please support what brings you life. And if this brings you any type of life, help support what this is. because this was just something that only my God, my NETERUs, the women in my life, and the different families I've had with the children and the women, they were getting this on a regular basis. This was the home classes that I'm giving you all. Is and Hati used to get it too when he used to come over here. They were getting this for free, and I'm bringing this to the world so that I can come away from going out into the matrix. When I step into the outside, I'm nervous. It's hard to explain, but I'm nervous. I only can exist within the worlds I create. So when I go outside and I'm in a world with there's a lot of things going on, I have to immediately create a magic show. I have to immediately create a class, or else I will crumble. So anytime you see me outside and about, I don't even go pay bills. I don't go into. I'm in the shopping mall. I'm there, and I'll create a show or do something that pertains to. That's my security. Because if I'm not surrounded by ma'at and magic, I close up and I'm uncomfortable. So to put me in a situation where I have to go work at Wendy's or something, I just told my NETERUs I would rather be homeless. I'd rather be homeless than be in the matrix. I'd be happier, and I would literally give these same classes if I could afford a phone. I'll give them to the homeless people under the bridge, and they just have to give me fish and seashells. So I'll be in any environment, whether it's a mansion, whether it's homeless. But this is all that I can do. If you take me away from this, or magic, or any, I retreat and disappear from everybody. So I hope you all appreciate this. We're gonna go into the support and donations and see what everybody enjoyed. And here it is right here. We're gonna start with reciprocity ma'at. This is coming from Nook Panuk, of course. Nook Panuk, Nook Panuk. I lose track of how many donations this brother gives. My computer is doing this circle thing, so one moment. It's there it is. Okay, we're back. I hope you all can see me and hear me. And here we go. So this is the donation. I'm taking this as a tip for the class because he always does. Always tips. I'll do about 5 of these, and I'm going to take a break. Tip. I'll just call it blue. Oh, of course, because Nook Panuk actually sent me questions on the blue. He's one of the ones that sparked the blue classes. Okay, Nook Panuk. Here we go. Nook Panuk. Shout out to you. Peace and love to you. Thank you, Nanny. I'll give him a hand clap. 999 for Res. Oh yes, of course it is reciprocity. Resi is the word for rise and resurrection and for conscious dreaming. I'll give him a clap. Thank you. Reciprocity. Shout out to Nook Panuk. Okay, good. Reciprocity. And now we're going into oh my goodness. Woo! Lisa came back with passion. You had disappeared for a while, Lisa, and you came back with you came back like Sekhmet. She came back roaring. Shout out to Lisa for this tip for the so far. What was this? Oh, the tip so far for today's PODCLASS so far. And I don't think this is all she gave. I think she sent some for men in the classes too. I'm going to scroll down and see. Tip.
Oh, I forgot.
What?
I don't know. It's close to me somewhere, right? It's around me.
Oh yeah, he's around you somewhere. No, but he's fine. He's hiding. Okay. That's Komodo making the noise.
Oh.
Yeah, that's not. NETERU somewhere having fun. Okay, shout out to Lisa, $42. Woo! For today's PODCLASS, Mary, Sasha, and Lisa. Both of you have come back and just taken over. Give her big noise. $42 tip. Here we go. Give her some noise, please. Support. That's $42.09. $42 and $9. I've caught up to Nanny Accept Myrrh in donations. I've caught up, made my way. We made our way. Nanny Accept Myrrh. Let's see. Okay, so shout out to Lisa. You are wonderful with this. Just really consistent. We got Jason Kirkland, who bids me beautiful energy every single morning. I don't have time to read all of his messages. I just check my phone and it's like paragraphs of messages every single morning. Komodo's trying. He's trying to get out. He wants to walk around. Okay. Shout out to Jason. I'll do 2 more and then let you all build and come back for the next question. I see Annie and Antu are smiling smiling couple. Okay. Here we go. Jason Kirkland, $7.72 to a SABA, Tehuti for echoing Ma'at, and then he puts some in Neter, Nefer, Ebe, Sechem, Eker. Shout out to you, Jason Kirkland. Appreciate you. You're just bless me every morning. And now we go to oh, that's sent. Ooh, Primordial comes in. He's somewhere. Oh, you know what? Primordial, she sent me a message. I don't know if he can't make it for the whole class, but he let me know that at least I know that he's not here for something. And hopefully he can come in a little later. We'll see. But you know what? Primordial is so beautiful and Nefer and awesome that he doesn't even he doesn't have to be at the class from wherever he is. You don't have to be at the class to support what it is that we're doing here. He's not at the class, and he sends in. He just picks up his phone and presses a couple of buttons and sends his support. So there it is. To a SABA for all you do for me with a sun, a brown fist, and a black heart. Give him some noise, please. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Now I'm going to scroll down to the bottom. Why is Priscilla always sending me money requests? I may have to block her or something. Something is wrong with her computer or something. She keeps sending me money requests. It used to be donations. Now it's money. Priscilla, if you're listening, and I sent her a message. I'm not sure if this is trolling. I'm not sure what's happening, but I'm always getting a message of a money request. Okay, let me go to the next one. Jeffrey Fugarillo, and he says check email. So I'll scroll through my emails and see if there's a name that matches. But this is a large, beautiful donation support from a name I don't think I've gotten from this before. This a name before. I'm not familiar, but I'm gonna put 5. Let me see. From. So Priscilla, could you please fix that problem? I don't know if I have to block the message. I don't know how to stop this, but I'm continuously getting requests that you're requesting money, but I'm mentioning in the pod class, I'm sending you messages. I'm not sure why you're not correcting it or even responding to me, but you may have to get blocked or something because I'm not sure if this is a game or whatnot, but your computer is sending requests. I'm sure there is a donation section on your PayPal. I'm not sure why you keep pressing request, but anyways, hopefully you can fix that problem. I'm not sure what that is, and you're not responding to my messages or emailing me about it, so you may have to just put put a block up or something. Okay, shout out to Jeffrey Figueroa. Figueroa. Jeffrey Figueroa. I want to say Figueroa because there's a street up here called Figueroa. It's Figueroa. Send $62. Give him some big noise. Give him some transformer, and then I'm gonna check the Gmail to see if I see a message that associates with this. Give him some big noise. Big noise. Yo, let's go. Wonderful. Thank you, Jeffrey. And I just found your question. It's long. I'm gonna see if it's a long. I'm gonna blow it up and is it on the screen? No, it didn't change from this. Okay, shout out to Jeffrey, and I'm gonna put the question or questions. I'm not sure because it's very, very long, but let me go ahead and put it. Where'd it go? Is this it? Okay. So Jeffrey says, is that on the screen? Bella, can you see that on the screen where it says advance towards Ma'at? Is Bella there? I don't see anybody. Uh-oh.
Yes, it looks like she may be frozen.
Okay. Do you see where it says advance towards Ma'at on the screen?
Yes.
Okay, so here we go. Can you read that, scribe, for me, please? I can't read so much black and white writing.
Yes. Zoom in. It says sent reciprocity via PayPal, $62. Recently watched one of the PODCLASS titles, Matrix Revealed for the first time, had me very intrigued. You mentioned something in this class as well as others to follow the disciplines of the teachings of Ma'at on a daily basis to make it a routine to improve both spiritual and physical health, and in turn, others will recognize the change in you once you implement the practices. I want to know what readings can we specifically look to in order to advance towards Ma'at as a lifestyle, or do you still offer classes on this specific topic as well as to improve physical fitness? I was previously a teacher of a small Bible group that had a Hebrew perspective, but have since been more inclined to the Kemetic spiritual path. Once you put me on to the plagiarism in the Bible. We connected long ago on Facebook, and I purchased the Book of the Dead as well as the literature of ancient Egypt, but it is a bit hard for me to break down, seeking further guidance, Hotep Saba.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, Jeffrey, there's a lot there that you said. You already have the literature. That actually is where the guidance is, but maybe we can correspond a little bit through email because you're talking about also physical health guidance. I do diet plans. I do health guidance. Some of that is not broken. Now, some of that is not elaborated or elucidated in pod classes. They are one-on-one sessions. Email me and let's correspond a little bit more through email because I could do a class. I could do a class on the PODCLASS for you on the principles and axioms of Ma'at, where they are and how to follow them. But in that email, it seems like you're asking a lot more than just that, health and all type of different things, which is beautiful. So, if you want me to do a class on examples on what the law of Ma'at, what the laws are, what the advice is, what the guidance is, I can do that for you. If you want to know about health or whatnot, send me an email. We'll correspond and try to narrow this down to something, and we'll get it done. Thank you, my good brother. Appreciate that. Maybe I can I'll do something walking you through where inside you already have the anthology book, so I can do a class with guidance of where on what pages to get and the understanding of the guidance. Maybe I'll do a class on that, but send me an email again. Let's correspond a little more, and I'll see where we can pinpoint this. If it's a pod class or if it's a health class, also we'll build. Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Appreciate that. I'll do one more, then I have to take a break. We're gonna scroll all the way back down here to good brother Daniel LaRoche comes through. Daniel LaRoche. Daniel LaRoche has been he's been a pretty he's beginning consistency with these with his support after he saw me on I think he saw me on Sonetta. I think that's where we maybe Kill the Priest, I'm not sure, but shout out to Daniel LaRoche. Give some big noise. Let me go ahead and blow this up, see if I can read it. If not, I'll get one of you two. It says keep teaching Henutawi Papyrus. Okay. Oh, the last class I did, I showed the Henutawi Papyrus. Maybe that's what he's referring to, but whatever it is, give him some big noise. Peace and love to Daniel LaRoche. Appreciate it. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I also want to clarify to someone. I was talking to someone earlier. I won't disclose who it is because it was a private conversation. And I've had this conversation before with other people that sent support. This could be an example of one of them. I'm not sure. But sometimes you may send me a PODCLASS question. And in your mind, it's a question. But you didn't put a question mark in the Cash App or the PayPal. And you didn't word it as a question. So I do have sometimes somebody may say, hey, Tehuti, I don't know if you saw my question. It was a month ago or 3 weeks ago. Have you addressed it? And in my mind, because my mind is very precise. It deals with exactness. I don't know. When I see a sentence, I take it literally for what the sentence is, and I don't know how to do the talk like he playing. I'm like, isn't there should be an is, he is playing? I don't understand all that because I wasn't raised in he playing. You stupid. I don't know. You are stupid. So if people are typing in that kind of way, my brain won't. I don't know what to do with it. I just say thank you for the support donation. So make sure you put a question if you're sending questions to me in a very clear question form with a question mark at the end, or I will just think it's a donation support. It's a very honest, innocent mistake because remember, I wasn't. I may have not been. I'm not raised in a certain type of environment, so I don't know I don't know the weird. To me, it's strange. I did ask you a question. Remember when I said this, that, and I'm like, but there's not a question because if I walk up to somebody in the street and said that, the person would think I'm crazy. So please send proper formulated questions and a sentence structure with a question mark at the end, and I will know that it's a question. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love. Love you all for the support. I'm going to take a break. You all build amongst each other. Send your support for that answer that was just given for what is it? 1 hour and 45 minutes for all of you who have ever experienced an answer, a thorough answer that took 1 hour and 45 minutes to answer a question. Go ahead and press 9 other than Tehuti. If not, please appreciate what you're getting because that wasn't an hour and 45 minutes of any of my opinion. Peace and love. Hotep.
Hotep. Yes, I gave some of my thoughts, so we can go down the line here and let us know what you all thought about that wonderful class right there. And yes, continue to support. Send your support. Go ahead, good brother Anu.
I think that class was absolutely fantastic. I love how Tehuti reveals all of the isfet that goes on in the darkness at night. He embodies the moon perfectly. I love how he disassembles and picks apart the matrix like a surgeon and then puts back together what needs to be put back together in our minds to give us the power to conquer the oppression that has been put onto us. The Isfetians are, well, I mean, they are disciplined in their craft. They're consistent. So I don't know if they're Isfetians or not, but they're evil people. They're our enemies, the fiends. They are truly master plagiarizers and master thieves. Sort of what Menku talked about in his last presentation, their plagiarization. And we would not know what to do with ourselves if it were not for SABA Tehuti. So I'm very thankful for that. I feel immensely saved. I feel like the generations ahead of us are saved due to SABA Tehuti. It makes it so that way I'm able to grow in a way to where I can walk in his footsteps to help the people in the future, so that way other people like all of you, other people watching, and future generations can take steps to continue to break the matrix and one day just make it so that way this whole matrix thing is just something of the past, something we can learn from, because it's truly evil, it's truly diabolical, and it's so mind-bending how well they hide everything in front of our eyes and then make us accept it like a horror movie. So I'm very thankful to SABA Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. I'm very thankful for all of you on the panel. I'm thankful for everybody that supports Tehuti, because he is the only hope. He is the part EE. He is the Nesu BT. He is the one who is going to continue to guide us to Mott every single day. And it's just very nefer, like a sar. The resurrection is immaculate.
I agree with that, especially on the part where he explained the generations saving generations. I really love that now that we know this, we can teach, Anu and I can teach our future children this and explain to them why it looks like that and everything that has to do with it. And I really enjoyed how he added in the curling photography and the blue light and the connection, the unification. That was very nefer. So Tua SABA Tehuti for everything that you're doing. You are truly saving generations, Tua.
For SABA Tehuti's breakdown, I thought it was absolutely wonderful, because the one part that really blew my mind was how many countries in the world partake in this Isfedian magic, and how many people outside of the United States and just the Europeans grasp that the magic is being forced on. And like Anu said, it's horrifying that very little, like, it's just, for right now, the House of Aten, this is what we know. Like, SABA Tehuti revealed to us the true knowledge and where it comes from, and how the comedians, like, it was known to them that what created a nation. And now here we are learning for the first time that the X and the Nut over the sky and the clouds in the sky representing a nation, which is absolutely mind-blowing, because that is the truth and it is exposed, and now people can learn from it and, like Antu said, teach our children.
Tehuti SABA Tehuti for that amazing, great teaching. Really appreciated it, especially the emphasis on nuts and yeah, it's very important for me to be coherent with and realize. So I'm glad that he brought that forth tonight. And sorry, I'm losing my train of thought a little bit, but yeah, just Tehuti SABA a lot, because he definitely saved my life and saved my mind. Yeah, well.
Peace, Hotep, to Master Teacher SABA Tehuti, I used to say this thing to people when we would have conversations. I would always say, if you don't tell a story, tell a whole story. And that's what's great about our master teacher, SABA Tehuti. He reveals the thing that's hidden in plain sight. He is Tehuti, so he digs. He is a master at researching history. It's really important. It's so important that we recognize the followers of Ma'at they were so committed to record keeping, and that is the evidence that we have to fight the matrix. And SABA always utilize ancestral artifacts over religious opinion. And so I really admire how they wrote everything down. They documented everything. I think they knew it would come handy in the future. And so he can read symbols. And so he's a magician. So he knows all the tricks. And they still use the oldest tricks in the book. But you can't fool a wise man. You can't fool someone that has the Ma'at eye. And so he catches it all, and so he can tell the whole story. And that's what separates him from everyone else. He has the tools in his toolbox that he can use to get to the heart of anything. And so that's just, he's very consistent. He has his methods. You can't hide anything from the all-seeing eye, though you watch it. So Hinu to Saba for that masterful breakdown. Slick Rick don't got nothing on Saba. He is a storyteller. He can tell a story because he is Tehuti. So nothing gets past him, and that's what makes it so wonderful to be a student of his, because he is an actual teacher. And it is like, we should not be shocked by the consistency in the flags, but when he puts it right there all in your face, it's like boom. Like it's like a judge, it's like a lawyer. He's like, here's the evidence, so do with it what you will. But you can lie to yourself, but the truth is the truth. So Hinu to Saba for serving it up the way he serves it up, like no one else can.
Yes. Minty Hotep, give me 1 second, please, if you don't mind.
Sure, absolutely.
That they're calling a knight is not a knight at all. Stop calling me Oscar and passing me around to actors. My name is Ata, and stop plagiarizing me. Do you all see the similarity?
Okay, go ahead, Minty.
That was good. Stop calling me Oscar. I love that. Yeah, Henu to Saba Tehuti for making plain what's right in front of our faces and the rituals that we have been participating in without our consent. The magic is everywhere. These magical symbols that Saba is able to decode right in front of us, that we've been, it's just, I'm at a loss for words, because that's how meaningful it is to me. I was raised in a household that wasn't religious, but my grandparents were very patriotic. So in a way, they were like praying to the flag. And I know there's a lot of Americans, and not even Americans, because the flag is international, has these international symbols. that this ritual is just an ongoing, it's just in your face all the time. And then to know that the power from it came from KEMET, that's very powerful to me. So there's got to be a way that we can flip the Heka that's been done on us without our consent. There's got to be a way to flip that energy and have it work for us. And I think it's very beautiful that, you know, we're all gathered here. What we have in common is Ma'at, and that's the beauty. So just Henu to SABA, Tehuti, and Tua for the execution on everything that you do, really. I mean, before he left screen, he was talking about being clear when you ask a question to somebody and just not allowing that isfet to infiltrate, because when you interact with it, it's like you're giving it like you're encouraging it in a way, and that's not what we're doing. We're here to set the record straight. So I'll pass to Shashai. Please, Hotep.
Hotep, everybody. Just really quickly before I get into my opinion, there was something I kind of like quickly thought of that I wanted to say really quickly. It goes a little something like this. I pledge allegiance to Ma'at and the truth and wisdom for which she stands. One nation, under nut, indivisible, with freedom of knowledge and justification out of this matrix for all. Hotep, everybody. But of course, you know, we gotta denounce that and start with some new pledges. If anybody has one that they would like to offer as well, you know, we can all come out with new ways to debunk this matrix, because SABA sure is teaching us how to. And you know what? Like I said, I pledge allegiance to Ma'at, and I'm sorry, it's no other way to go. It's no other way to go. I have no choice. My eyes are open to it. I can't, my spirit won't let me. My bar won't let me turn away. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, even though I work a regular job and I'm still somewhat stuck in this matrix, I be preaching to the coworkers like, y'all need to come see my SABA. He be live. Y'all don't know. And I be just trying to get everybody just around me like, I don't want y'all stuck in this matrix. Like, it's just crazy. Like, it's just everybody I'm just drawn to, just like, please, just, you gotta watch this. You gotta come see this. You gotta come hear this. This is breaking news. You know, and it's like, I just want to help break everybody up out this matrix. It's just amazing what SABA does to us. And it's just, I wish everybody knew him. I wish everybody knew SABA. If only you knew. You know? And it's like, it don't get no better than this. It don't. And it's like, you know, the only way I see it getting better is through our children as they advance towards Ma'at as well. You know, and I just, man, I can't wait to see that.
Yes, I just want to echo what you said, great sister, about the children stepping towards Ma'at. I mean, that will be the most gratifying moment in my existence. And that day is coming. So Hotep and Henu to you for acknowledging that. I think that's beautiful. And I'll just add on what Neferkeperet and Anu are doing with social media, I mean, it's gonna happen, and I'm so grateful for them putting in the time and the creativity to bring those projects forward, because they're beautiful. They're very they have a lot of knowledge and a lot of sources packed into like 30-second bite. So you're doing such a great job. Yes.
To all, great sister.
I love having I love it that House of the 10 has a presence on social media now, because for up until now, actually, I wouldn't see a presence on social media, and I think this is the perfect time for you to bring this out, and it gives, like Saba says, you know, when you have something to make a bridge, or when you have the information and you want to make a bridge with somebody and teach them the information, I think the social media is a great key to open that door, because the youth is they're obsessed with their phones, and they're obsessed with being on social media in the first place. So this is a great bridge to bridge them into this environment.
I completely agree. And like Ani said earlier, many people have a very short attention span. So it's really good for those people. Most people nowadays can't pay attention. And over time, I've gotten so much better at paying attention. And for long periods of time after Tehuti came into my life, it helped me so much on being able to sit and learn for long periods of time for like these 10-hour classes. I've gotten so much better, and I'm so thankful for Tehuti because he's helped me in so many ways, and that's one of the ways that he has. And if we can get those people, like you said, off of from social media to this platform here, it can help them as well. So yeah, that's very important. And Henu to Neferkeperet for all the work she's doing. She's very great. She's very Nefer. So tuat to her.
Yeah, to the both of you. What you guys are what the House of the 10 is putting forth, it's beautiful. It's perfect, and I'm so proud to be in alignment with this environment and this group and Ma'at.
I would just like to build off of what Minty said with the children and social media. Where, from my experience, like I'm scrolling on TikTok, I've only seen one video of one guy mentioning the word Ma'at, and it was regarding like dancing rituals. So it's like I don't really know exactly what he knew about Ma'at, but I just like heard that he said that. I was like, what does he know? And I go onto his page, and that's the only video that mentions Ma'at. And I was like, okay. And now that there's more than 10 and consistently being posted about information about Ma'at on social media, and that will only grow for the children to see. And building off of what Minty said, the children, like building up our children into Ma'at, like imagine like us and like the time that we were brought into Ma'at. So like at this time in our lives, and then when we bring our children into Ma'at, they're gonna be even more advanced than we are, than like when they get to our age. So that will just be a really beautiful thing to see.
All right.
Welcome back, Saba.
Hey, thank you for the welcome back. Okay, everybody, beautiful. I'm back. Step away for a moment. revitalize, and I'm back. I'm gonna check the Gmails again, do a couple more donation supports, and then get into the very next question sent in to the Tehuti PODCLASS. It's gonna be another beautiful one, and let's go ahead and check this support. And let's see, because some more could have came in while I was on a break. And let me see what's sent in, everyone. Let's see what's happening. So we did Daniel LaRoche was the last one. Octavia Sly. Oh, okay, this is what's this for? For creating CERN. Okay. Hold on, Internet. Let's put you to hold on this. Here we go. Okay, shout out to Octavia Sly. I'll put this on the screen right here. Octavia Sly. What number is this? Okay. 7 tip CERN. All right, let's see, everybody. Let's see what this one says on the screen. Shout out to the brother Octavia Sly, who's another consistent supporter and sends in a lot of questions. This is a tip for the class that I did where I was discussing the portals and the door and the sab, the jackal, and the papyrus of immortality of the dog and the serpent. So give him some hand claps for this, Annie. 1221.
Which one? This one?
What's that? What's happening? What's that? What's going on? What's going on in the background? What's that?
Don't forget red on the board.
Sorry, I didn't realize that.
Oh my goodness, you're on candid camera. You're on candid camera. Okay. I'm not sure. 1 second, everybody. Hold on. Oh, my phone is recording me. Hold on, everybody. Oh, the phone is recording me. Hold on. Let me get rid of all this. How strange. These phones, they just start recording you. Select all, delete. Greetings, my dear. Waiting for me for what? We are starting the PODCLASS again. Okay, here we go. Oh man. Hold on, everybody. This okay. I don't know what's happening here. Okay, here we go. Shout out to Octavia Sly. What does he say here? Go ahead and read that for me. Mankara, could you read that for me, please?
Yes, 1221 tip for creating CERN.
Oh yes. That is for the when I said that maybe I created CERN because people would say the information I'm breaking down is false, but I'm actually reading right from the CERN website. So I cracked the joke saying, "Did I create CERN?" And okay, shout out to Octavia Sly. I see your sense of humor and appreciate you. Thank you for that. Appreciate that very much. Okay, and next up on the this is this is another anonymous, and the anonymous is it says support from this person, more prosperity to you, Saba, and I'm gonna just go ahead and show the amount. A lot of anonymous tonight. A lot of anonymous going on. Shout out to this anonymous person who sends peace and love to me and appreciation. I'm giving some noise, $30 from the anonymous person, another one. Okay, wonderful. We have some tips that came in from Ellen Johnson. Ellen Johnson, shout out to you. Are you a new person or do I know you under something else? This EJ Empress seems familiar, but I'm not familiar with the Ellen Johnson. Well, you seem familiar, but shout out to Ellen Johnson who sent a tip for the this last class I just did, the true colors or true flag, color flag, different names that you can call this. Origins, flag origins. Tip from EJ, who seems familiar, but shout out to you. Let me go ahead and stop this. Shout out to EJ. Give her. Oh, it's not on the screen. Shout out to EJ. Give her some noise. She sent a tip for. It says True Colors Union Blue. Give her a hand clap, please. Thank you, EJ. Thank you, EJ. Tip. And next up is Robert E. Williams. Robert E. Williams will do two more if there's tips that came in, and then I'm going to go into the next question. You okay, Sobe? I'm going to go into the next question. Okay, shout out to Robert Williams. It's going on the screen right now, and he says, what did he say here? Give Robert Williams some noise. He says, oh, it's big, good. Pledge a lot. Pledge allegiance to Mott Nut rules. Give him some noise, please. Thank you, good brother. And let me see if there's one more tip given for this. Oxafek. Oh yeah. Oh, you okay now? Okay. Okay. Greetings. Okay. Another tip came in from Oxafek. This is for, what does this say? Let me see if I can read this one. Okay. Be safe. Peace. Peace, John. Okay, this is a 1572 for X. Give him some noise. Give him some big noise. And Anu and Antu, of course. Flag X. Okay, I'm giving here it is. Oh, it's Oxafek. Give a big shout out to, I'm giving a shout out to two great supporters, consistent supporters, Anu and Antu. $22 for a tip for Flag Magic, Tua for breaking the Matrix X. Give them some big noise, Red X. Give them some big noise. Thank you, Annie and Tua. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Knowing them, they probably sent that in February. I'm not sure, but shout out to you all for that. I don't know when they send tips before the class, but maybe this one is new. Shout out to you. Oh, and of course, I was waiting for this. The lovely young lady who refused to say. Oh, one second. Let me see this. Let me see. I knew it. Here it is. Here it is. The young lady who refused to say the pledge, she said, no, never again. Don't tell me Tehuti's going to make me say the pledge. Hold on. Shout out to Shout out to, where is she? There she is. Shout out to Shesh Shayez 3333. I pledge allegiance to Ma'at for truth and wisdom. There we go. Give her some noise, please.
You see, that's how it's done.
See, that's how it's done. Okay. Celeb, you sent me something that says House of ATTON, teachings for House of ATTON immortality. Is that what was that for, Celeb? That's just a tip for
that was for the
class
information. That was for the information of this breakdown and basically the whole podcast.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let me go ahead and put. Okay, wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. I think this is the last one, and then I'm going to get into the next question that people are waiting for. And here it is. This has a lot of symbols in this one here. This is from Caleb 14. Shout out to Caleb. And it says, Caleb, $33 for your teachings on House of ATTON's immortality. It shows hands, a heart, black heart. That's the snake. On my side, they have the snake looking like a duck, but a snake and mind blowing. Give them some big noise, please. Okay, everybody, are you ready? Are you ready? Let me check and see if there's any more tip for just the last class. I don't. What's this one? 6:15. This may be. Who's this? John Presley. I see you. I'm gonna announce you the next time. I see you, John Presley. I see you. And I got
Saba, did you get Brother Bijan Pharaoh's message in the back chat?
No.
He said Hotep Ani from inform Saba that I'll be back on live when the next live stream is available. Peace and love.
Okay. Okay, shut up. Peace and love to you. Israel Hoyle. What's that?
I'm gonna need to step away for a moment because I need to go get cat food.
Okay. Okay, cat food it is. All right, everybody. That's it for the donations right now. There are more. I see Israel Hoyle, Nito Campbell. I see Kiko Jones, a couple others. I'm gonna announcing them on the next break. I see Andy Patah. I see you all. NETERU on Kotep L. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get into the next question that was sent in. I want you all to see how elaborate this question is. It's sent from another anonymous. Today is Anonymous Day. Another anonymous sent in this question here. Oh, thank you for telling me that, Minty, about who is that? Did you tell me about Bijan Pharaoh just now? That was you?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Minty. Appreciate that.
I think the message was meant for Ani, but I just went in the private chat and saw that.
Okay. Wonderful. Okay, everybody, are you ready? We're going to get into it. Robert Williams put fire, fire, fire. Here we go, everybody. So the next question is coming in, and of course it is the thumbnail. Let me check something really quickly here. Before I start this, let me check and see. Click this off. Let me click all these extra things off. click all these things off. I don't want anything interfering with the speed of the performance of the class. So, oh, I just got something from you, Big Vapes. I thought this was sent. Scribe, I don't have time right now. Resend METERU class 41, please. I thought that was sent out. Something. Thank you, Big Vapes. I just got your message right now. Thank you for that. Check your Gmail one more time, and I'm going to send it again anyways. But I'm pretty sure that was I did send that out. But you know, okay. Let me check one thing here. Okay, Brandon, that's how you doing. You may have to okay, there, you're nice and calm. Peace and love. Let me check this message here. How do you work this messages? Okay, no problem. Okay, let me close this out. Let me close this out. Close this out. Close this. Closing all the stuff out of here. Close this so that I can have a smooth podcast with no interference. All right, everybody, let's get into it. I'm gonna put this on here. The next question that came in to the Tehuti podcast that I will be addressing is the left-hand side of the cover page of the class itself, and is actually the name of the class itself, which is Katt Williams discovers Thoth Tehuti, Emerald Tablet, Tehuti Clarifies. So this is a beautiful thing. Someone sent me this who was not too pleased because I can fully understand why. Because this person really appreciates the correct information coming out. Usually people in their beginning stages, if you just go to type in Thoth or Tehuti or anything like that, this is actually what's going to pop up first. It's going to be Emerald Tablets. It's going to be the name Thoth. It's not going to be the Purim Haru. It's not going to be anything that I teach. Actually, I am taking over the algorithms. Actually, when you type in Tehuti, my name actually comes up. I've tried on strangers' phone. When you type in Tehuti on your phone on YouTube, the Tehuti podcast comes up. But if you're just a beginner and you're just coming across information and you start looking up Thoth and things like that, it's automatically going to pop up with the Emerald Tablets, Thoth, and Hermes Trismegistus, and that is what is to be expected when somebody who's just in their beginning stages. I actually really appreciate that, and I like that because if I find somebody in that stage, it's very, very easy for me to just cross them over to the origin, as opposed to if they're a stone cold, diehard Christian, Jesus got the Holy Ghost in them, and they're getting baptized again tomorrow for the 30th time, and you know Allah's coming with the dhikr beads and all this stuff. If that is that I can convert and get that person as well over to the truth. But of course, if somebody's already teaching that there was a physical being named Tehuti and he was a part of pyramid building and he was an advanced supernatural being and they already believe in extraterrestrials and things like that, of course, all they need is me to show the papyrus and show the sources of where this comes from. And that's actually what I'm going to do. I'm going to break the matrix once again. And I'm actually going to, I don't know how long this is going to be because I have video clips to play that are a minute long, 30 seconds long. So this is going to be another movie. Here we are. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Let's get into the next question. I'm actually going to put the question on the screen. And I'm going to put the donation on the screen. It's anonymous, so I think I X'd out the name. Let me go ahead and check. But look at this question, everybody. These elaborate questions. We saw Scribe do one, but look how elaborate. Look at this question. I don't even know if I was able to screenshot the entire question, but here we go. Let's see if I did it, if I was able to do so. It is elaborate. Is this the question? That's the reciprocity. Here's the question. Look at this. This question is a story. It's a very elaborate. Oh my. Okay, so here it is. This is what happens for all those new people that are watching. If you are watching for the first time in the Tehuti podcast, when you see these type of donations, you're going to see a large number pop up on the screen right now. This doesn't happen anywhere on YouTube. If so, let me know so I can congratulate them. If you see anybody sending in this amount to get what they can't get what I do, but to get anything, let me know. But if not, I want the new people to know that when you send in this kind of amount of support, you're going to get an answer like what you're about to see. And let me go ahead and put the support and the question up in the room and let the people see. Let me see if I edited it out because the person definitely wants to be anonymous. Oh, it's question 1 and question 2. Oh my, wait a minute, everybody. Hold on. This is 2 paragraphs. Wait, let me. Okay, question 2, right? This must be it. Okay, so let me see this question. So, question 2. Question 2. 1 second, everybody. This is where's question 1? This is quite long, so I'm gonna I know I cut this up. Let me see. Question 1. So what's question 1? Question 1. Here we go. Let me put question 1 in here. Let me see if it's the same thing. And okay, no, it's not the same thing. So here we go. We got question. Let me put in order now. So that's question 1, and then I'm gonna put question 2 in order. And there it is. Boom. Okay, so here we go, everybody. So first, I'm going to show the I'm going to show the tremendous support that was given. And I should have, I believe I cut this up. Let me see. Yeah, reciprocity is a cut up. Here it is. I did cut it up, everybody. So here we go. So I'm able to show the question without the Gmail in it, and I'm able to show the donation without the name in it. All right, to make sure, because people want their privacy at times. So here we go, everybody. Here is the question. Get ready. Here's the donation, the support so far. Get ready to give some huge noise. $113, and I know there's a code with this, 113. Anonymous asking on Katt Williams' interview, question and Gmail. Give some big noise, all kind of Transformers, everything in the book. Give some big noise, never kept that go crazy.
You see, that's how it's done.
Yo, let's go. And there's Transformers. Give me a Transformers sound. What's going on? Who's on the keyboard there? I hear who's on it. I hear the giggling. Okay. Thank you, anonymous supporter.
He's here. I can smell him.
What in the world? That must be Annie's grandfather. All right, shout out to the anonymous supporter. $113 support for anonymous asking on the Katt Williams interview question in Gmail. Katt Williams interview question in Gmail, where Katt Williams has come across Thoth, whose real name is Tehuti. And shout out to that big supporter right there. Everybody in the panel right now, have you seen this? Katt Williams. You've probably seen Katt Williams. Honestly, as I'm going to explain as I answer this question, I don't know anything about. My NETERU had to say, yeah, Katt Williams is a comedian. I'm like, I don't know. This is my first time seeing this brother here. So all I know of him is I seen a clip of him. He was in a short clip on a reel. He was dressed like a pimp, and he was talking with a high-pitched voice, and he cracked some kind of joke. That's the only time I've seen him. And then this right here is the only time I've heard him talking in sentences. So this is my introduction to this Katt Williams person. I don't know any. My NETERU was yeah, he's in the movie, the comedian. I'm like, I don't know. So I'm sure he's pretty popular because the view it's at 14 million views. So I'm sure he must be a popular person, whoever he may be. But anybody in the room ever heard of Katt Williams talking on Tehuti? Anybody in this panel right here?
I haven't heard him talking on Tehuti, but I heard him say that the Egyptians were black.
Okay, so has anybody? I'm asking. Has anybody heard Katt Williams talk about Tehuti or Thoth?
I watched the video after I heard Ani and the brothers talking about it in the Sunday class, and I heard him talking about Tehuti, Thoth, the Emerald Tablets, Hermes, Trismegistus, stuff like that.
Okay, good. So Menti heard him talking about Egyptians being black, but I'm concerned with my focus is because that's a pretty common. I mean, that's common for people to go back and forth with that. But I've actually never heard somebody in the Hollywood genre, because I'm hearing he's in movies. He's like a Richard Pryor type person. He's not known for knowledge. I don't know what I don't know him at all, but he's not. I hear he's not known for knowledge at all. I've never heard anybody in Hollywood like this talking about Tehuti. Maybe Isis on Osiris and the legend and myth, but actually talking about Tehuti and the being a builder of a pyramid. So this was shocking to me, and I'm very happy about it because what a great beginning. I hope Katt Williams, I hope you watch this video. I did send a message to him of when the PODCLASS was and what the show was about. So I hope he's watching it. He probably, I mean that I'm just learning now about his status, that he's actually a very well-known person. He's going to be anonymous if he is watching. But shout out to you, because although I don't know who you are fully, I don't know. I don't watch much movies or TV recently or anything, but I do know that you must be very influential for the video to have millions of views. I could do a class right now on Tehuti and Thoth, and I'm going to get 2,000 views. This has millions of views, so thank you for bringing millions of people's attention to Tehuti and Thoth. Now we're just going to fix up some things. So here's the question, everybody. And of course, raise your hand if you've heard of Katt Williams. He's pretty popular.
Yes, but can I give you a little context on what led to him going on Joe Rogan's show? So basically, what has been happening?
No, you can't. I love it when people ask questions and there's no. It's like when you talk to God and you just end with "Amen." So I was waiting for you to give a pause for me to answer, but yes, you can. Go ahead. Hey, can I get those shoes off you? And you just start taking the shoes. Go ahead.
So this is what happened. Katt Williams went on Shannon Sharpe, who is an athlete, on his podcast, and he started talking about things that has been happening in Hollywood with comedians, and what's most relevant is, for a while, Katt Williams has been speaking out against the Illuminati, and he's been arrested a lot. And
he's been arrested a lot. Who's been arrested a lot? This man?
Katt Williams has definitely been targeted because he shares kind of the center of this. The crux of this is in Hollywood, people make celebrities offers to wear dresses, to do certain activities with certain activities. They invite them to parties, they initiate them, and he talked about how he's refused to participate in any of the antics in Hollywood, and the Illuminati has approached him, and he basically was saying Satan can't create anything, and he was saying that he is a spiritual person, and as long as Egypt is in Africa, the Egyptians are black. But he was saying at some point people have to draw a line in the sand and decide if they're going to be on the side of righteousness or if they're going to make bad decisions so they can be wealthy and be be wealthy and have favor from the people in Hollywood. And so when he did this interview calling out comedians, actors, rappers, it went viral on Shannon Sharp's show. I think it was like 40 million views. And because the views were so high, Joe Rogan invited him on his show, and then the conversation came up again about Thoth, Egypt, and all of these things.
Wonderful. So this is getting a lot of traction, and this is great. I mean, 40 million views, 14 million views. Incredible. I'm going to look more into this. I hope that he watches this, and I hope that I'm glad for that. So here we go, everybody. We're going to get into it. Let's get into this. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. I'm going to come off the screen for just a minute. I'll be right back. I'll be back in a few seconds. Hold on. One moment.
Ani Patah, did I summarize that right? Would you like to add anything else to what I shared?
No, that was perfect. That's exactly what happened, and it is a beautiful thing that someone of that can reach so many people. At least give people the very introductory beginner doorway into Tehuti. As I always said, the Emerald Tablets was my actual introduction to learning about Tehuti, and here I am right here. So, yes, thank you, Katt Williams, for speaking about it.
Wonderful. We're going to get started, and I like that part where you said that he said as long as Egypt is in Africa, the Egyptians are black. I'm not quite interested so much in that topic, but I am interested in for this class, because if he's on the side that the ancient Egyptians were black, as people call people black, then he and the people that are on that side will appreciate how this class is going to end. And what the PSYOPS is. Here we go, everybody. So we're going to get started. Welcome, everybody. Whoa, hold on. Shot out. What did you see? This is one of the fastest snakes in the world. Wow. Okay, what did you see, Don? You saw something? Okay. All right, back calm again. Lou. Okay. All right, everybody. Welcome, everybody, to the Tehuti PODCLASS. If you're just tuning in, we're going to get into this question that was sent in. Oh, I did not put the question up, so hold on. Let me go ahead and put the elaborate questions up. Here we go. So here's question. Is this question 1? Question 2. Here's the first part of the question. Here's question 1. Hold on, Renanette. What are you looking for? Here it is right here. So go ahead and here's the first part, and it says during the okay, good. It's nice and big for me. During Katt Williams' recent interview at 31 minutes and 20 seconds, he gave high praise to the peak of civilization being at the hands of Thoth, which is Tehuti. Wide acceptance exists for the mysterious syncretic figure Hermes Trismegistus, who can speak on Tehuti's behalf. Something so pivotal to humankind requires examination and deserves no confusion. Digging deeper, as per wiki, the person looked up syncretism, and it said syncretism is the practice of combining different beliefs. Syncretism is the practice of combining different beliefs and various schools of thought. Syncretism involves merging of assimilation and several original discrete traditions. However, during the Medu class, the Medu Neter and Ma'at are not discrete at all. The world knows Thoth and Tehuti because of what he says, depicts, and expresses everywhere within Ma'at. An open observation, an open observing eye, not a closed hidden one. Question 1. Are syncretic combinations of gods dangerous to understanding reality? Wow. There's question 1. Okay. Next section. Sorry, Renanette, hold on. Next section here, for this large support and donation, is question section 2. And that goes on to say, as looking at Hermes and looking at Thoth, who is Tehuti, are not the same thing, yet they go hand in hand. So actually, this is a continuation of the last sentence. No, it's not. No, I thought it was. No, that's not. Let me go back to it. I see what's happening. During the Katt Williams, where'd it go? It has disappeared. It has disappeared. What just happened? Is it on the screen? Okay. Right now, are you seeing the screen share on the screen? Everybody that starts off saying, as looking at Hermes?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Here we go. Okay. As looking at Hermes and looking at Tehuti are not the same thing, yet they go hand in hand in popular thought. So the neter of writing and language, who leaves records of everything under the sun or under Ra and Medu Neter, including ruling for centuries, forgets the emerald tablets and can only tell Hermes about it? Hermes sounds real special. As per wiki on Roots of Hermetic says, many of the early Greek Hermetic treatises also contains distinctly Egyptian elements, most notably in their affinity with traditional Egyptian wisdom, literature. This used to be the subject of much doubt, but it is now generally admitted that Hermetica, as such, did in fact originate in Hellenistic, which is Greek, Hellenistic and Roman Egypt. Even if most of the later Hermetic writing, which continued to be composed of at least until the 12th century CE, did not. It may even be the case that the great bulk of the early Greek Hermetica were written by Hellenizing members of the Egyptian priestly class, whose intellectual activity was centered in the environment of Egyptian temples. So the question is, where are these Mat, Shesh, and Medu in accordance to the Emerald Tablet? So to say it in another way, where does the Emerald Tablets where does the Emerald Tablets comport with anything in the Medu writings? Help this make sense to the world. And there are the questions and statements sent in to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go, everybody. Beautiful family, jump into the chat. And now I'm going to get into the answer and the dissection of this. Peace and love, Anu, Annie, Antu, Minty, Caleb, Bella, Minkora. Let's get into it. Are you ready, everybody? Everybody in the chat that can hear me, press a 9, please. Please press a 9 if you can hear me. And if you can see me clear. And now we're going to get into it. Let me check the chat. And let's break this down and build this up. Are you ready? Can you see and hear me? Press a 9. I see the first 9. I see now. I see big blunts. Uh-oh. My chat has disappeared. Here it is. It's back. I see Sheshayet. I see... Okay, here we go. I see Big Blunt. I see now. I see Caleb. I see... Is that Harass did? Where's Harass did? Harass did. Sheshayet. Israel Hurley. What's going on, my good brother? Israel Hurley. Never forget Barrett. I see... I like this name. Shout out to this new person. Unk Oma Dejed. I like that name. Unk. Let me see. Unk Oma Dejed. I like that name. Bella. Robert Williams. Maharu. All right, everybody can see and hear me. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Let's get into this wonderful, beautiful question. Reninette the Cobra says, peace to everyone. And let's get into this, shall we? Here we go. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. And, oh. Let me fix technicals. Let me close all of this extra thing because I don't want anything to, once I start, let me get all this off the screen. I have things on the screen from the last class and it will actually slow down the, slow down this class. So let me March 9th. And oh, now it's reloading. One moment, everybody. My thing is reloading. So be a little patient. It's doing a little circle, and then we're gonna get right into it once this circle spirals enough. Okay, here we are. Here we are. And what's this? That's strange. Oh, yes, this is it. Okay. Okay, here it is. Okay, I have it. We have it. A little bit of technical difficulties, but we have overrid the issue, and now we're here. But it's still blank. Something is wrong, everybody. Hold on. Something is incorrect. There's a little issue going on my computer. It's not loading properly. One moment, beautiful people. Let me expand this and see what the see why this is not showing properly on the screen. Okay, one moment, everyone. I wonder why that is. Let me try to fix this graphics. There's a graphics issue taking place. I'm gonna go ahead and just go like this. Little graphics issue. .46 p.m. 3:45. Let me expand this again. Let me see if I can fix this problem. Boom. And there's a graphics issue going on. One moment, everyone. Let me go back to the program and see if I can troubleshoot this right here. Don't tell me the Illuminati's stopping this. There seems to be There seems to be blank spots in my answer. Big blank chunks. Why is that? Okay, this is not. Let me go back. There's blank blankness. What's happened? What's happened here? We're gonna go try this one more time. Don't tell me the Illuminati got to me. Okay, let's try this. How about this one? That's odd. Why is doing that? Okay, here it is. I can see it on the screen. When I try to show it to you all, it doesn't do this. Let me try it. Here we go. Okay. Be a little patient, everyone. We're gonna try to I'm gonna try to recalibrate the file. I don't know any other way to say it, but on my end of the screen, it shows how it would show you all, and there's big blank white spaces, big chunks missing in the breakdown. Let me go back, and here we go. Okay, this has never happened before, but that's okay. 8:46 p.m. So this must be it. I'm gonna solve this problem. No problem. There never is. Problems actually don't exist. So let me okay, let me scroll back up. Okay, Katt Williams. Thoth. Here's the question. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Pull up now. Let's see if I fix this magical, strange blank spots missing. Oh, it's so strange. Okay, we got it. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We are back. Blank spots have reappeared. Blank spots have reappeared. We are ready and back. That was quite a different experience. Never had that on the Tehuti podcast before. Okay, we're back, everybody. That was odd. There was big blank chunks missing. I fixed it. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Everything is great. We are here. We are back. Everything is fine. So here we go, everybody. Let me go ahead and reset that. And now we're going to get into the answer in this Tehuti podcast. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. I'm going to come off the screen. You all should still be able to hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. And then I'm going to put the share screen on. Okay, I'm back on the screen. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti podcast. We finally got this situation fixed, and let's deal with this very elaborate question that was asked with some very interesting facts inside of the question. We're gonna go entire screen share, and here we go. Let's finally get into this. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Here we are. If you all can see the screen and hear me, press A9. If you can see the screen and hear me, press A9. Let me jump in the chat and see if you all can hear me. I want no technical difficulties. Once I start, boom, we're continuing to go. You all can see me? All right, good. I see Minty Hotep, Bella, Sheshayet, Maharu, Harass, Did, King Lamur, Robert, Anu, Minty Hotep, Neferkep. Okay, good. Everybody can see me and hear me. Bella's here. Okay, good. Okay, perfect. All of you can see and hear me. Big Blunt, Israel Hoyley. Wonderful. You can all see and hear me. Excellent. And here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Big Vapes, if you are in the room, please check your Gmail. And after this answer, let me know if you have received it. Here we go, everybody. I just resent it just right now. Yeah, I did that live. Here we go, everybody. Welcome to the Tehuti PodClass. Lisa can hear. And here we go. Boom. Are you ready? Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti PodClass, the question and answer class of the House of ATTON. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they come from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirituality, who are the NETERU, health and purity, mental detoxification, out of body, ancient sources, government, PSYOPs, telepathy, quantum entanglement, quantum entangled consciousness. Unfortunately, though, in the agenda of atheism disguised in the form of quote-unquote black consciousness, an atheistic Kemetic set of teachers has actually arose who will not have classes on the actual teachings of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs, but rather only debate, debunk, expose, challenge videos to other spiritual beliefs. The Hebrews are wrong. The Bibles are stolen. The Egyptians are black. The Egyptians are Mediterranean. The Egyptians are Arabs. The Egyptians are black. Never showing you their hand of what they actually believe in other words, what they teach within their home and family that came from the ancestors, what they teach spiritually, anything out of body, anything dealing with the Ka and the Ba. No teachings on that, anything other than that, but they just want to argue. That's all. Every video is an argument. Thus, they hide that they cannot answer, and hiding that they cannot answer, they have made you feel uncomfortable by even asking any of these questions, and you're laughed off of stage, kicked off of the panel for the above inquiries. Thus, the only platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these questions with reciprocity and get an ebook, personalized documentary type answer, customized and taught live for you is here at the Tehuti PodClass. What are the questions for this section that Tehuti will answer? And I've already read these questions about syncretism and Katt Williams coming on to the Joe Rogan show. And here's actually the clip if anybody wants to go there. It was at 12 million when I made the screen share, and then by the time I was ready to teach, it went to 14 million. So it's getting a lot of traction, and that is wonderful that there's actually a lot of traction on Thoth or Tehuti. Once people learn about Thoth, like Scribe, then you can make your way on over to what the ancestors actually said, which was teaching about the teachings of Tehuti from the actual papyrus from the Egyptians. And the brother Menkara came and told me that he went on some another person's channel and said that the Egyptians were black. Well, wonderful. Good brother Katt Williams, if you acknowledge that the Egyptians are black, then what did the black Egyptians write with their own hand? Because there definitely is a PSYOPs from certain Europeans that want the world to think that ancient indigenous people had no ability to write with their own hands in their own language. That's why you can't find any ancient Hebrew script in Hebrew. You can't find any story of Jesus in any ancient indigenous script. The PSYOPs is that no indigenous people, all indigenous people were illiterate and they could never write in their own language. And so we're going to discuss what's actually said in the original language, what was stolen, what is a PSYOPs. So this is great to see the attention of 12 million, now 14 million views are going to the attention of Tehuti. Unfortunately, you don't hear Tehuti's name. Even though what the brother is speaking about is about Tehuti, you actually don't hear Tehuti's name in the interview. Isn't that interesting? How and why is that possible? How can there be an interview where someone is speaking on Tehuti, but the only names you hear is a Greek name, Hermes, and Trismegistus, and Thoth? You actually never hear the Tehuti name, because that would be the name of that traces you back to the original stories written by the indigenous people, and they don't want people into the indigenous stories, so they just refer you to always Greek. The New Testament was written in Greek. The Septuagint is in Greek. There's no ancient Hebrew Old Testament. Everything is Greek. Thoth is Hermes. Everything is Greek. All the Greeks are the superior intellectuals, and there's nothing written by the hands of any ancient people. So unfortunately, you don't even hear Tehuti's name. How is that possible? Let us watch the first video clip so I can show those who actually never seen this. I'm going to show you a section of it, not anywhere near the entire interview or anything even close. I'm actually going to show you just a section of the interview. Here's the first section of it. And let's go ahead and put this in the room here. And we're going to go ahead and walk you through this step by step, because of course there's so many that's never even seen any of this. So here it is. Here is what the question, the person saw, and this is what they asked me about. Let me go ahead and can you all see that on the screen? Let me go ahead and turn this my background music down just a little bit in case there's some volume issue interference. Okay, and here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Here we go. Let me go ahead and press play, and here it is.
So it was powered by the hot water springs? And to what end? How do you know all this, first of all? Is this marijuana talk?
I don't think so. This is
where did you read this?
If you follow information about humankind, you find out that in all parts of history, people were coming to this region for their information and their knowledge and their things that were forbidden, and these were not these were the highest of human civilization. Here.
Not even comparable to anyone else.
No.
Nor since. Nor since.
Now or
Nor since.
Right.
The Great Pyramid of Giza is insane.
Right. Like
it's insane.
Like even Tesla says that this is where he came to get the information. But if you follow that information pathway, it leads you to this character called Thoth, right? And the emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind changing and mind blowing.
Wonderful. If you follow this back, it takes you back to the emerald tablets. And the emerald tablets are mind changing and mind blowing. If you follow this conscious pathway all the way back, that means that the brother Katt Williams definitely wants to go back. He wants to get to the source. When he followed all the way back, he got to the emerald tablets. I respect that the brother definitely wants to follow the pathway all the way back. He acknowledges in the beginning that people from all over the world came to this particular civilization to learn. This is the height of civilization, this particular one. So this, of course, if you want to trace something all the way back to the height of civilization, to this particular civilization, then the writings of that particular civilization must come from that particular civilization if you're tracing the pathway all the way back. Keep that in mind, and let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. This is a beautiful question that was sent in. Let's trace the pathway back. So great. So we watched that first video clip. Excellent. So here is, when you trace it back, you get this right here. Here's the real indigenous Thoth, whose name was Tehuti. This goes back 664 BC, and this is a young time period of Thoth. We're going to go back double this, and you can go back double that, but this is Tehuti. And then when you go back double that, double 664 BC, when you go back to 1200 BC, then you get the temple of Seti. The true Tehuti that was morphed into this Hermes, this is the temple of Seti in 1290 BC. Okay. Okay. We are back, and first I would like to say that this is my first time ever watching this brother. I know nothing much of his past, and this is a great start for this brother, Katt Williams. But the theme here will be Katt Williams come home to the source, where you will learn about the actual quote-unquote Thoth, not as a Greek mutation Hermes, but as the actual being is written, as the actual being was written on papyrus over 4,000 years ago by our ancestors. First, I will play another video clip 2, and we will look into what Katt Williams said made the emerald tablets of Thoth mind-changing because of. So, the first video of the interview, Katt Williams emphasized that there was a height of civilization, and everyone came to learn from this height of civilization. And when you trace the pathway back and go back, you find a character called Thoth. So he wants to trace something back to the height of civilization. Then he said the emerald tablets is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing answers again and again. Is mind-blowing. He says because of a particular reason. I'm going to now play that clip so you can see what his particular reason is. It is actually a very important reason. And we're going to look and see what the good brother says here. What this reason is. I want everybody to listen closely so we can see what is it about the emerald tablets that makes it mind-blowing. There's something specific. And let's see what that is. According to the latest discovery of this brother Katt Williams. Let's see. Ready? Oh, oops, wrong thing. Hold on. Presents. There's the wrong thing. Let me go over here. It is Chrome tab video 2. Here we go. Okay, everybody ready? Is that sharing? Let me check and see. Is it sharing? Yes, it is. Here it is. Let's play.
Emerald tablets of Thoth are literally mind-changing and mind-blowing, just because you understand when this was written and the terminology being used is
when was it written?
Far too accurate for now. So I'm sure that
here it is. Emerald tablet, also known as the Smaragdine tablet, or the Tabula Smaragdina. Boy, I fucked that up. It's
Hermes,
a compact and
Trismegistus.
A cryptic hermetic text. It was highly regarded by Islamic and European alchemists as the foundation of their art. Though attributed to the legendary Hellenistic figure Hermes Trismegistus. How do you say it, bro?
Trismegistus.
Trismegistus. The text of the Emerald Tablet first appears in a number of early medieval Arabic sources, the oldest of which dates to the late 8th or early 9th century. It was translated into Latin several times in the 12th and 13th centuries.
Wonderful. So what makes this mind-blowing and mind-changing is when it was written. Let me see something here. When it was written. Let's see when it was written. Because it has to go back to the civilization that everyone went to. That was the highest peak of civilization. And he said when you trace the pathway back, it leads you to an individual named Thoth. And what makes his writing, the Emerald Tablets, so mind-blowing and mind-changing is when it was written. So, of course, if Thoth goes back to the early civilization that was at the height of its peak, then, of course, his writing goes back to the early civilization that was at its peak, because he said he traced back the pathway. So let's walk that pathway. Welcome everybody to the Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. Ready? Let's walk the pathway. Okay. So I played the video clip and we looked at what Katt Williams said made the Emerald Tablets of Thoth mind mind-changing and mind-blowing because of when it was written. Did you hear that date? Let me walk you through the true introduction to the world of Tehuti, of Thoth. Was through the oldest writing of immortality on the planet, called the Ari, which means to ascend, today called the Step Pyramid. And pyramid text, utterance 217, line 157, 2400 BC. I am right now going to introduce you and the world to something that is actually, if this has been revealed before, please send the link, the page number, and let us see. But here is the Ari that everyone is calling the Step Pyramid. It is the word R or Ari, which means to go up. There is the Step Pyramid right there. It means he who goes up, going up, to ascend, like stairs. It's called the Ari. This shape right here is called this right here, R. So they call it the Step Pyramid. And then here are the cobras, like you see me with here today. Here are the cobras, and this is called the Ari, because it is a word that means steps. So people who had discovered this in recent times, they started calling it the Step Pyramid. It's RR from the same word as Araret, which is actually the word for the ancient cobra. And here's what it says right here. Here is utterance 217. Tehuti, Thoth, hurry, announce to the NETERU, the gods of the West, and their spirits. Here comes indeed this Unas, imperishable Ka, imperishable Ak, decked like Anpu on the neck, who rules over the western mountain, that he may reckon hearts, that he may have power over the chest or the breast or the heart area. Whom he wills, that he live, he lives. Whom he will, that he die, he dies. There it is right there. There is the actual text, the pyramid text, 2400 BC. This is the actual side wall. This is what they call the sarcophagus chamber. This section right here in the R, sarcophagus chamber as they call it, which is this here in the yellow. And that is this wall right here, actually in stone, over 4,000 years ago. And here it is. So in here somewhere is Tehuti's name for the very first time in a sentence. Here's another first for the Tehuti podcast. Are you ready? Yes, for the first time in history, today, March 9th, 2024, here on the Tehuti podcast, you are being shown Tehuti, Thoth's name in a structured sentence for the first time in recorded history that they have in archaeology. This is 23 columns down in utterance 217. I want everybody to make note of this. This is the first time you've heard about Thoth. Everybody in the room has heard about Tehuti. You talk about him, you mention him. But when was Tehuti's name mentioned in the sentence form for the first time? It is 23 columns on the sarcophagus wall. And this is the first time you're going to see this in utterance 217 on line 157. Welcome to the Tehuti podcast. Are you ready? Here it is, right here. Let's follow the pathway back. Let's follow the pathway of Thoth back to the, as Katt Williams says, the highest of all the civilizations. Here it is right here. And there, you can't see this because this is extremely tiny, but I went and counted for you. I went to 23 columns down in utterance 217, and there, for the very first time in recorded sentence structure history, is Tehuti. There is Thoth right there for the first time in a structured sentence. I showed you the Ku bird, the same bird, for the first time in 3400 BC, which is over 1,000 years before this, on a bone jewelry, on a bone tag. But this is the first time you're seeing right now in the Tehuti PODCLASS, or anywhere you've seen, if you have a teacher that has shown you Tehuti's name for the first time in history, let me know that teacher's name, the page number, book, and the YouTube's timestamp. If not, this is the very first time, because I'm doing what Katt Williams says is very important, which is the time that it's written and tracing the pathways back to this character called Thoth. So we're tracing the pathway. I traced the pathway back to release to the world the very first time Thoth is mentioned in a sentence structure ever in recorded history, and that is sarcophagus chamber utterance 217, line 157. There is Tehuti's name for the first time in sentence structure. Not the first time in history, but in a sentence structure. Remember, Katt Williams, we're following the pathway back. And now for the date of the Emerald Tablet. So what's the date of this? We trace the pathways back. The date of this is 2400 BC. That is over 4,400 years ago. And the other one is 5,400 years ago that I showed you the Tehuti bird, meaning intelligence and consciousness. But this is the first time in a sentence structure. So this is 4,400 years ago. Now, Katt Williams, a good brother, said what makes it amazing is that when you trace the pathway back, you get to a character called Thoth. Well, here's the pathway we trace back, and we get to the first time Thoth is written. And what makes the Emerald Tablet so mind-blowing and mind-changing is the time in which it was written. The time in which it was written should go back to either this date or before, because this date is recording about a being that existed before this date. Tehuti had already done these things, and then they're writing about it after it happened. So the date of the Emerald Tablets must date either to that date or before it. Well, now for the date of the Emerald Tablets, let us see if this comports with the time of Tehuti. Here is the beautiful, pretty Emerald Tablets. Emerald Tablets, this is the study edition. Thoth the Atlantean, the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. Hermes, the Trismegistus. Well, let's see. So first, we will deal with the obvious lie that is right in front of you. There has never been found in archaeology any tablets engraved in emerald. Step one, there's no tablets engraved in emerald anywhere with the teachings of anyone. In actuality, the Emerald Tablets, quote unquote, can only be traced back to 900 AD. AD is not even in the BC. 900 AD, when we go back here to the actual true culture that is speaking for themselves, that the Europeans don't want you to know about because, you know, ancient indigenous people, they can't speak for themselves. We have to convert everything to the Greek. This is 2400 BC. 900, one is 900 AD. That's about 1,000 years after. That's 1,000 years in the after 80s. So this is 3,400 years. 3,400 years before this, but this is the writing of Thoth. This is in the ADs. This traces back to Sir Al-Khalika Wasanat Al-Tabia. It was originally called The Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature. I want to stop right there to say that in 900 AD, when Sir Al-Khalika Wasanat Al-Tabia put this out It was not even called the Emerald Tablets. The name Emerald Tablets wasn't even a part of the title of this. Was not called the Emerald Tablets in 900 AD. But wait a minute. This is Thoth in first person's writings. So he named the book, right? But this is 3,400 years after the indigenous people are teaching the true teachings of Thoth and Tehuti. That was the height of civilization that the world came to. Now we have 3,400 years later, we have an Arab coming out with a book, and it's not even called the Emerald Tablets. It was called The Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature, and also Al-Kitab Al-Ilal. It originally had an Arabic name, the Book of Causes, to an Arab named Bilinus, who claimed that he discovered the text in a vault below the statues of Hermes and Diana. That's where it traces back to. And that inside the vault, an old corpse on a golden throne held the Emerald Tablet. It was translated into Latin by Hugo of Santalla in the 12th century AD. This right here, which is the most popular image of the Emerald Tablets, anytime you pull up Emerald Tablets, this is what you're going to see. This is fantasy. This does not exist in archaeology. No tablet green made of emeralds or green tablet exists in archaeology, and it does not go back to the indigenous people. This is what exists, a depiction from the 1600s by a German hermeticist, Heinrich Kunrath. Not so pretty, but the truth. Notice it says, the definition, here is the actual original picture. This gets mutated into this modern day, beautiful green, mysterious looking, I mean, the letters on it, family, the letters on it are a combination. It looks like some Canaan letters mixed with some Greek. This is where the original picture is in the 1600s AD. And where's this picture from? Is this image what was described by Bilinus? Was this the image that was described, that was discovered under the statue of Hermes by the Arab named Bilinus? Is that what this is? Well, let's scroll up and see in the definition. It says, an imaginative 17th century depiction of the Emerald Tablet from the work of Heinrich Kunrath. Heinrich Kunrath in 1606. Well, let's look at Heinrich Kunrath. Here he is, everybody. Here's where that image comes from. You see this thing, this I don't know where his neck is. I don't even know what this picture is. This real? But this is Heinrich Kunrath. And there he is right there. There is where this image comes from. It's an imaginative image from a German that got transformed into this beautiful green image over here. This is the actual oldest image of the book that wasn't even called the Emerald Tablets. It was The Secret of Creation and the Art of Nature. And here's your oldest depiction. And the definition is imaginative. That means this exists in imagination. This is an imagination that came from another imagination. This is an imagination. Do any of these go back to Thoth? Or is there a PSYOPS taking place? So as you see, some group of people are lifting the name Thoth, who was originally Tehuti, from our pre-existing culture, and instead of referring to where his original story is found in quote-unquote Africa, in the pyramid text, what's called the Ari, the focus has shifted to a European Arab reauthorship. Interestingly, the exact two people that invaded ancient Kemet, the Englishmen and the Arabs, those are literally the last two latest people that laid claim to ancient Kemet. One of the reasons why you have a British museum and the curator, the old curator and the current curators are Arabs, Zahi Hawass. It is the Arabs and the British, Englishmen, that were your latest ones to break in and take over Egypt and start to control it. Now we're looking for some Kemetic ancient writings of Thoth. And interestingly, the sources go back to European and Arab authorship, the exact two people who invaded ancient Kemet and stole the information for their own benefit, knowledge and wealth, and financial gain. So was this Thoth a supernatural being logged by the ancestors? Because in the interview, which I'm going to play soon, Katt Williams definitely alludes to Thoth being, I mean, he makes it, not even alludes, he makes it clear Thoth was not a regular human being, but a supernatural type being, and not even of this planet. So, does this comport? Because remember the question was asked, what in the NETERU comports with what's inside of what Katt Williams was saying in the Emerald Tablets? When you steal something and take something and mutate it, there are going to be bits of truth still left inside of it because it's the foundation of what you're building the story on. That's why when you see a movie, most of the movies that people have took me to, they say, yo, Tehuti, yo, this is a real movie. This story, this is real. And then I say, no. Watch the movie closely. Look at the print at the bottom. It says, all your so-called real movies is based on a true story. Have you all noticed that at the bottom of movies? It's not a documentary. It's based on a true story. Not the true story. Based on it. This is based on it. So when you have something based, when you have a root of something and you take it and you build on top of it, when you dig deeper into that root, you're going to find the basis, fundamentals, certain things are still left there, but the PSYOPs is where they're directing the attention to of the story, such as there's a man named Tehuti, me, who teaches a Tehuti PODCLASS every Saturday, starting at 2 p.m. Saturdays, and it goes on for about 9 to 10 hours of class. That is true. Tehuti wears a black and gold hat, sometimes there's a spider on it, and he brings a cobra and different snakes to the class. That is true. And therefore, my descendants should be proud of me. But if you take me and make me somebody else, there's a man named Tehuti, Tehuthara. He's a Tehuthara Wing Chun. He's a Chinese man who had a PODCLASS, the PODCLASSICA every Saturday. And he was a very proud Chinese man that wore a black hat with a spider painted on it. And he had a plastic snake that he would pretend to charm, but it was plastic. This is based on a true story. This is based on me. But now the alteration made it Chinese and something else. The snake wasn't real. Therefore, it's not the truth, even though it's based. The base is truth. Let's get into it, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. We're now going to go right into the PSYOPs and what is actually taking place here. What is this connection between Hermes? Is this Thoth or Tehuti, was he a supernatural being according to the ancestors of the indigenous people? Is at least that part right? Because that is actually the base of the story. That Tehuti was not a regular being. Let's go and see. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. And this is one of the reasons why your current existing Kemetic conscious teacher actually will never read you anything about Tehuti. They'll say this comes from Tehuti. But what actually is in the indigenous writing of Tehuti? Were these supernatural beings? That means Tehuti and the others that were in the Emerald Tablets. But were they supernatural beings? Was this Thoth a being that exceeded, quote unquote, human limitations? Yes. But do we know this because we traced it back to the Emerald Tablets? Well, let's take a look at the Emerald Tablets and see if it comports with the Medu. First, I want to take you to the Taurine's Kings list of Ramesses II, 3,280 years ago. This is the Taurine's Kings list in the Museum of Taurine. And it goes on to say at the end that the total rule was 36,600 years of the NETERU. But let's go and look inside of it and see how it's divided up. Here we go. These are the papyrus writings that your current KEMET teacher, quote unquote, hates. These are the papyrus of Ramesses, authorized by the permission of Ramesses II, that they will call the most powerful pharaoh, and love to talk about Ramesses II, but ask your current teacher why he never talks about Ramesses' papyrus. Why he never talks about his papyrus. Here is why. It has the reign of the NETERU on it. So as your Kemetic teacher or your conscious teacher, the great powerful Ramesses, he was a black man. The Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and the Egyptians are black, and Ramesses ruled. He was the most powerful man. Can you take us to the writing authorized by Ramesses so we can see what Ramesses actually taught? Is it more important that he was born with brown skin, or what his consciousness was about? Because Tyrone Biggums from Live in Color is born with brown skin. He's a crackhead on TV. So is the pimp down the street from me. So is the Bloods and Crips. But they would change if their consciousness was changed. So what is more important? The consciousness of a being, or the fact that they are black? Because you teach about Ramesses black, everybody's black. Fine, that's fine. What did Ramesses believe in? And do you believe in the same thing? No, your Kemetic teacher, current Kemetic teacher, does not believe in what Ramesses teaches, because they never quote the. Most people in this room, other than me, has never even heard of the Ramesses papyrus. The papyrus authorized under the reign of Ramesses, speaking of who he believed his and acknowledges ancestors to be. Here is why. It is the reign of the NETERU, who your current teachers insist were not physical beings, so that they will never tell you about the papyrus of Ramesses, column 116, which has the dual king, or Set, ruling for 200 plus years. Here is Set, ruling for 200 years. There is Set. Oh, that's just a man named Set. First off, here's the NETERU symbol of Set. That's the NETERU Set. He ruled for 200 years. How many of your friends live 200 years? That sounds like a supernatural being. It doesn't sound like anybody you know down the street from you. You would love to live 200 years, but do you know anybody who lives 200 years? But this Set, who's acknowledged as a NETERU by Ramesses, under the authorization of Ramesses, put out a papyrus talking about a Set that is a NETERU, that has two NETERU symbols, not just one. It has this determinative NETERU symbol and this one. That's two. And the Nesubiti. He was a Nesubiti that ruled for 200 years. That was Set. They will never tell you about the Ramesses papyrus. That's column 116, 1.16. Here is the Nesubiti Ma'at, who ruled for 700 years. 700 years. There's the Nesubiti symbol. Let me come to the screen and tell you why your current Kemetic teacher hates, despises the writings authorized by Ramesses. Loves the fact that Ramesses had big nose, big lips, and he was black and had hundreds of wives. Love all the physical part, but you hate this part. You know why? Because this teaching of Ramesses obliterates, annihilates that the Kemetic people taught that the NETERU were principles. Simply because, is Ma'at a principle or a physical being? Your current Kemetic Egypt person, studier, woke Whenever we'll say Ma'at is the principle, there was no being named Ma'at. It was the principle of justice and truth and justice and right. And the feather of Ma'at, it was a principle. How long did the principle of Ma'at rule Kemet? How long did the principle of Ma'at rule Kemet? Was there a period of time we at least have, conservatively, 4,000 years of Kemet? How long of that 4,000 years did the principle of Ma'at rule? That means how long were they under that? Every one of your Kemetic teachers will tell you for all of Kemet, there was a period of time where invaders came in. Fine. Let's exclude the Hyksos, let's exclude some of the invaders. No problem. We have 4,000 years to deal with. This Ma'at on the papyrus of Ramesses, her rule was 700 years. What happened? This Ma'at, the one that Ramesses believed in, is there another papyrus of Ramesses discussing Ma'at? This is the papyrus that Ramesses authorized. This Ma'at ruled for 700 years. So if Kemet was in existence for 5,000 years, 4,000 years, let's be conservative, 5,000 years. I know much longer than that. 5,000 years minus 700. That's 4,300 years. Mr. Principal Man, are you telling me that according to Ramesses, only 700 years of Kemet's existence was ruled under Ma'at? That's what this says. Come on, Mr. Principal Man. Make up the answer as you go, because you never even read this. Make up the answer. Well, you see, the 700 means the completion, like the 7 days of creation. So when it said Ma'at ruled for 700 years, that's the 7 in the Hun, she had the dreads, and you see the 7 is the full completion of Kemet history is all based on the number 7, because you have the 7 and become chakras. It just says Ma'at was a ruler for 700 years. Only king's names goes in the Shen. That's it. None of your principal theories, nothing else. No, the only thing that goes in there, and Ramesses' name is in there too. So is Pharaoh, so is Narmer. Only rulers' names go inside of the Shen. Was Kemet only under the rule of Ma'at for 700 years? And for 4,300 years, Kemet was in chaos? What was Kemet under for 4,300 years? Or was this Ma'at a supernatural being? You have two choices. Or you can make up an answer. Or you can just go by what it says. But you don't want to go by what it says because you think that you're smarter than the actual culture. Imagine the audacity of a person today that's wearing the Ankh. You're wearing all this. I represent Kemet. Kemet and Ma'at forever. I represent Kemet. You represent Kemet. Well, here are the people from Kemet writing. They say that Ma'at ruled for 700 years. So say it with me, Mr. Representative. Say it with us. Ma'at ruled for 700 years. Say it loud. Say it proud, because the people that you say that you represent said that. None of your other explanations are inside of that writing. It just says Ma'at ruled for 700 years. Period. Is that what they say today? Period. There's no addition. There's no, the 7, they see the 7 means I think that it's a principle of 7. 700 is a principle, the principle of the 7 man. What's up, God? No. So these were supernatural beings. There's no other explanation of it. You can simply say, I believe in all of Kemetic writing except for that part. That's trash. Ramesses, trash. You know why? Because me of 2024, I'm smarter than what Ramesses is about his own culture. So forget about what Ramesses says. I'm going to have my explanation. Forget Ramesses said he ruled for 700 years, 200 years. Forget about Ramesses. Let me tell you, I'm the Kemetic priest today. And the Kemetic priest today will tell you that this is a no. You hate Ramesses' teachings. You just like his big lips. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. So there is Ma'at. These were supernatural beings in the writings of the Kemetians themselves. You can just say you simply don't believe in them. Not a problem. You don't have to. But if you're teaching that you're a Kemetic or follow Ma'at or whatever, then you have to tell us where in the writings explains anything other than what it says Ma'at ruled for 7,000 years. Here's Tehuti. We have Tehuti, column 1.18, and here's where it becomes unbelievable. Now, the Emerald Tablet is even more unbelievable. The Emerald Tablets, and people who read that, they say, well, the Thoth had some type of generator, some type of thing where he would get in and reincarnate in different bodies. Whatever they say that it meant, what they believe is that this Thoth being had the ability to live throughout either different bodies or somehow have some type of longevity. Maybe he was a spirit being. They don't know. Nobody knows. But Ramesses says, I'm going to authorize this, that Tehuti, health, prosperity, 7,726 years. That's what Ramesses authorized. You don't like it? No problem. Don't say Tehuti wrote this. Somebody said that I wrote this. I remember somebody said I actually wrote this. Tehuti he wrote it in. They give me so much credit. Just say you don't believe in it. No problem. This class isn't even about whether you believe in it or not. This is about, does the ancient literature comport that this Tehuti was something supernatural? Because 7,726 is not a spiritual number in anybody's culture. It's not a principality number. It is an actual number that's inside of the king's list. The same king's list as Pharaoh Khufu, the same king's list as Ramesses. Whether it is true or not is completely irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant. What is true is that the ancient people acknowledged it and they wrote it. And if you say you're with them in their writings, then you must believe in it too. Just simply say you don't. But that's not even the topic. The topic is, was Tehuti a supernatural being? Yes. Ma'at Tehuti set these beings that were NETERU were ruling prior to man, and they were ruling for hundreds and thousands of years. That's what the writings say. So boom, there is an origin of Tehuti Thoth rule. He was obviously not a human by modern standards. None of these ancient NETERU were, just based on their lifespan alone. Notice you may automatically be saying to yourself, how is it possible for someone to live so long? See how fast you thought that? What I want you to make note of, we have 4,000 years of consistent writing of the ancient Kemetic culture within the Nile Valley culture, and you can't find this question being asked even once. That is because within the culture, we knew that the NETERU were supernatural beings, with Thoth or Tehuti being the head. So why are you asking the question? Well, you're wearing an ankh saying, how is it possible to... But the ancient people who are wearing ankhs, please find me a writing in NETERU where anybody for the 5,000 years said, how is it possible for Tehuti, for Ma'at to live 700 years? And not even that she lived, she just ruled that long. Nobody was asking that in their culture. You're asking it now because you don't fully believe in their culture. That's fine. No problem. Just acknowledge you don't fully believe in it. No problem at all. But for 5,000 years, there's no writing of anyone in ancient culture asking that question. But you living on Martin Luther King Street asking that question with the Knicks hat on and an ankh. All right, the real thought. This is the real thought Tehuti on the outer wall of the temple of Heru and Edfu. Here's where the Ptolemies come in, because we know the Ptolemies came in and redid Edfu. So they came in and of the Greeks coming into Tehuti. Aristotle was a teacher of Alexander, but the philosophers before knew of Tehuti. But when the rulers came in that actually had authority under the Ptolemies, under Alexander the Great, That's when they had the authority to actually make sculptures and writings and drawings. Pythagoras had no authority in Kemet. Here it is. These men had the authority to start rewriting things. This is a Kemetic native papyrus about Kemet. And the question was asked here, are there any Medu-Neter writings that comports with the Emerald Tablets? I want you to note the number it says here. It's a little blurry, but around 36,000 year number is mentioned here as the last paragraph. It is very, very blurry. I'm not sure why it came out like that, but you can look that up. This is the Royal Taurian Papyrus. Just look at the last paragraph, and it mentions a period of 36,000 years. Do any of these Greek writings comport with this? This is a Kemetic native indigenous papyrus about Kemetic rulers. It is about no other foreign people. Make note of that, and that number, 36,000 years, around 36,620. And now we will go to the Emerald Tablets, page 3, and you will see what comports with the indigenous writings. So now we're going to go into the Emerald Tablets and see, remember, based on a true story. So here we are on page 3, and this is the preface to the original Emerald Tablets of Thoth the Atlantean. The history of the tablets translated in the following pages is strange and beyond belief of modern scientists. Their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt, approximately 50,000 to 36,000 year BC. Again, here we go, that 36,000 year number. At that time, the ancient barbarian, no, we're gonna skip that part. We're gonna get to that later. He was the builder. He is Tehuti, Thoth. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In later times, the descendants of these gods became the pyramid priests, by which Thoth Tehuti was deified as the god of wisdom, the recorder, by those in the age of darkness, which followed his passing. In legend, the halls of Amenti became the underworld. The halls of the gods where the souls passed after death for judgment. So, in later times, the descendants of these gods became the pyramid priests, by which Thoth was deified as the god of wisdom, the recorder, and by those in the ages of darkness, which followed his passing. So by time it got into the writing says they were in the ages of darkness, and in legend, the halls of Amenti became the underworld. Okay, the underworld, halls of the gods where the souls passed after death for judgment. So originally it wasn't like that, as they're saying. It became that through legend, this area became the underworld where the souls passed. Okay, but it's 36,000 years. So there we see where they get the longevity of Tehuti's rule, Tehuti Thoth's rule, and the 36,000 years. And this pertains to the pyramid, quote unquote, pyramid builders. And note that the area of Amenti is mentioned, but you will note that the new version of the warping of Tehuti into Hermes Thoth, the entire culture has been removed. No laws of Ma'at, no Asar, no Heru, no scribes, no Per-Emheru teachings, no female Mut, no Sekhmet. The entire foundation that the real Tehuti was in, that was recorded by our actual ancestors in indigenous times, by the originators who brought Tehuti to the world, that predate this new Emerald Tablets, none of those teachings now exist. By over 3,000 years is now ignored and unreferred to. The PSYOPS begins in the name of what's called syncretism. Syncretism. And remember what Joe Rogan said about Tehuti, Thoth? He said, probably an alien. Remember Katt Williams' response? What was Katt Williams' response when Joe Rogan said, oh, that Tehuti character, wow, he's probably an alien? Does anybody remember the response? I'm going to go ahead and play the response right now. So he said, this is probably an alien. And let's see what Katt Williams responds to in this. Probably an alien. Oh, sorry. Oh, count. Wait, what's going on here? Full video 1. Video 2. Oh my. One moment, everyone. Hold on. Things are disappearing from my feed, from my file. Let me go ahead and see if I can recover this. Things are disappearing. We're gonna find them right here. I'm gonna go 1, boom, right here. That is very interesting. Things are vanishing. Is this it? Let me go ahead and see this because things are disappearing. No, that's not it. That is very interesting. Let me go back. Wow. Oh, here it is. Found it. Here it is. Okay, good. I'm going to go ahead and put this on, that, take that off, take that off. What is very interesting, but that's okay. Here we are. Okay, boom. I recovered it. So here we are. So Joe Rogan says this Tehuti Thoth is probably an alien. And what does Katt Williams say? Something very interesting. And here it is right here. Stop the chat. Stop, not the chat. Stop that. Stop that. Boom, good, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Here, syncretism. Here it is. Here it is right here. If y'all can see that. Okay, wonderful. Y'all can see that. Perfect. Let's go ahead and play it. Here we go.
The Egyptian god Thoth. Okay, it says beginning in the 2nd century BC onwards, Greek texts attributed to Hermes, a syncretic combination of Greek god Hermes and the Egyptian god Thoth, appeared in Greco-Roman Egypt. Those texts known as the Hermetica are heterogeneous collection of works that in the modern day era are commonly subdivided into 2 groups: the technical Hermetica, comprising of astrological, medico-botanical, alchemical, and magical writings, and the religio-philosophical Hermetica, comprising of mystical, philosophical writings. Holy shit.
Is this weed talk, Joseph?
No, this is so legit.
So legit, my man.
So this dude was probably an alien.
Dude, first of all, there are no probablys.
Yeah.
That's the benefit once you hear it or read it.
Okay, so there are no probablys. There are no probablys. Anyone who reads the most people who read about Thoth, my good brother Billy Carson, other people, they acknowledge that this Thoth was not a regular planetary being, but is associated with ancient Egypt, but he's not from there. And Katt Williams, he said this is probably an alien. Katt Williams says no, there's no probability. There's no probabilities. So when Tehuti says there are beings that exist outside of this planet, no, it can't be. How come? Because you're still a Christian. You're still a Christian that believes that there's a God that only created man on earth in the Garden of Eden. Even if you're an atheist, you still carry that belief with you that in all of the universe, no other creature exists except for humans on earth, because subconsciously God put us here. Subconsciously. That's what you still believe, even as an atheist. As opposed to saying, well, as evolution takes place on this planet and there's billions of planets in the universe, why do they even exist? Can they support life? Does it even have to be the type of life that we are? No, it doesn't have to be, but can they support life? Why would Earth be the only planet in the billions of planets in the universe that has any form of conscious light? The ancestors didn't teach that. So there is no probability. He's probably an alien. There is no probably. No probably about it. Let's go and see if this comports. Let's see. Let's check it out and see. And so people are going to ask me, Tehuti, do you acknowledge that these beings, or this being Tehuti, was not of regular human stock and not of this earth? Well, let's go see. Let's see. I'm actually going to step out of it for a moment, and I'm going to let the professionals talk, as they call them, the PhD professionals. We are back. So Katt said, and really makes it clear No possibilities. Tehuti, do you confer? Do you concur that there was some type of supernatural builders of pyramid structures, conscious entities that are not of this earth? And the chance of there not being that case is beyond a shadow of a doubt? Well, I would like to refer you, let's take me out of it, because he may be biased on what Tehuti said this. I'm going to remove myself from this because everyone knows what I teach, but I'd like to refer to a Yale University astronomer, PhD. You know, because I say that there are structures, I show that there are structures on Mars and things that are definitely of Kemetic. It's before Kemet. Before Kemet even existed, I show you that these images here are from the exact same culture on Mars and on the moon, and they're not from regular human beings because the moon is only 5%. You need at least 21% oxygen. You can't survive on the moon without a suit. So these are not regular people, but there are several structures on the moon and on Mars that shows that there was life form there hundreds of thousands of years ago. But forget what I say about the structures and the artifacts found on Mars. Let's go to your Yale University astronomer, PhD, Dr. Tom Van Flanders. So everybody can call him pseudo. I'm gonna step out of the pseudo seat, and I'm gonna give the handoff to the PhD, former chief astronomer of Naval Observatory. Here's a former chief astronomer of the U.S. Naval Observatory, PhD Tom Flanders of NASA. Let's see what he says. So first of all, who is Tom Flanders? He's a graduate from Xavier University in 1962, briefly attended Georgetown University in 1963, and received a PhD in astronomy. From Yale in 1969, specializing in celestial mechanics. Dr. Van Flanders' early work is well regarded within his field, fascinated with astronomy. From a very young age, Dr. Van Flanders made his first contribution to the field at 19. In 1959, Tom and his friends, Dennis Smith, at age 17, set the world record for number of artificial satellites tracked during a month as a part of his project Moonwatch in Cincinnati. Tom made his observation from his very personal telescope purchased with money earned from his paper route. Dr. Van Flanders worked at the U.S. Naval Observatory for 21 years and became chief at the Celestial Mechanics branch of Nautical Almanac Office. His team contributed to the regular production of Nautical Almanac, among other projects. After retiring from the civil service, Van Flanders served as a research associate at the University of Maryland Physics Department and as a global positioning system GPS consultant to the Army Research Laboratory. And what does he say about these anomalies on Mars? The odds of the anomalies, of the anomalous items imaged in the Cydonia region of Mars being of natural origin are 1,000 billion to 1 against this theory. In other words, the possibility that these objects occurred naturally has been ruled out beyond a shadow of a doubt. What I want to know, just personally, before I take my break, why is it only if Tehuti says this, that a pseudo, you're making it up in a pseudo, but you have access. You can have access to the PhD Flanders of the physics department. You can write him. You say you go by the PhDs. Did you hear the possibilities? It's not 1 in a million. It's not 1 in 2 million. It's not 1 in 3 million. The number is 1,000 billion to 1. That is the chance of the structures and anomalies that I show you all on Mars being just of natural rocks and phenomenon. Do you want to hear that number again? Because I guarantee that none of your teachers will ever write PhD Flanders. Never write Tom. You will never, ever write him, because it's easy to attack Tehuti. You don't want to attack the PhD of Maryland Physics Department. You don't want to deal with him. You don't want to deal with the consultant of the Army Research Laboratory. You don't want to deal with him. I know that you don't want to deal with his PhD who worked in the physics department. You don't want to deal with this man who was at the Naval Observatory for 21 years, who was the chief of the Celestial Mechanics branch. You don't want to deal with him, because it's easier to say the Tehuti, the bad Tehuti. I don't like a Tehuti. I made it up. Hey, Flanders, Tehuti made up Flanders. No, please make a video of you trying to contact Flanders. He's the PhD saying this with all those attributes, and you are a brother on YouTube on the gray couch, atheist that just doesn't like Tehuti but loves PhDs unless his name is Tom Flanders at the Nautical Department of Naval Physics. Do you want to hear that number again, family? The number of the chances of the anomalies on Mars being just natural and not being artificially made by consciousness. Let me give you that number again so you can put in your calculator. 1,000 billion, not 1,000, not 1 billion, not 1,000 billion, but 1,000 billion. Have you ever heard of that number before? 1,000 billion? 1,000 billion to 1. That's the chances. There's a higher chance of you slipping on a banana peel, landing on Dolly Parton's breast, and winning the Wheel of Fortune on the same day. There's a higher chance of that. 1,000 billion to 1 of the anomalies that Tehuti shows being artificial. I stopped listening to Tehuti when he showed the artificial images, the images on Mars, and said they're artificially built. Tom Flanders, he's good. It's just Tehuti I don't like. Tehuti doesn't have straight hair. Here we go. Let's continue, everybody. Welcome to Tehuti PODCLASS. Here we go. So there it is. 1 billion. This is the University of Maryland's Physics Department Research Associate, Chief of the Celestial Mechanics Branch of Nautical Almanac, and you're a guy on YouTube disagreeing. What are your stats again? Here we go. Boom. No possibility. This concurs now that these concurs. Now, what are some of these anomalies found? What are some of the anomalies found on Mars? Well, first, let me show you Amenti. Remember over here in the Emerald Tablets, it mentioned this Amenti area. There it is right there. The halls of Amenti. Well, let me show you the actual Amenti that today is called the Giza Plateau. Here it is. Here's Amenti. This is the Amenti area, or at least a section of it. And there's your 3 popular pyramids. You've seen this from this angle. Some have seen it. So this is an image of the quote-unquote pyramids of Giza. This is the area called Amenti from the top angle. Have you ever seen them at this angle? Most people have. Okay? And here are some examples of anomalies that have been found on Mars and the Moon. Can you please tell me what that is? 1 billion. Just like these right here, the chances of this being built by wind and nature, these 3 Akus, is impossible. Here is the exact same image on the Moon and on Mars. And the chances of these being artificial are 1 billion. When you send your disagreement to Tehuti, please show me your BCC, what is it, the copy email that it went to Tom Flanders to. Don't just send it to Tehuti. Set up a debate with Tom Flanders and let me know how that debate goes for you. Here is the images enhanced. There is the SAW mass cam on Mars, Curiosity rover. 1 billion to 1. I did not say that. So boom, yes, Katt Williams, you are stepping towards the truth our ancestors preserved with no need to syncretize with the Greek Hermes of 900 AD and Arab German writers. With our ancestors left thousands of first-hand records directly of the culture, and not just on Earth, but outside of Earth. If these are Akkus, these are Akkus. Why? Because if you can show that these are not, then you are the one that showed the 1 to 1 billion, 1,000 billion % chance. You're the one that did it. So go disprove Flanders, and then you go win the Nobel Prize, or go win whatever you're going to get for being the one person that showed the 1,000 billion to 1 possibility that was made by a hurricane storm on Mars and the moon. Here it is. Now, note in the interview with Katt Williams, he stated the reason for mixing Thoth with Hermes was all justified in another Greek word of which there is no ancient ancestral word for, called syncretism. And the person that asked the question anonymously asked the question about syncretism. Syncretism, because they want to know, why is it always Hermes linked with Thoth and not even the actual original Tehuti? Syncretism, when you look it up, is the practice of combining different beliefs and various schools of thought. Syncretism involves merging or assimilation of several originally discrete traditions. However, the person wrote, however, in the NETERU Mot were not discrete at all. No, they were not discrete. It was not discrete. It was discrete to those who weren't about the culture, who were foreigners, yes. Very discreet to them. When you step into Kemet and live it, the images and the rituals and everything is everywhere, every corner, every center of the body. It was not discreet. There was nothing discreet about the teachings of Ma'at at all, or the teachings of the NETERU at all. The world knows Thoth because of what he says and depicts and expresses everywhere within the Ma'at. So the question is asked, are syncretic combinations of gods dangerous to understanding the true reality? Looking at Hermes, and then, so that's the question. I want to read the other part because there's just a question I want to deal with. Are syncretic combinations of gods dangerous to understanding reality? Is it dangerous to understanding reality? Let's find out. Let's see. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Great question. Well, here's Hermes. Here's Hermes. Here he is. We got Hermes. Here is the being that they say was Tehuti. Here is the being that they say was Thoth. Here he is right here, Hermes. And they say equivalence. Here is the syncretism, a word that is made up in Greece. There's no syncretism in Kemet, but here's the word made up. The equivalence, the syncretism. So he's equal to Mercury, Odin, Therma, Thoth, and Anubis. Here he is. And this is in the Vatican Museum. Here's Tehuti, that they call Thoth, they say are equivalent in this Greek fantasy called syncretism. So here is Hermes, and here's Tehuti. And according to syncretism, these two are equivalent. This is equivalent to this. This is Hermes. This is the ancient statue of Hermes. This is the ancient depiction of Thoth. This is supposed to be equivalent to this, only to the Greeks. There's nowhere in any Kemetic writings that says, because remember, these Greek deities existed in writings in the latter part of Kemetic history, at least from 700 BC, 600, 700 BC. So that means from 600, 700 BC, Kemetic scribes had the ability to write and tell us that, see that Hermes over there that they have? He's equivalent to Tehuti. Tehuti's other name is Hermes. Why did no scribe write about this and that both the cultures were existing at the same time? Only the Greeks said that these were equal. But before we even get into the difference between, that's a typo, Tehuti, Thoth, and Hermes, Thoth and Hermes, you can see the Greeks made a sloppy mistake by putting another name in there as an equivalent. Look close. In the definition of syncretism, or in the name of syncretism, it says Thoth is equivalent to Anubis. Do you see that, everybody? Hermes is Thoth, which is the equivalent to Anubis too. Sloppy. So Anubis and Tehuti are equivalents, according to the Greeks who invented syncretism. Boom. They put Anubis as a syncretism equivalent to Thoth. This is an example of the Greek sloppy example of syncretism, fantasy world, that even within the same culture they were stealing from, they actually messed up two of the NETERU gods that are completely different. Let me take you to the 78-foot long very first book of immortality that's called the Book of the Dead Today, from the culture of Thoth himself in 1250 BC, chapter 3, where we see Anubis and Thoth Tehuti together. Here's the judgment scene, chapter 3. Here where I'm waving my mouth. Here's who they're calling Thoth. That's supposed to be equivalent to Hermes. And here is Anubis. Here is Anpu. Anpu is here, and Thoth is here. But according to the Greek syncretism that tried to link Thoth to Hermes, they also said that Anubis is Thoth. But here is Thoth right here, and here is Anubis over here. Boom. They are not and were not ever equivalent or the same God to the indigenous people. They serve completely different roles. As you can see, one is the wearer of the scales, that's Anpu, Anubis, and the other, Thoth, is the writer, author, record keeper of judgment. So you know, if the Greeks, if they couldn't see this and they equivalated these two, and they're actually on the same page clearly as two different beings with two different roles written about. None of the scribes said they're the scribes of Anubis. None of the morticians are the morticians of Thoth. Completely two different beings on the same page. If they made this up, then they're clearly lying. In the name of syncretism, they will combine any two beings that they wish. And they definitely wouldn't get it right with pulling someone from a completely different culture. If they can't even get this right and they're on the same page of the Perm Heru, totally different positions, totally different assignments, totally different responsibilities, never equated. Anubis is never Tehuti, and Tehuti Thoth is never Anubis in the ancient culture. And the Greeks are yet saying that these two are equivalent because Hermes is Anubis and Hermes is Tehuti. Say what? What's happening? So if they mess this up, they definitely wouldn't get it right with pulling someone from a completely different culture to merge in with, when they can't even get it right with two beings that are of the same culture on the same page. This quote-unquote syncretism is a European PSYOPs that began with the Ptolemies. They invented this as a way to pollute the original teachings of Ma'at to ease in their ways. The indigenous people of Kemet that Greeks were stealing from were not syncretic with any Greek culture, with anyone's belief, but they were the source. Remember Katt Williams? You said this is the source that the world followed. So if they're the source, they're not syncretic with other cultures. They're the source that the other cultures are taking from, but mutilating and mutating and changing, because it's not coming from the actual source. They're compromising it to their culture. Okay? So note, so this is the psyops of this new word, which is a Greek word. We can't find the meta word for syncretism. You will note that this has no meta translation or concept spoken of by the original people. It was a psyops to steal the origin while simultaneously still keeping the warped Greek identity in which the people of Ma'at had no need for. Thus you see not one account of any person in Kemet, in the Nile Valley, no pharaoh, no scribe in history, making not even one attempt to merge the NETERU with Greek gods. How come there's no attempt of this from the original side? Why is this only from the Greek side? How come the scribes that existed in 700 BC when the Greek gods were being written about in 800 BC, why was there no scribes? There was hundreds of scribes in 800 BC. Why was none of them synchronicity, synchroneted? How come none of them syncretism? They're the source of it. Wouldn't they be the ones that originated it? Why is it another culture says, well, you know what? These two are the same. And the Kemetic people are like, no, we have Tehuti. He's not the same as anybody. They didn't synchronate in any type with the Greeks. They lived side by side by. What I'm going to do, I'm going to take a break right here. I have to take a break. We're over an hour in. I'm going to take a break for a few moments. I'm going to put the link in the room. The team can jump in. I'm going to do something very quickly, come back in a few minutes, and continue this. All those who are watching this, we're 1 hour and 22 minutes in. Let me put the link in the room first, and I'm going to step away. We're 1 hour and 22 minutes in. I'm going to put the link in the room. Here we go. 1 hour and 22 minutes in. Jump in the room, supportive family. Those who are watching this so far, we're not even at the end yet. Support what you see. Support if you're getting any information. It is Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. You can put a tip called The Real Thoth, No Hermes, whatever it is you want. I'm going to come. I'm not even done yet. I can end right here, but I'm not even done yet. But send your support, everybody, because it's an hour and 22 minutes to teach. How much did it take to put it? How long did it take to put it together? It's an hour and 22 minutes to recite it back. Jump in the room, family. Did I put the link in the room, Scribe? Scribe can jump in the room even if I don't put the link in. It is Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. I'm going to take a small break because I feel that I deserve a small break after teaching for an hour and 22 minutes. I'm trying to not disappoint. I think his name is a tall god, Heru. I saw a comment on there. It says Tehuti only teaches for 10 to 15 minute spurts, and then and it's so watered down because he only teaches for 10 to 15 minute spurts, and then the students come in and do fundraising. That's what the PODCLASS is. So I went and looked because I trust people sometimes. I'm wondering, what PODCLASS do I ever teach for 10 to 15 minute spurts and take a break? My breaks are no less than me teaching for an hour. I'm 1 hour and 22 minutes in, and this is when I take my first break. But according to the tall god Heru, I take a break in 10 to 15 minutes. Menti Hotep, you remember me taking breaks every 10 minutes?
No breaks.
So some people, when they just don't like something, when it's overwhelming, their mind corrupts and they start to create. Like I said, this is why I have a fallout with anybody, is because I stay the same. So to my knowledge, I've consistently been teaching for years, or at least a year, anywhere from half an hour answers to 2 hour answers, and I take a break around an hour. That's what I consistently have been doing. When somebody sees consistency and their brain can't handle it, the only way to disagree is they have to create a new reality. That's the only problems I have with people, is that I stay consistent and other people create this new reality and they create a new Tehuti. So there's some other Tehuti out there that teaches for 10 to 15 minute spurts, and then his team comes in. But it's not me, it's some other person that's in their brain and only exists there. But that's why I have a problem with Tehuti, because this is watered down. He only teaches for 10 to 15 minutes, and then he takes a break. And I'm like, hey, I'm consistent. Oh, your mind couldn't handle it, so you had to make that up. So anyways, family, peace and love. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Peace and love. Hotep, hope you're all enjoying it.
Hotep, enjoy your break, Saba.
Thank you.
Hotep, Menti, what do you think so far?
Oh man, I'm at such a vulnerable state. Every time I come on in between the classes, it's just my mind is blown.
Mm-hmm.
my mind is blown. So
Yes, there's some extremely powerful heka happening right now, and when everyone really sees the heka that's associated with this class, and why, because this is a very important class, and because, you know, just like what Katt Williams said when he went on the show, and you know, start speaking about these tablets, and how mind bending it is, and when you first come across it, it is, because you're coming out of religion, you know, you're coming out of the Bible, and so to read information that expands your thinking, it becomes supreme, and so, you know, just to hear him speaking about it is good. It's a great thing, and I love how SABA Tehuti started off first with showing the pyramid text, and showing the earliest attestation of Tehuti written in actual archaeology, and because what he brought forth to the community and consciousness, question that I never truly asked myself, because there's so much information, and when you have a innate trusting Eve, you don't really it takes some things to happen before you question someone's you know, intention, but then we have to ask, you know, who said this, and what did the actual people say themselves? So, you know, to start it off, to show the pyramid text 2400 BCE of Tehuti etched into the walls is so important, because we see the actual writings themselves, and him taking us through the path of showing the tablets and the bright green image that they show. And when I seen that language, like what language is that? It looks Greek. It looks Greek, and then there's some letters that's kind of like, you know, a little off, and
what is that?
yeah, it's like what is that? And you know, it's great. And I'm gonna wait till he concludes the class before I share some of the magic and some of the things that I did personally to receive. I spoke to some people concerning these tablets and translators of them. So it's going to be great. I'm going to wait to the end of that. But
yeah, I think it's really interesting that the way people base their spiritual awareness off of a depiction. It's something that somebody just, you know, is very creative about putting things together. But when you go back to the papyrus, like, it's there in writing along with it being etched in the wall. But
yeah, and it says that, right?
People are committed to that belief, so that's like it's more work than they want to do. I mean, when you talk about doing work, spiritual work, like everything is work. It never ends. But some people don't want to put that extra time and effort into digging and finding what the actual source is. So you're just living off of a depiction.
Right. And because the people who speak on these teachings, they're a lot of people trust them, and you know, they have huge followings. So when someone that, you know, you trust is telling you some information and you don't really know where to look, these people know more than the people that they're giving the information to, most of them. So you just have to, you go with what you hear being taught. And because there's magic associated with it, and there's so much matrix that, everyone is looking for some type of guidance coming up out of the religion. So anytime you hear, that's why they just make it Thoth. And like he pointed out, where'd the rest of the NETERU go? The rest of the NETERU just disappeared. It's just Thoth, and it's not even Thoth the Egyptian. It's Thoth the Atlantean. So
right.
It's a very powerful heka'u that they're utilizing, and showing the image, the drawing, the imaginative drawing of the tablets, and the language that's actually on the drawing is a Latin language. But yeah, these are all just imaginative. You're taking some writings from you showed the Arabic source of 900 AD. And that's where the actual source of where the first thought process of an emerald tablet exists is in that Arabic writing. And I love how when Joe was he was reading through it, or when Katt was talking about it, Katt was saying, he said, the emerald tablets, he was speaking about them, and then Joe said, when was it? He asked that question, and Katt didn't have an answer to it. And then he kind of looked over and was looking over at like the engineer guy, so the engineer guy could pull up the Wikipedia page. So Katt didn't know the actual true dating of this, and he pointed that out. He made that a point, as SABA showed. And so when they actually read the dates, he go back and watch it. He flew through the dates, and then he said, "Well, what's in it?"
Right. I don't think people are really concerned about the timeline, and if it actually makes sense, they're just going with whatever they think is the flow. But yeah, the way SABA brought it to consciousness, that they deliberately ignored the rest of the NETERU, and I think that places something subconscious in people's mind that being deceitful, and I think that's tragedy in itself. Yeah,
that's when the axes tend to go up, because you realize when you're not in the information, and you do not know, you don't really know where the deception is. But when you start to study and you realize that, okay, these people who are bringing this information, they study, they read, but somehow it always stops at the Greeks and Hermes and Trismegistus, and even when you're out of that, you go to astrology. It's all Greek, because they have to hide the source information. Because if everyone truly understands what's there, the power structure will start to reestablish itself where it's supposed to be in its rightful form, and they can't have that. So even the NETERU, it's Anubis. All the names are changed, and I know you was in Wisdom Wednesday class, and had no idea that SABA was going to be bringing this forth in the PODCLASS. And again, the magic that happens within the House of ATTON, and I'm watching how this class is going, and I know where my mind is and was.
It really is like Wi-Fi.
It absolutely is.
I was doing my flashcards last night, and I was doing the 10th. That's something that I was doing last night, having no idea that this is what we're going to be learning about today. It's very beautiful, very nothing. I saw Brother Bijan Pharaoh come up.
Yeah, peace, brother Bijan Pharaoh.
Hey, peace. Hold up.
Oh.
What's up?
Oh, I'm sorry, Minty. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Welcome.
All right. Yes, hold up to everyone. How y'all doing?
Doing great.
That's
Doing
good. That's
accurate.
good. That's good. Ani, I want to give you your respect on your new album. Oh man, that's
Thank
fire, man. I got the whole album on repeat. I'm listening to the songs
Thank you.
over and over and over again, man. Yeah, all those
What's
tracks
your
are
favorite
fire,
one?
bro. Which one?
Yeah, what's your favorite one?
Well, Lead with the Left was always gonna be my favorite.
Okay.
Lead with the Left, 7. Keep It Moving.
99 Allahs, you can't forget about that one.
Say that, Minty.
The 99 Allahs.
Oh yeah. I was gonna mention that, the 99 Allahs. Yeah, that's the verse that Tehuti had wrote.
No, see, there's a misconception in there. He wrote to that beat.
Okay.
He wrote to that beat, and so I want everyone to know right now, when you hear Sob scribe, it's me writing. I'm scribing. Okay? I want everybody to make that disclaimer right now. But yes, he wrote. When I went to go visit him, we were freestyling. We was in his domain, playing beats, freestyling, and he wrote a verse in 1998 to that beat. That wasn't the verse, but he let us hear the verse that he did write, and it inspired me to write to that beat, and that's what that was.
Oh, got you. Understand.
Yes.
Either way, man, the whole album is straight fire, man. My op music forever. Word. My op music. Yeah, Nini up. Yeah, I came on because Saba told me he has something for me. Oh, there he is. Peace, Saba. Hold tight.
Hey, Pete, let me get this off the screen. Hey, Bijan Pharaoh, how are you, good brother?
I'm doing good, man. My Dejed is back to normal.
Yeah, Dejed is back to normal?
Yes,
Let me move
man.
this off the screen.
Sciatica is no joke, man. It is painful.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yes. What I want you to do real quickly is tell the audience you wrote me something.
Yes.
And it was about being attracted to a certain netter, and I wanted to go ahead and tell the audience what you wrote me. If you remember, if you want to read it, you can read it if you need to.
All right, no, I remember Saba. There was a class that Saba said that if you want to represent a netter that you like and want to follow, that came to me like a week ago, and it came to mind that I want to follow in the footsteps of Ptah, and that's the reason why I wore my blue kufi tonight to represent Ptah. So if there's any I know there's maxims of Ptah, Hotep, and I would like to read those and imbue those into my ka, so it could keep me upright and keep me moving in the right direction. With Saba Tehuti teaching as well. You know, two of those combined are definitely a ka uplift. So Ptah is one of the netters that I want to follow, because what I've been through since my first one-on-one with Saba, my whole life just did a transformation, and it was due to Saba. So I just want to say that Saba Tua, thank you. I appreciate you. And Ptah is definitely one of the netters I want to follow.
Okay. Thank you, good brother. And then what did I respond and tell you that? What did I tell you?
Yes, you said for me to come on and you have something for me.
Yes. So you're looking for something with guidance?
Yes.
And that was associated with Ptah and Ptah Hotep. So, do you have your cell phone with you right now?
Yes, I'm on my cell phone actually right now.
Could you check your email, see if you have anything?
Okay. I'm not going to get bumped off, right?
I don't know how it works, but I said I was going to give you a gift, right? But I'll go
Okay.
check your email right now. I just wanted to see live if you get
Okay,
some.
sure.
All right, so he's checking his emails. Screen goes black, no problem. Peace and love. Atef Rem Kem Ma'at has appeared on the scene from Family Life. Yes. Hotep, good brother.
Hotep. Oh, this is great. This Katt Williams, this is fantastic. You and I meet. Oh, this is beautiful. This is absolutely beautiful. Hotep.
Yes, thank you. Bijan Farrell's back. Bijan, do you see anything?
Yes, I got it, Saba.
What do you got?
I definitely
Tell
got
the
it.
crowd.
Yes.
What's that? Oh, I can't see or hear anymore. Uh-oh.
Yes, can you hear me, Saba?
No, you went black.
Yeah, because I went to check my email.
Yeah, and then it went
So,
black.
yeah,
It went black again.
Oh.
Okay, go up black again. Okay, not sure what's going on with Bijan Farrell, but he said he. Okay, Bijan, tell the crowd what did you receive? What did you got? What do you have?
Yes.
Uh-oh. You're back. Now you're back.
Yeah, it's instructions of Fatah, the Saba P, the bibliography, the Saba P, the Mark Gen, Netter Hoff, P equals English.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's gonna keep doing that. It's gonna keep doing that.
Why is it doing that? What is happening? Okay. Why is it doing that?
Because I'm clicking off, not clicking off, but I'm looking at my emails.
Okay,
So
don't look at
every
your
time
email.
I go into my email.
Don't look at your emails right now. So what did you receive? Just say what you received. Don't go into email. You can say it.
Okay, the bones hurt because of the thigh age. Good has turned
No.
into evil.
Oh no. What did you do you know where you received from me?
Yes.
Tell the crowd what you what's happening? I don't know what's happening. Just tell the crowd what is it called that you received from me? Do you know?
The instructions of Ptah.
So you have received. So the brother said he wanted guidance because he feels. I told him about each being connected to a particular netter. He wanted to be connected to Ptah. There is the first scribe writer of the laws of Ma'at that's recorded is named after Ptah, and his name is Ptah in a palindrome. So his name is actually Ptah after the netter Ptah, and it's Ptah going both ways. So it's Ptah Hotep. Because Hotep is Ptah spelled the other way. So it's just Ptah Hotep. So I sent him. He now has the guidance of Ptah Hotep in the actual Medunetter and in the English and in the transliteration with some history and information. So you can now read the guidance in the English, look at the Medunetter translation and the transliteration of how to say the words, so you can know to look them up in the dictionary now. So there's my gift for you. I just want to do that for you live. There you go.
Thank you, Saba. Tua.
They say I'm giving away free game or something. I don't know what that means, but I'm giving free games out. So there's your free games. Free game. Okay.
Tua, Saba. Tua.
Nini Ugg. Okay, everybody, what we're gonna do? Let me go ahead and check the cash apps, read off a couple more donations, and get back into this beautiful question. Just breaking it down, building it back up. I'm gonna read a couple more tips that were actually given. I'm gonna read a couple. I see some tips given for this, but I'm gonna go down and read a couple. A couple tips, a couple donations, and then I'm going to get right back into the answer. So go ahead and this is the Nook. Go ahead and read this off. and I appreciate everybody's support. Everybody, get your send your support in for what you feel you appreciate, because I want to see what happens after this. I don't see much happening tonight as usual. I'm not sure if everybody spent tax season or something. I'm not sure what happened, but send your support in for what you see happening. And all those people that were going to MetaNeter class, now there's no MetaNeter class. There should be extra support now. I'm assuming, I don't know but there should be more support, because now there's no MetaNeter class fee on Monday. So go ahead and send some more support for that, because when the next MetaNeter classes happen, it's not going to be the same. It's not going to be the same at all, actually, if it happens again, but we'll see. But anyways, for those who are coming from MetaNeter class, if you want to send support to get the MetaNeter class, send in to this email right here, inquire about it, and you can actually receive the MetaNeter class. At that time, it was called MetaNeter Monday. It will not be called that anymore. It'll be called MetaNeter Magic classes, and the price will be different. It's going to be different because I was actually looking, and I was and I agree with the brother who typed that. I was looking at the MetaNeter class, and I was like, I'm teaching 4 hours on immortality for $20. I'm giving away free game. I'm starting to see that now. So I don't know where else you can go in for 4 hours and get classes on immortality and out of body experience for $5 an hour. I'm not sure if that's even the price of minimum wage, but for those who want to order and support. For those who are attending MetaNeter class, you should have a new budget now and be supporting more to the pod class, because the MetaNeter budget doesn't exist anymore. So please support everybody. I'm actually spending my whole life. I have no other life other than this. If you think the answer was long, you have no comprehension of how long the put together is. You think an hour and a half is a long answer? So how long does it take to get the exact word of each thing that you see there? Did I actually read all those books? Do I have all those books? And somebody saying to me, oh, well, the answer to this question here, it's on this book on page this. How do I have the page numbers to all the answers? So that type of what I'm doing outside of this takes my entire life. So everybody, please support. Speaking of which, much respect is due to this brother right here who sends in multiple supports per class. And that is Nook Panuk 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 Panuk. He actually sends as much supports as the amount of times I say his name, I think. He says Hotep Marie, and here it is, full MetaNeter support. I don't even think one word is in English. Hotep Marie Ku Unk Uj Uaja Seneb Henu Saba Neter Tehuti, and then the word email. So I don't know if he's saying check the email. I'm not sure what that is, but snake email. So shout out to you. Appreciate you, Nook Panuk 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 Panuk. Appreciate that. I did get a long email from you, and I actually responded saying if you could send some of that in audio. My eyes can't read black and white. If you noticed, even the way that I set up the answers to the podcast questions, they're written in neon glowing. I'm doing that partially for me because that's what I can read clearly. That's why it's so pretty like that, because it's easy for me to read those big letters and writings. The black and white is on this computer LED screen is affecting my eyesight badly, so I can't read all these long emails. I tell Minty Hotep, send me little spurts of 30 seconds in an audio, because I can't read. I can't look at this phone. The phone is destroying my eyes badly, so I try not to look at messages. When I read my phone messages, I turn it to the side. I try not to look at my phone at all. I can only do what's on the computer, and that's bothering me. So Nook Panuk Panuk. Send me your message. You can send me an audio, and if I have time, I'll just play it in the background while I'm working out or something and listen to it. Shout out to you, Nook Panuk 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 Panuk. And now Beged Leisure, the beautiful, awesome Beged Leisure. I'll do this and one more and get right back into the answer. I see some people have sent some tips for this answer. That's awesome. At the end, we'll see what's sent and see what this podcast, see what the appreciation of this podcast is. So here we go. We got Beged Leisure, who is awesome. We're working on something very big. I'm attempting to do attempting to guide his frequency into a magic that will be a big explosion for him, and it looks like things are working out good. So much respect to you, Beged Leisure, Maharu. and I know things are going to work out the way that we are visualizing. And I'm seeing all your messages, and thank you for sending me all the updates and trusting my judgment on advice on what to do. Speak at Leisure is $25. Hotep Saba for Sebi, Ebe, Ray, Henu. Give them some big noise. Please give them some big. And also, for Nook Panuk, give Nook Panuk some noise too. I forgot to give him some noise for that $9. Really nice. Shout out to Nook Panuk. Thank you, brother. When you see Nook Panuk, give a when you see even give us support for $9.99. It's not just that. That's his fourth one. He does $9.99 and then $9.99, another $9.99. He never ever donates one time to the pod class. So every donation he gives gets a hand clap because it's going to accumulate. He's multiple donations. Shout out to Nook Panuk. Appreciate you. I'll go for one more, and that is who's this? Kiko Jones. What's Kiko Jones? This is a brand new name as well. I don't think I've ever Kiko. I know Kiki. Okay, Kiko Jones. Let me see what this is here. From what's the date today? March 9th. Shout out to Kiko Jones. I think there's a email that goes with this, but I'm gonna go ahead and show this to the class, everybody. Shout out to Kiko Jones. Give him some big noise. $40 from Kiko Jones. Shout out to you, Kiko Jones. Wonderful, Kiko Jones. Appreciate you. Excellent. And I'm assuming there's no, there was an email with Green Oagua. Oh, what's this? Oh. Okay. I'm going to do Green Oagua. Where's his donation? Is Green Oagua... So many names here. Yes. Green Oagua is also Carrie Tane Soul. All these names. All these names here. Let's see what this says. Shout out to Carrion Tane Soul who sent in this. He also, Carrion Tane Soul, if you're listening, I got Scribe to send you a message. I hope you got it. It was that the MENETER classes are postponed until April. And the question you sent, you can save until I resume them again in April, or you can take those funds and get MENETER recordings. A lot of people got the MENETER recordings. It's whatever you would like. So shout out to you. Let me fix this here at 17, 18. Not much. Oh, let me fix this. This one's not a question, but Queen Aragos is I can't say that name. Green Arago. March 17th. No, I don't want March 7th. Hold on. What? No, I want 18. Okay, here it is. Shout out to Carrion Tane Soul. After this one, I'm gonna continue with the question. Carrion Tane Soul. So he sends what does it say? A breakdown of oh God. A breakdown of Commission and Mori and a breakdown of Commission and Ma'ari of the a breakdown of the Commission and Ma'ari and Wayataha connection, origin, language, tradition. Origin, language, traditions, whether you find valuable as they claim here, the Cometians migrated to New Zealand, Oatirio or Aotearoa at one point in time, and for the Maori, Wa'atha culture. There's more in the email. Oh wow, there's more. Yeah, this isn't even the more. There's more of it. So I'll go ahead and read the email and see if I can make sense of this question, because I see a breakdown of Cometian and Maori Hawaii connection, but then this part here that says, "Oh, whatever you find valuable, as they claim here." As they claim here, you must have sent me something that something else. There must be something else that goes with this, because did we give some noise? Give some noise, Sam. Give some hand clap. Give him. Shout out to Carrie Ann Tain Soul, $20.97. He says more in the email, so I'm going to go ahead and look at my email now to see if there's an email that's side by side with this. And I see an email, and okay. Oh, here's more of the questions. I might as well put this on the screen for the crowd and everybody to see. To see what this says. And Scribe, if you could read this for me, please. I need to take a rest on my eyes. Oh wait, 18:9. Oh wow, 18:9. Question. Okay, here we go. Here we go, and then I'm going to get into the answer. So, Scribe, if you could go ahead and read that for me, please. Is Scribe here?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Can you read that for me, please? I can't really read that right now.
It says, Marina Tehuti, hope you are in good energy and health. I send a question in regarding a breakdown of the Maori and Waiitaha traditions to the Cometian traditions to learn more and possibly challenge ISFAT that might be spread here in New Zealand, as I am invited to an event. See pictures attached. There are lots of similarities as I could find in the language, but not art and way of living. I like to see your perspective and what you can find out. Also, I sent in a question a while ago on a comparison between Agni Holtera and Cometian ideas. Just asking for an update, as I am very passionate in what's said. It will be covered in a few weeks. Tua Saba Tehuti Tain Soul.
Okay, Scribe, did you send him that email I asked you, telling him that he can take in Meta class? That's for a Meta class.
Let me double check. But if you ask me to do that, then yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and
Oh yes. Yes, and yes, I did send that to him.
Okay, so this must be another question. Agni Hotra. I don't know if I got that. Let me go ahead and send. One second. Let me just go ahead and tell him. Did you get the email? Did you get the email? Oh, boy. Peace. Did you get the email from the good brother Scribe about the question you sent in for the MEDU class? And that you can get that back in classes? This one here about the Agni. I don't remember this. Can you send the Cash App and let me know? Was it for the MEDU class? Okay, good. So I sent him a response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get back into this. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Are you ready? We're gonna get back into the answer. The answer here for the Katt Williams thing, we're going to break it down, build it back up, and let's go ahead and do this. Okay, beautiful people, jump in the room. Good to see you back, Atef. Nice to see you safe and back. Good to see you, Minty Hotep. I saw what you sent. Thank you for that. I like the number. And shout out to Scribe. And I'll let you guys jump back in so I can go ahead and answer this question here. Finish the answer. Here we go, everybody. Are you ready? Press 9 if you can hear me. Press 9 if you can hear me clearly. And press 9 if you can hear and see the screen right now. I'm going to go right to where I left off right here. If you can see that screen, press 9 if you can see the screen. I'm going to wait a minute or so and make sure. Oh, not yet. Okay, here we go. Now press 9 if you can see this screen. Press 9 if you can see this screen. I'm going to come off. I'm going to come off for a moment and put it back on a screen share. Press 9 in the chat if you can see the screen sharing. Okay, everybody, let me check the room and see again. Sometimes the room is on pause, so are the 9s here? I see the 9s. Okay, beautiful. We're about to get into it, everybody. We're about to continue. Welcome to Tehuti PodClass again. We're continuing with this Katt Williams Thoth Hermes, and I am hoping he sees this so I can clarify for him to get him back to the root, because what he said was mind-blowing, mind-changing was when it was written, and that he traced the pathways back. So I am assisting to trace the pathways back to the actual source, the real source of the people that wrote, as opposed to the mutated source. And then we're going to get into into the end of the PSYOPs. We'll actually clarify it. Here we go. All right, everybody, boom, boom, boom. We'll clarify more of the agenda of the source, the agenda of the syncretism. Okay, here we go, everybody. So as I read before, this syncretism is a European PSYOPs that began with the Ptolemies. They invented this as a way to pollute the original teachings of Ma'at, to erase, in their ways, the indigenous people of Kemet that the Greeks were stealing from. The indigenous people were not syncretism or syncretizing with anyone's beliefs, especially the Greeks, but were the source that the world followed. The PSYOPs of this new world syncretism, you will note that no meta-netter translation or concept spoken of by the original people. That means that no Kemetic priests were doing this in reverse. There was no Kemetic priest syncretizing or even giving authority to syncretize Thoth with this Hermes, nor was any of them trying to syncretize any Greek god with any NETERU. That was only done in one direction. It was done in the direction of the invaders. It was a PSYOPs to steal the original while simultaneously still keeping warped Greek identity, in which the people of Ma'at had no need for. Thus you will not see one account of any person of the Nile Valley, any pharaoh, any scribe, history making not even one attempt to merge the NETERU with Greek gods or teachings of any type. And they lived side by side. So they had access to Greek information, just as the Greeks had access to Kemetic information. And no way or form or fashion was any Kemetic scribe trying to syncretize with any Greek god or any Greek teachings. Now I will show a live footage example from a museum of the Vatican. This is the Catholic Museum of what happens when the Ptolemies, Romans, came in contact with the great civilization of the followers of the real Thoth, along with the Nile Valley and Kemet, quote unquote, use syncretism. So what happens when they use syncretism? I'm going to show you what actually happens, and you tell me if you see anything different or change. Something new seems to be added to the culture. that they synchronetically syncretize or combine with something sexual that was never there in the original teachings of Thoth or Tehuti. So here's actually a living, live example from a museum and a tour walkthrough, a one-man tour walkthrough guide, where he's going to show the Serapeum. Remember when I taught about Serapis? Serapis is where they got their Jesus from unifying or combining Asar with the Apis and merging them into a Greek god called Serapis. We're going to go to the Catholic Museum that's going to have Kemetic statues in it that they stole or that they took, and it's going to show the syncretism of the Ptolemies that actually started this syncretism concept with authority. They didn't start it. There was Greeks that had it, that did the syncretism before the Ptolemies, but the Ptolemies are the ones that had the authority to enforce it and actually build the statues and create syncretism inside of Kemet. These are the Greeks. So I'm going to go ahead and show that right now. And here we go, everybody. Get ready. Let me show this. What happens, the syncretism, as they call it. Let me go ahead and play this. Here we go. 1, 2, and Windows, Chrome. Here it is. Here we go. Let's show what happens with when the invaders syncretize, as they call it. Syncretize. Here we go. Make a big screen there. I'm also going to go ahead and turn the volume of this down just a tiny bit, so there's no interference. I think it's already turned down. I'll turn on even a little bit more. Okay, turn down, and here we go. Let's go ahead and show the syncretism. Here we go.
Osiris had a counterpart god known as Ptah. And when these two gods were combined, they created an all-powerful god. That would be worshipped all the way from Egypt to Rome. In 117 AD, Emperor Hadrian was ruling Rome. At his villa in Tivoli, Hadrian had an Egyptian Serapeum created. This space was dedicated to Osiris, Apis, and Ptah. These Egyptian statues made with a Roman flair, such as the staff of Ptah with a rooster. Serapis was the combination of Ptah, Osiris, and the Apis bull. When Hadrian's lover Antinous died, he was named Osiris Antinous, connecting him with Serapis. The worship of Serapis and the Apis bull have long-standing roots in ancient Egypt. The Serapeum of Hadrian and Antinous is a beautiful combination of Roman and Egyptian art and religion. Worship of Serapis and the Apis bull have long-standing roots in ancient Egypt. The Serapeum of Hadrian and Antinous is a beautiful combination of Roman and Egyptian art and religion.
I don't know if anyone heard. So this was dedicated Hadrian to Antonius, his husband. And Antonius was now a representative of Osiris. That's what happened when the Greeks started syncretizing with the Nile Valley culture of Ma'at. Now we have Hadrian and his male lover now have the Serapeum. This is dedicated to his male lover, who is now the new incarnation of, or symbolizes, a representative of Osiris. So I don't know which part of Antonius of Osiris's life Hadrian Antonius fills in. I don't know if he's supposed to be Auset. I'm not sure if Hadrian, well, he's Osiris, so Hadrian, a male, Hadrian is Antonius's lover, so maybe Hadrian is Nebtet, and Hadrian is imbuing Auset, and then his lover is Osiris. So who is Hadrian if his male lover is Osiris? Then who is he? So this is what happens, and I don't know if you see any difference between that and the original teachings of Ma'at, but we'll just that's what is taking place. Something that would not be in the teachings of Ma'at, but of course, when you syncretize, you can add some Roman flair, some flamboyancy, a little bit of flaming flairness, and flame it up. Okay, here we go, everybody. So there's the syncretism right there by the men in charge, the Ptolemies and the Hadrian Roman rulers. I will let you decide what you saw and heard, and ask yourself if that what you heard matches the teachings of Thoth Tehuti and biological imperative. If you've ever seen it in reverse, have you ever seen that in reverse, where the Kemetians did something like that, where the people of the Nile Valley, where the pharaoh had his male lover represent Osiris? I'm not sure if you've seen that before, but if not, then obviously there's some type of other agenda or switch taking place here that didn't seem to be going on for over 5,000 years. But of course, if you syncretize with a Roman flair, a flaming flairness, then of course now you can add in some other things that would not be there in the original, and that would be the purpose of syncretizing, matching in with a culture that is superior to you. But when you syncretize, you can add something that wasn't a part of that culture and still compromise and keep a part of yourself. So the followers of Ma'at never tried to syncretize with the Greeks, ever. Tehuti was worshipped all the way to Uruk. So here's an example of another so-called culture of people. These are melanated people, and now all the way to Uruk, to an area of what the Greeks called Mesopotamia. Let me show you a cylinder seal from the 7th millennium BC. Have you all seen these before? These are cylinder seals that you usually see the cuneiform culture have. You roll these and they roll along the clay, and when they roll, they actually print out a story on the clay. They imprint it. It is from a culture that people would not say is Kemetic. It's another culture in the Uruk area, and dealing with the Uruk people and the Persian people and the people that wrote cuneiform in that area. But here's the cylinder seal. Okay. So do you see the Tehuti bird? Let me show you clearer. We're going to roll out the clay. We'll have the clay rolled out. And look what happens when you take this cylinder seal and you actually begin to roll it. Here's what forms. Do you see that? This is what forms as you're rolling out the cylinder seal. So right off the bat, when I show you that, everybody type in the room. What is the first culture that you think of? What culture matches this, what you're looking at right here? Go ahead and type it in the room. What's the first culture that comes to mind when you see this image over here in the gray? Is this the ancient Chinese people, the ancient Russians? Is this what area immediately comes to mind? This is a distinctive quality and pattern and design of a particular culture. Let me go in the room and see what you all are typing. What area do you think of as soon as you see that? Go ahead and type it. Does that look like a Kemetic papyrus? What does that look like to you? Go ahead in the room and type it. What does that look like to you? What culture is that? Okay, somebody put Mesopotamia. Somebody put Sumeria. Yeah, Sumeria. Mesopotamia. Okay, Mesopotamia, that is right. Kemet Heru Hadcock, peace to you, good brother. Mesopotamia. So when you think of Mesopotamia, you think of Uruk, of Chaldea. You think of Sumer, Babylon, Acadia. When you think of these kind of areas, it doesn't look Kemetic at all, does it? So this is from a culture that represents that type of artwork. Well, let's see. This is 7th millennium BC. Let's go ahead and see what this is as we roll it out. Let's roll it out. So here's the roll. And when we roll it out and keep rolling it out, what do we see there? Uh-oh. What's that? What is that? Does that look familiar? What is that doing there? Does that look familiar? What is that right there? Who is that right there? Boom. There is the Thoth Tehuti bird, the same name I showed you in the beginning of class in the pyramid text in column 23. Here it is. Do you see that? That's from the cuneiform culture, the culture that people associate with cuneiform. Cylinder seal, around 600, 7th millennium BC. There is the Tehuti bird in the pyramid text. There's Thoth right there. You see him on the standard. This one's a little damaged, but that is a standard. It's standing on something. The clear version is over here. See, it's standing on something, the standard, and over here it's standing on something too. And this is the pyramid text from the actual scribes. This is from the scribes of Thoth in 2400 BC. And this is from a completely different culture. Remember, just like the Greeks were a completely different culture, and they were going in and they were taking and making their stories of Thoth, and they made him Hermes Trismegistus. But here's another culture here, and we see that here is the same Tehuti bird, Thoth, and these are some writings right here. 600 BC and 2400 BC. Once again, mark this again at 11:06 Pacific time, 11:06 Pacific time, March 9th, 2024. Has anybody in here that's watching this channel right here has ever seen a cuneiform type tablet that when you roll it out has Tehuti on it? Is that something that your teacher has shown you? Do you all have seen cuneiform tablets with Tehuti on the cuneiform tablet? Hey, Nook Panuk. Is that what they taught? Did you learn that on the other channels? Have you ever heard any Kemetic teachers show that before? They have to make this complete separation between those two cultures. But here we see a cuneiform cylinder seal rolled out with the clear Mesopotamian, Sumerian. They really were called none of that, but Mesopotamian, Sumerian, Assyrian culture, beard, everything, the griffin, the animals, everything. And then as you roll it out, it says Tehuti on it. Nook Panuk. A couple weeks ago, I remember a Nuwabian brother came here and says, I don't need to ask Tehuti any questions. He teaches everything the master teacher Malachi teaches. I'm like, I don't teach anything. I don't know where you're seeing Sumerian tablets with NETERU on it. I don't know. I guess that's a regular thing going on. But this is the first time that I know that I've revealed this and shown here that the other cultures were acknowledging Tehuti as well. What did they do? Did they do the syncretism? Is that what they did? The syncretism? Let's see if this concept of syncretism flows throughout the other cultures, because we see it when it happens when the Greeks come in. They can't just leave him as Tehuti. He has to turn into some other name, Hermes Trismegistus. So here is the so-called Akkadian, Persian, Sumerian, cuneiform type culture. And there it is. I didn't put the timer back on. One moment. Resume. This is an Is this an example of syncretic combination? Because remember, the person that asked the question said, is this syncretic combinations, is it dangerous to understanding actual reality? So here's another culture that is so-called not of Tehuti's origin, but they are here writing about Tehuti. We're going to see what they wrote about him. Is it a combination? Well, guess what it says, first of all. What does this actually say? Because, see, this is in NETERU. This is actually in NETERU here. What does this actually say? What does it say here? Let's see what it says. It says, guess what it says? Is this a syncretic combination? It says, Tehuti is protection. Thoth or Tehuti is protection over me. Boom. Even though this is from quote unquote Sumerian, Mesopotamian area, Persian, and their language was cuneiform, as it is called today, Tehuti is still Tehuti. His name doesn't turn into Tehuti Enki. How come? It's syncretism, right? So if the cultures are doing syncretism, then that means that Tehuti would be equivalent to who? Enlil? So he'd be Tehuti Lil? Lilinki Tehut? Inkatu? Inkatoth? Here's a culture side by side in the same time period. The same time that the Greeks, this is 7th millennium BC. That's the exact same time period the Greeks have their gods. They have their Apollo, they have their Hermes, they have their gods. Here's another culture side by side, and they're writing about Thoth. Two cultures have access to the main culture of Ma'at in the Nile Valley, who is the origination of Tehuti and Thoth. And now we're going to compare with the two side-by-side cultures. Over here is Sumerian Mesopotamia, over here is Greece. They both have access to Thoth. Let's see what they both do, because over here, when they get Thoth, they say, well, this is a syncretism, a syncretism flare. We're going to flare it up with a syncretism. So he's called Thoth over here. We're going to call him Hermes Trismegistus over here. And then over here, we're calling Mercury too over here. So here is the other culture. They're taking Tehuti as well. And they say, Tehuti is protection over me. Don't all three cultures have God? So if all these cultures were in syncretism, then how come these two aren't doing it? How come this one over here, they're not turning Tehuti? Well, over here, he's equivalent to Enlil. You know what? Tehuti is Ninhershag over here. He's Enkidu. Tehuti Enkidu. It seems like only the Greeks are doing that. How come these people over here aren't doing that? Why is he still Tehuti? It's still the Thoth bird, and the translation is still Tehuti. It's in the exact same time period, 7th millennium BC. The Greeks and these people are doing it at the exact same time. The 12 Olympian gods, 7th millennium, and this one 7th millennium, and KEMET is their 7th millennium. All of them sharing in Tehuti. KEMET and the Persians stay as Tehuti, but the Greeks have to syncretize as the Hermes, like as if they can't just say Tehuti. Why can't they just keep it as Tehuti? Why does it have to be a Thoth, a Hermes, Is Hermes the translation of the word Tehuti? No. Somebody is trying to claim something, change something, and claim something, while the other culture there, right side by side at the exact same time period, they have Tehuti too rolled out on the cylinder seal. There it is right there, the bird rolled out on the cylinder seal. There's Tehuti, and the translation doesn't turn into one of their gods. It doesn't turn into an Anunnaki. The translation still says Tehuti is protection over me. Boom. Even though this is from quote unquote Persian or Sumerian or Akkadian or Mesopotamian, whatever other culture you want to call it with these new names, it's not of the Kemetic culture. It's of a cuneiform, and they still write it. It's still called Tehuti. His name doesn't change into Enki Tehuti, Enlil Tehut. It doesn't change into that. Enlil stays as Enlil to those people. Enki stays as Enki. Ninti stays as Ninti. Ninhershag stays as Ninhershag. Anu stays as Anu. Anu doesn't become Anu Ra Anu. No, he stays as Anu. They keep their culture pure, so when they're talking about Tehuti, it stays as Tehuti. It was the Greeks that are also called the Hellenes that had no ancient gods originally. So they had to take from Kemet, aka under the guise of syncretism to create their God's premise of the 12. The 12 Olympian, that's a premise created, stolen from Kemet, stolen from them. Their gods, they openly admit it. I'm not saying this. Let me take you to the Greek father of history. Forget about what Tehuti says. What is the Greek father of history himself? His name is Herodotus. This is in the Histories book 2, paragraph 3 to 5. Here he is right here, the father of history, the top father of Greek history. This is the go-to when wanting to know about Greek history and the Greek gods. What does he say about the Olympian and the 12 in this syncretism? How does he describe it before they start talking about syncretism? It says, whatever I may record to you, I shall only because I am compelled by the course of the story. But as to those matters which concern men, the priests agreed with one another in saying, the Egyptians were the first of all men on earth to find out the course of the year, having divided the course of the season into 12 parts to make up the whole. And this, they said, they found out from the stars. They reckon more wisely than the Greek Hellenes, which are the Greeks, as it seems to me, insomuch as the Hellenes, Greeks, throw in an intercalculated month every other year to make the seasons right, whereas the Egyptians, reckoning the 12 months and 30 days each, bring also every year 5 days beyond the number, from 360 to 365, and thus the circle of their seasons is completed and comes around to the same point whence it set out. They said, moreover, the Egyptians were the first who brought the use of appellations for the 12 gods. And the Hellenes, the Greeks, took up the use of them. When you go to somebody's house and you take up something, you take something, they took up. Now they're calling it this pretty word, the syncretism, the syncretism. No, this is from Aristotle. They took up the use of them. And they were the first to assign altars and images and temples to the gods, and who engraved figures on stones with regards to the greater number of these things. They showed me evidence that it had happened so. What? What'd you say, Herodotus? What? The Kemetians were the ones with the original 12. The Greeks didn't have them. The Greeks couldn't calculate years properly. The Kemetians had years and match it with 12. And then the Greeks took it upon themselves to create their 12, which became the Olympian. And they showed this to me and proved this to me that this happened. So they didn't have these 12 and this concept of having altars and statues. When you go to Greece, that's what you see. Altars of Olympia, altars of statues of this god, statues of Zeus. So they didn't have the statues. They didn't have the 12. They didn't have the 12, the months correctly. They didn't have the 12 gods that matched the 12 month. They didn't have the statues. They didn't have the altars. So what did the Greeks have? So now that they took it, now it's a syncretism. It is a syncretism. That's what it is. It's a pretty word with a little Roman flair, a little flair of the syncretism flair. And the Kemetic priests are like, we're not trying to flare with anybody. You guys can flare it up. Keep flaring it up. We're not trying to flare. There's nothing in Kemet, no writing Kemet of any Kemetic NETERU that was a combination of any Greek god. They were taking it because they didn't have it in the first place. They didn't have it. They had to hide under the pretty word syncretism. So they were the first who designed altars and images and temples to the gods, and who engraved figures on stones. With regard to the greater number of these things, they showed me evidence that they had happened so. Proof that it was stolen. They said also the first man who became the king of Egypt was Min, and that in his time all Egypt except District and Thebes was a swamp, and none of the regions were then above water, which now lie below the lake Moreus. A voyage of 7 days up the river from the sea. I thought that they were right about the land, for it is manifested in truth, even to a person who had not heard it beforehand, but has also seen, at least if he had some understanding. At least if he had some understanding that the Egypt to which the Hellenes come in ships is a land which had been won by the Egyptians, and in addition, it is a gift of the river. Moreover, the regions which lie above the lake, also for a distance of 3 days shall sail, and it continues to go on. So we see that the 12 Olympians, gods, and the concept of associating them with the 12 months and the statues and all that was all taken by the Greeks. And don't think that even though the Greeks may have believed that their gods were myths, principles, even if you believe that, thus they synchronistically mix them. Let me come to the screen and tell you something very interesting. You see, if you have principles, then you can intermix the principles, but you can't do it with people. So even if you say, well, you know, the Greeks, they had the principles. So the principles of Hermes were the principles of Thoth. So they didn't believe that Hermes was real or Thoth is real, so they just intermix. Did the Greeks actually teach that from their experience with the people of Kemet, that the people of Kemet didn't think the NETERU were real? Did the Greeks believe the NETERU were actual beings that ruled? The first-hand students, before your YouTube teacher, before you were reading books, the Greeks who were there with the ancient Kemetians themselves, that were taught directly by them, where they taught the NETERU were these principles so that you can intermerge the principle of joy. Greek can mix with the principle of joy in Kemet, and there we can merge them. Did they teach that? Let's see what the Greeks actually said themselves. Because if the Greeks believed that the NETERU, that the Kemetians taught about, were real physical beings, then you can't mix them, because he's an actual being with a history. You can only merge things that are principles and thought. You don't merge people. Let's see if the Greeks believed that the Kemetians believed that they were people. So were they mixing them because the NETERUs of Kemet were myths, and they mixed them with the Greek myths, thus they could alter their names? No, the same Herodotus knew of the Taurine kings list and of the reign of the real Tehuti and the physical NETERU. Here we go. Here is Herodotus, book 2:4. What does it say? In the time before these men, they said, the Egyptians said, that the gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men, and that of these always one had power at a time. And the last of them, who was the king over Egypt, was Horus, son of Osiris, whom the Hellenes call Apollo. Ladies and gentlemen, there it is. There is your syncretism right there, where the Greeks actually knew. They knew that the Kemetians were teaching them because they said the gods were rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men. Are these principles? The principles in Egypt were rulers and they weren't mingling with men? So here's where the syncretism started, by the translation of what Horus was. Let me walk you through. It says, in the time before these men, they said that the gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men. And that of these, there was always one that had power. You see, your current Kemetic teacher and pro-black, all those people, what they will do, they will use Herodotus when it comes to, and Herodotus said he was a witness, the Egyptians were black, and Herodotus said the Egyptians were the first to have this and the first. You love everything about Herodotus except for him telling you that the Egyptians and Kemetians told him that the gods were rulers. You love everything about Herodotus except for that part. Herodotus was a pseudo. When it came to that part, he did pseudo. We love everything about, we like all the rest of the stuff, but he didn't hear that. He made it up. No, he was there before you were even born, before you even liked Kemet. So here he says that the Kemetians told them that the ancient NETERU were rulers in Egypt, were not mingling with men, and that of these always one had power at a time, and the last of them was the king over Egypt, was Horus, which is them trying to say Horus, or Horus, who was the son of Osiris, whom the Hellenes called Apollo. Herodotus, book 2, 144. Why? Because here's the Taurian papyrus talking about the NETERU as the rulers in Egypt before men. They weren't mingling with men. They were the original rulers. And who was the last to rule of the NETERU? Horus. According to the Taurian papyrus of the Kemetians themselves, that's what they said. I know that people hate what the Kemetians say themselves. I brought into this new conscious community the concept of what did the ancient people say themselves. I know you all hate it. It doesn't matter to us if you hate it. The Taurian papyrus is saying that Horus was the last. And after Horus came the group of men called the Shemsu Hor that ruled for 13,420 years. The Shemsu Hor for 23,200 years. That there was before the Shemsu Hor and then after the Shemsu Hor. The word Shemsu means follower of Horus, because Horus was the last of the NETERU to rule according to the papyrus of Ramesses, not according to your YouTube Kemetic priest, university graduate teaching at a college. Not that guy. I'm talking about Ramesses scribes. So Ramesses scribe says that Horus was the last of the NETERU rulers, and the NETERUs were the rulers on the planet Earth, and Thoth was one of them, the longest ruling of them. And Herodotus says that he heard from the Kemetians themselves that they said the gods were the rulers in Egypt, not mingling with men, and the last of them was Horus. Herodotus is saying exactly what the Kemetians say, but your YouTube man, your new principal man, is not saying what the ancients said, that Herodotus re-said. Now here's where the syncretism began right here, because it says Hellenes called Apollo. When you look up the word Apollo, Apollo is the translation of what Horus was. Aplu, it's from the word Aplu, and it means the son of. The son of, because that's what Horus Heru was. He was known as the heir, the son of Aset. He was a special son of Asar. So when you say son of in Greek, you say the word Apollo. That's how it starts. It starts as a translation. Horus is the son of Aset, the special son of the deceased Asar. So the word son of is Apollo, Aplu, Apollo, son of. Then once you grab that part, now you can create a new Apollo story. You already took the concept of the son of. Herodotus told you that the Greeks called it that because of Horus. He's telling you that the Greeks never had any of this before the 12 of the NETERU. He's saying, and they proved it to me. They proved it to me. That's your syncretism. Your syncretism is one group of people that have nothing. They don't have any of these things. They come in contact with another group of people. They take the concepts, the names, and syncretize them because they don't have any for themselves. They can't take the pure teachings of it. Why? Because they can't live the pure teachings of it, because they can't even have the frequency to say the words properly. They can't even say the NETERU words properly. they can't live the life that they were living on the now because it was too strict, it was too stern, it wasn't dealing with their history whatsoever. They wanted their boyfriends, and Ramesses like, no, over here we don't have boyfriends, we have women. No. The Greeks were like, yes. Our way is called pederasty. Were you ever wonder where you get the word pedophile from? It comes from the name of the Greek religion. The Greek religion, one of the sections of the Greek religion was called pederasty. It was the ability to have a young boy as a husband. Ramses like, we don't do that around here. No, we have no baby Kemetic boys as our husbands. I'm sorry. So how do you compromise? You take from the advanced NETERU and you change it to allow your twisted way in. And you say, there's just a syncretism. Syncretism. We syncretize. Us and the Kemetians, we syncretize. And the Kemetians like, no, we're not trying to syncretize with you. Tehuti's Tehuti. Aset is Aset. We're not going to call Aset Venus. You all doing that. We're not doing that. We're very fine with Aset just staying as Aset. We're fine with Ptah's Ptah. He's going to stay Ptah. Ptah. We don't want Ptah to be Jupiter. Nowhere, no Kemetic scribe is allowing and liking this. The Greeks are like, but if we mix it, then Hadrian can have his boyfriend still. And in your culture, you can't. We like little boys, the 8-year-old little boys, we like that. We don't want to fully live the way, so let's syncretize. Let it syncretize. The Kemetians like, no, our culture is absolutely fine without syncretizing with you. So there it is, right there. There is the syncretism coming right there, coming from Herodotus himself. He's literally saying they took it and they proved it to me. Boom. So the Greeks knew that according to the indigenous records of the ancient people themselves, that the NETERU, Thoth, Tehuti, were physical rulers that intermingled with people eventually by passing it on. Originally, there was not intermingling with the people, it was just a NETERU ruling. Then after Heru, then came the intermingling when they passed it on. There was the Shemsu Hor. Now the people are doing what the NETERU did. That's what the Kemetians are saying. They told that to Herodotus, and Herodotus wrote it down. With the people, you cannot take an actual physical being and merge him to create a new character. Imagine taking Conor McGregor and Bruce Lee and merging them, doing the fusion dance with them in history, and you start to teach about this new super fighter named Bruce McGregor, or better yet, a completely change his name to Hermes Apollo, and that would be impossible unless you had an agenda to erase one of their histories over time, as the real one is forgotten about. The created character claims the fame of both fighters, and in the future the thieves say, oh, that's just a syncretic combination. Why you forget about Bruce Lee? Because Tom Cruise is the last samurai. What's the name of the last samurai? Tom Cruise now. So now that's the syncretism, is to make you forget about the original. Now that we have established that the Greek 12 gods of the Olympian were morphed and influenced in their creation from the NETERU according to the Greeks themselves, let us see if quote-unquote Hermes is truly syncretic with Tehuti Thoth. Tehuti was the inventor of writing, patron of scribes who was taught to guide their pen as they wrote Ma'at, the pure, true way of honesty, of discipline, of guidance, and moral value, which was the spiritual mental guide of conduct of the people of the land of Kemet that they followed. You will note the real Thoth Tehuti is portrayed with a beak. That beak represents the pen of right doings of the scribes of Ma'at to write against evil. So you see Tehuti with the beak and he has the pen in hand. This can be seen in 1001 BC, written by the hand of the indigenous scribe of Thoth, Tehuti, whose name was Amenem Opi, and papyrus number 10474, the real ancient document in real history from the men of Thoth, or the men of Tehuti. Here it is right here. And what does it say right here? chapter 15, instructions of Amenem Opie. Do well, and you will attain influence. Do not dip your reed against a transgressor. The beak of the ibis is the finger of the scribe. This is the ibis. This is the ibis that they're talking about. It's actually called the habu. That's the ibis. The beak represents the pen. That's Tehuti's beak. That's this right here. Tehuti with the beak, with the pen. The indigenous people themselves say from their own mouths that the beak is the finger of the scribe. It's the beak of the ibis. Take care not to disturb it. That means don't be corrupted. Don't corrupt it. The ape, Thoth Tehuti, dwells in the temple of Kamun. While his eyes travel around the two lands, if he sees one who cheats with his finger, that is a false scribe, he takes his provision by the flood. So in the teachings of Tehuti and the men that represented Thoth, the scribes of Thoth were not allowed to cheat. They had to do right. They were not allowed to steal. They were not allowed to cheat. They were not allowed to cheat with their finger. How do you cheat with your finger? Because the scribes were also the treasurers. You could literally write somebody's possession into someone else's possession. That's cheating. That's stealing. The scribe had the ability to steal by mismeasuring something. You were not allowed to condone thievery and evil. That is an example of an actual scribe of Thoth or Tehuti in 1001 BC. Okay, wonderful. Let me take you to the papyri of the eloquent peasant, as they call it. This is actually called in Medu, the Sekti Nefer Medu, one of the field who is good in speech. This is now 1,000 years before this one. And here's another student of Thoth or Tehuti in 2055 BC, and over 3,000-year-old wisdom guidance from the wisdom of the students of the real Thoth Tehuti to see what the real Thoth teachings are on evil. We have one on cheating, stealing. Now here's the one on evil. And here it is. And here's the actual papyrus. See, there's actual papyruses that exist that are dated 1001 BC, 2055 BC in museums, actual writings from the indigenous people. He who fosters ma'at diminishes falsehood. He who fosters goodness is the destroyer of evil. As when satisfaction comes and ends hunger. So they are against evil. The scribes of Thoth are against thievery, cheating, and any form of evil. And there are literally thousands of references in the writings of Ma'at, the typo, not mine, in the writings of Ma'at against mischief and evil, stealing, thievery. Let's see if this comports with Hermes, since they're teaching that Hermes and Thoth are syncretic. Let me take you to the World History Encyclopedia. Here it is, Hermes, World History Encyclopedia. What does it say? Hermes, the ancient god of trade, wealth, luck, fertility, animal husbandry, sleep, language, the god of thieves, travel, one of the cleverest and most mischievous of the 12 Olympian gods. Mischief? What's mischief? The first definition is evil. Evil condition, misfortune, hardship, wickedness, wrongdoing. Who is Hermes? He's one of the cleverest and most mischievous of the 12 gods. The god of wealth, the god of luck, it goes on, the god of thieves. This is Hermes. Hermes was the most mischievous of all the gods, and he was the god of thievery. Mischief, first definition, evil. Next definition, misfortune, hardship, wickedness, wrongdoing, evil again. Boom. Hermes is the god of thievery and is the most mischievous, aka evil, wicked of the 12 gods. This is in direct opposition to the real Thoth Tehuti. Thus, there is no way they are the same, and those who merged them created a matrix PSYOPS while erasing the actual Tehuti from the minds of the masses, all in the name of syncretism. It is syncretism, which you now see is a mysterious sounding word for thievery, falling right in line with their Greek god of thievery. Syncretism is another word for thievery. Well, of course, that makes sense if their highest god, who was supposed to be Thoth, is actually the god of thievery and mischief. Then, of course, you would have a definition that explains the merging, that is a word that actually is defining thievery from a thieving god, Hermes, completely opposed to the original indigenous Tehuti. Here's the royal papyrus again, the royal Taurian papyrus. And again, 36,620 years is mentioned. And here's the preface. And now what happens? Now what happens? When you merge them, now what happens? The history of the tablets translated in the following pages, strange and beyond belief, of modern scientists and antiquity, is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years. The writer is Thoth, the Atlantean priest king, who founded a colony of ancient Egypt after the sinking mother country. He was the builder of the Great Pyramid of Giza, erroneously attributed to Cheops. In it, he incorporated his knowledge of ancient wisdom and also securely secreted records and instruments of ancient Atlantis. For some 16,000 years, he ruled the ancient race of Egypt. Do you see that? The ancient race of Egypt. Huh? From approximately 50,000 BC to 36,000 BC. At that time, the ancient barbarous race amongst which he and his followers had settled had been raised to a high degree of civilization. Thoth was an immortal. That is, he had conquered death, passing only when he willed, and even then, not through death. His vast wisdom made him ruler over various Atlantean colonies, including ones of the South and Central America. Wow! This new Tehuti is from another race, because the ancient, it says, the ancient people of Egypt, they were the barbarous. They were the barbarous race. Boom. Do you see what happened? So there is your 36,000 year number and the meta-neter alignment of Tehuti Thoth living and ruling thousands of years. But now the matrix PSYOPS is to do a hypnotical switch. Thoth is now is not from outside of Kemet. Now he's from outside of Kemet. He is from Atlantis, and the indigenous people, aka black people, because they're the indigenous people of the land. He said the old people of the land, black people, were savages and barbarians, and they made sure, the writer of this made sure to put the word race. Do you see that? Race. That Tehuti or Thoth, as the Atlantean, was not a part of. This Thoth was not a part of this race because he ruled the ancient race of Egypt. He was not a part of it. Why? Because him and his settlers were of a different race that settled there. His followers had settled there. He was from outside of this barbarous race. It says the ancient race. How old is ancient? Well, he was there for some 16,000 years, 50,000 BC. What was the race along the Nile Valley in 15,000 BC? There were some Dutch-looking people. They look like Bob Barker and the guy from Three's Company. Who was there along the Nile Valley 50,000 years ago? What did they look like? Because they were the ancient indigenous race, and they're savages and barbarians of a particular race. I wonder what race lives in the African area of the Nile Valley 50,000 years ago. That another race of an Atlantean superior, supreme race had to come, and it said they civilized them, those savage ancient Nile Valley people. Nile Valley is Tanzania, Somalia, going all the way down to Ethiopia. This is the Nile Valley. All the places when I name them, you think of black people. But they were the barbarous savages. And they were of a race that Thoth was not a part of. He was from an outside the mother country. He was from the mother country. And he had to come civilize these people. Syncretism, the syncret, it's all the a little Roman flair, a little flair from it. A little Roman flair. Here it is, everybody, all the way down to civilizing the South American people. Do you see that? That's the hypnotic switch. Now Thoth is from outside of Kemet. He's from Atlantis, and the indigenous black people are savages and barbarians that need to be civilized. Yeah. How you like that, brothers? How you like that? You like that, sisters? You like that? And now the real Thoth Tehuti's race has been switched. What else takes place when we accept the PSYOPs that Thoth is Hermes? What about the biological imperative and ancient black family structure? The ancient Kemet family structure. They will tell you, well, Hermes is just a Greek syncretism of Tehuti. No, Hermes is the god of thieves and the most mischievous of the 12, which the 12 themselves were taken by the Hellenes from Kemet, which is completely against Thoth Tehuti's teachings. And let's look at Tehuti's lovers. Who were Tehuti's lovers, wives? And see if Hermes, the great Thoth Atlantean Greek of the Emerald Tablets lovers, matches Tehuti's. Tehuti's lovers, mates, they were called Ma'at and Sheshet. Here is Ma'at right here. Beautiful sister here. There she is, hands up in the Ka symbol. Beautiful fertility hips. Look at the hips. Beautiful fertility hips. Hands up in the Ka symbol. There she is. Hourglass figure. There she is. Beautiful. Ma'at right there. Here is Tehuti. Here is Tehuti right here. So here's Tehuti. Here's one of his lovers, his wives, Ma'at. There she is. There he is. Here is his other one. This is Sheshet. In the limestone relief slab, Sheshet. Going back to 1919 to 1875 BC. Now in the Brooklyn Museum. So there's Tehuti and his two consorts, Ma'at and Sheshet. So Tehuti and his two ladies. Tehuti and his two Neterus. Beautiful sisters right here. And there's Tehuti right there. There's his family structure. And remember, Tehuti's is Hermes. Now let's look at the family structure of some of the great lovers of Hermes, because Hermes is a synchronicity. It just called Hermes here, and it called Thoth there. Well, there's Thoth and his two lovers, Tehuti. And let's check out Hermes and the great Atlantean and these names that they're giving Tehuti. let's check out his guide and role model of supreme wisdom and biological imperative. So there is Ma'at. Let me put their names in it. There is Ma'at, Tehuti, and Sheshet. Beautiful. When you see the ancient women with these large hips, because that was the easiest for childbearing. So fertile women, of course, are going to have large hips. You're going to see these hips. It represents more fertility. All the ancient fertility goddesses all across the world have huge hips and huge breasts. It's a fertility symbol. So this image is based on biological imperative, and the image is also representing childbirth and childbearing. And there you have 2 women and 1 man. There's Tehuti. Now we're going to go to, what's this? Who's this? The heck? Who's that? Who's this? What's this? Who's this guy? You're a little too close. Pause. You're a little too close. What? You're kind of close there, bro. Where's your clothes? Who's this? What is this weird? What? Who's this? Who's this? Who are you? Who are these guys in the red, white, and blue? Who is this? The heck is this? Who are these guys? What do you got? Pause. What's happening? Why are you guys holding hands and looking into each other's eyes? What the heck is this? I don't see this on the walls of KEMET. Who is this? I don't know. Hey, hold on, man. Hold on. Wait a minute. Where's your clothes, brother? What's going on? How come everybody's naked? Why is everybody naked? Naked men. What is going on here? Who is this right here? I don't know what's happening. This is strange. Oh, that's Hermes and his lovers. Hey, there we are. So remember, Hadrian. Hey, when the Greeks come in, Hadrian turns into Antonius turns into Osiris. That's Hadrian's lover, 2 men. And here we are. Here's Hermes and his lovers. I don't see where's Ma'at and Sheshet. I thought Hermes was Thoth. Hermes was Tehuti. There's the beautiful hip sister. There's Sheshet, the beautiful. There's Tehuti. There, you're Hermes, but this is Hermes, and these are Hermes lovers. I don't see any breasts. Where's the breast? Where's Sheshet? Is that Sheshet? Here's Sheshet. Sheshet is the one in the yellow. You guys decide for me. Is Sheshet the one in the yellow or Sheshet the one in the red? Which one of these is this is Ma'at over here, but this is a man here, and this is a man. That's Hermes and his lovers. Hermes' lovers, Crocus. Hermes accidentally killed his lover, Crocus, in a game of discus and transformed his body into a scarlet crocus flower. So Hermes had a lover that he killed named Crocus. So he's killing his male lovers. Hermes lovers Amphion. Amphion. That's another one of his lovers, Amphion. That's another male Greek person. Hermes' lover, Perseus. Here's Perseus. How many lovers? He doesn't even match in the amount of lovers. How many lovers is this, Hermes? Hermes is getting it on. 1, 2, 3. But these are all men's names. Mortal loves men. Amphius, Crocus, Perseus. A king in Thebes in Boeotia, southern Greece. That's Amphion. He's a king. Crocus, an Akkadian youth who is loved by Hermes. There's the pederast. There's your pedophile. Perseus, a hero and prince. These are all men. There's your Hermes. Boom. Complete opposition switch, which can only be done intentionally by an infiltrating enemy to create such a lie. Thoth's race changes. His moral value changes. He changes from melanated to a European Greek. The Atlantean, his race changes. He's not of the savage blacks in that area. His moral value changes. He teaches from teaching against thievery and cheating to being a cheater, a thief, and the most mischievous. His sexual value changes. Blacks become savages. Now, instead of having 2 female wives like Thoth had, now you have how many male lovers? And one's the little boy. How many male lovers? 1, 2, 3, 4, and one's a boy. One's a little boy for the pederast. Thoth had little boy lovers that he accidentally kills. That's what happens. So everything changes now. Once you do syncretism, and it is syncretic. Now the moral value changes, the race changes, blacks become savages, sexual preferences change, biological imperative disabled, the attack of the lying enemy, all in the name of syncretism, succeeded. Mission accomplished by the enemy. They are not the same. PSYOPs broken. No, they are not the same. And now for the ultimate bomb. Now for the ultimate mind break. Here we go. Oh, the whole class went by. And Tehuti, you never told us the exact meaning of syncretism. And you find the emerald tablets coincidentally goes back to the European and the Arab. They were the two enemy invaders of Kemet that stole and lied on Kemet. Are you ready, everybody? Let me put the final nail in the coffin, in the lying enemy's matrix coffin. Are you ready, everybody? Syncretism. Here is a definition. In theology, philosophy, attempted reconciliation of different beliefs parties. From French, directly modern syncretism. From Greek, syncretismos, union of communities. From the origin, syncretism, to combine against a common enemy. Yeah. Syncretism, to combine against a common enemy. Huh? Is that what they taught you? Is that what they told you? Shall I read that again? Huh? Huh? To combine against a common enemy. Welcome to the Tehuti PODCLASS. I hope Katt Williams is listening. To combine against a common enemy. The last invaders and enemies of Kemet were who? The European and the Arab. They were the two enemy invaders, last invaders of ancient Egypt to this day. Completely are the two ones that are the only two people lying on ancient Egypt. Europeans say the Egyptians were not black, and the Arabs. There's no Chinese or Indian man talking about the race of ancient Egypt. There's only two races talking about that other than black people, and that is the European and the Arab. The museums are owned by the European and the Arab, the two enemy invaders, the two liars. Syncretism, to combine against a common enemy. I'm not done. From sync together, uncertain origin. Theory connects it with kritimos, which means to lie. To blend, to mix two things in, and to lie. To combine against a common enemy, and to mix things, to lie. Boom. Matrix broken. Katt Williams, come home to the source and learn about Tehuti from Tehuti. Learn about Tehuti from Tehuti. Or as my good great brother Killer Priest says,
we'll have to go through the details.
Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. I'm just amazed, man. You're incredible, man. You sit, you stand before us, yo. The Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
Matrix broken. Katt Williams, come home to the source and learn about Tehuti from Tehuti. Hotep, I'm done. For those of you who truly appreciated this breakdown, build-up, received wisdom and guidance, send your reciprocity tip for this answer that was 2 hours and 20 minutes. You can call it the real Tehuti, no Hermes, the real Thoth, to Cash App, TT PayPal at Rocky SV support. And for those who are seeing this for the first time, my name is SABA Tehuti, the Matrix Breaker. Hotep, I am done. Tehuti, you made it up. Let me put the link in the room. I'm going to check the chat. To combine against a common enemy, to mix things, to lie. Syncretism. Yeah. So the answer to the question, to the anonymous person, that's the answer. 2 hours and 20 minutes. Let me put the link in this room here, man. I gotta check the Gmails on this one. For those of you, yeah, as soon as I break. For those of you, great Bill, brother, salute. I see hands coming together. Awesome name, Immortal Truth. I see fire, fire, fire. Tehuti. Sherry Ka steps in the building. I think I've seen Sherry Ka all class. What does it say here? All all syncretists have been warned. Oh my goodness. I put the link in the room. Step in the room. All the supporters. It's 12 o'clock at night over here. I've been teaching since 5. I started the answers at 5. Tehuti teaches for 10 minutes and take breaks. I'm talking about the other Tehuti, the one that hasn't been born yet. That's the one in my dream that takes breaks every 10 minutes. So, jump in the room, everybody. Minty Hotep. I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best, Atef. I don't know. Minty, I'm trying.
Man. That was so powerful. Like it's okay. People act like it's okay to I never really knew the full meaning of syncretism until now. So that was very powerful to us.
Nini Uk. To combine, how you like that? It's to combine against a common enemy, to mix and to lie.
Saba, that was a fantastic breakdown. And it is 4 o'clock where I'm at. I don't know what time it is where you at, but I'm like halfway here, halfway not. But to lie, to combine with a common enemy, that's a beautiful thing that that you taught us is dates. Big breaker of the matrix is dates and etymology. So 2 out for that. That is absolutely amazing. And that was so necessary right now, especially with what's going on. So 2 out for that. And come home, Katt Williams, to the real Tehuti.
Nini, appreciate that. How you doing, Bella, over there? What's going on? You like that answer? Okay, did I do good enough for you?
Yes, you did good. For all your wisdom. I know that which you are giving cannot be given and is not given by anyone else. So for that and for many other reasons, I'm honored to learn from you.
Nini, come. That was something. That was something special due to the person that asked the question. The person that asked the question deserves that level of an answer because of a particular goal that I have in mind, that I foresee with this person, that they're going to do in the future, and I needed to hit Katt Williams with the overdose. You notice in the whole thing, I never said Tehuti overdrive.
I think I mentioned it in the chat. We're already on Tehuti overdrive.
We started off. I started right into it because imagine I could do all that. Let's see, Katt Williams sees this. Imagine if I could do all that. Did the person that convinced him of the emerald tablets do 1/10 of that? To convince him to get into that Thoth is Hermes. What was the master class on that to convince him? So imagine I could do all that. The only thing that would stop somebody would be the matrix itself. Who's this? Hold on. There is, what is Gabby? Not Gabriella. Gabby Lopez. Peace to you, young lady. Peace to you. Did you get that answer? I'm trying my best. I may have to go work at McDonald's. I don't know.
Peace. Hello, SABA. I was really looking forward to this class. Just getting that live experience from your classes. It's a really unique feeling that I look forward to every Saturday. So I was really looking forward to this. But of course, you always earlier you said your perspective is shifted once you start learning and watching the classes and being involved, it's been really amazing, and just I'm very grateful for your classes and everything that you're doing, and so thank you. I just wanted to make sure I say that.
Nini, wonderful. Appreciate the appreciation, and that was that took a lot. I've been waiting for that question for. I'm glad Thoth got this much attention before I answered it. I've been waiting for somebody. Nobody's really ever asked me that in a pod class. Is Thoth Hermes? Like, that is literally the most popular teaching about Thoth, is that he's actually Hermes. I got asked a question about the emerald tablets, but this was the overdrive version of that. I don't even know if the person who asked the question saw my first breakdown of the emerald tablets, but this was definitely an overdrive, and I'm showing everybody the beautiful thing about the matrix. The beautiful thing, my favorite thing about the matrix, is that it's all permission based. Once I knew in my consciousness, once I figured out that it was permission based, then that's where the answers come from. It's a permission. The matrix needs your permission. In other words, the matrix has to tell you the truth foundation in the trickery. The truth has to be there as available as the matrix. So that means that for all these years, people were saying that the Egyptian and everybody's culture mixes through syncretism. All these years, so the matrix has to put the answer in the dictionary. It has to. It's a part of the agreement. So when I show you that, you're like, holy crap, wait a minute. I could have just come and said, syncretism is the blending of different cultures to steal and lie, and it's a combination of two enemies to work against a common source. I could have said that and the podcast would have believed it. But what if I say that and show you that that's been in the dictionary before you were born? That's a Greek word that existed before any of us were born. So it was always there. How come nobody saw that? It's there for you. So that's why I'm able to get these answers, because of the agreement. There's something going on that has to do with the based on a true story concept. That means the truth has to be there and it has to be available in order for the matrix to succeed. So in the end, when it's all said and done, it can't be said that you never had access and never knew. You did know. You did have access to it. You were just too lazy. It's not that the truth is hidden. It's you're too lazy to go and get it. That's all that it is. And it's not your fault. You're lazy because you were told not to go research anything. So when they tell you that this is syncretism, you just don't go simply look it up in the dictionary, in the actual etymological dictionary. When they tell you Hermes is, you don't look up anything. But Dracula, the bloodsucker, the vampire, you actually have to let him in. I've actually never seen Dracula breaking into a house in a movie. I never saw that. Did you all see that? Was Dracula breaking in the window where the woman was in bed? Who lets Dracula in the house? How does Dracula get to you to bite you? How do you even get that close? He puts you at gunpoint? Gabri, do you remember Dracula? How does he get so close? Minty? How does he get so close to these women?
You consent to it.
Right. And that's why when it's all over, you can't say that the Dracula, which is a word for the Draconians, the Dracula took anything from you. You gave it to him. You ever been in a relationship or been with some friends or somebody and you saw how abusive it was, but when you came out of it, you was like, wait a minute. I was there with it. I was in the mix. I was loving it. I was. How are you in abuse for 10 years, for 5 years? Because you're loving it. You're there with it. You enjoyed it. You were a participant of it. You allowed it to happen because nobody kidnapped you to be in the relationship. That is exactly how the matrix works. Once you understand that, you realize that you are actually the netter that's controlling all of this. It's just that I realized it. I had to realize it through animals because they were never under the matrix. So once the animals showed me, I came back to the people and said, oh, I got the secrets from these guys. They're not under your matrix. They don't care about nothing. This snake right now could kill me anytime. This snake has a rear fang that has the same potency as a canebrake viper. They say that it's mildly venomous cobra. It's the same as the canebrake, which is a horrible bite. At any time, this snake is in control. And the speed of which it bites me, I could not stop it. So I know that, you're in control right now. See how I'm holding this to my face? You are in control. Once I realize that, then you realize that the matrix gives you the answers. The matrix actually gives me these answers. It's allowed to, it has to. So it's a long story, but these answers are coming because of the NETERU and the matrix. The matrix has to consent, and then the positive energy has to consent with the negative energy. And that's why every time I show you things, it's like, holy crap, this is how many times have I shown you things that was right there in front of you. So appreciate you all, Gabby, Menti, Bella, Atef, all the people there. And I want you to know that this is I've been waiting for years for this question. Years and years. I wasn't even the same look when I wanted people to ask me this question. Thank you, Katt Williams, for accumulating 14 million views to my namesake. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And I hope I told my NETERUs of the 14 million views, I don't care about having 14 million people following. 200 people from the 14 million. Can 200 people come to the podcast of 14 million? I'll be happy. I'll be fine because that can be the rebuilding of a nation. So shout out to Katt Williams for that. Wherever he goes with it, he's a part of creating this podcast. I always give reverence and respect to where it's due. If Katt Williams didn't do the interview, this question may not have never been asked. So shout out and respect to everybody, even those with an evil agenda and intent. If you didn't have that evil agenda and intent, I'd have nothing. I couldn't teach about you. I have to have the evil in there to break the people out of the matrix. So evil, Isfet, continue doing that. I need you, Isfet, to continue to do that so that I can show the people what you're doing. Because if Isfet actually was truly evil energy, it would only pretend to be good. It wouldn't actually do any evil and just totally lure you in. But it has to do the evil. It's an agreement beyond what anybody can see. Anyways, let me stop right now. Shout out to everybody. Thank you all. I'm gonna step away for just a moment, and I'll be back, and we're gonna read the donations. You all build for a minute. I have to go. I have to go fix my eyes. I'll be right back, everybody. Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love. Right back.
Enjoy your break, Saba. How's it going, Atef? Hotep, brother?
Thank you.
You're on mute, Atef.
What's up, great sisters? Good to see y'all on the panel. Oh man, that was a great breakdown, man. This is so necessary right now. I'm looking forward to looking at Ani. Ani just dropped something about Katt Williams as well, but I saw that interview and it was just real interesting because with Saba being my teacher and being the great teacher that he is, I immediately recognized that he couldn't get past the Greeks. That was very, very apparent to me, you know, and that was my beginnings as well, was the Emerald Tablets and, you know, those other popular so-called teachers out there, you know, that we get reeled into at first until we come into the real knowledge, into the real truth, into Ma'at. You know, so I was definitely that was definitely part of my path, and I'm grateful for it though. I really am grateful for it because it allows me to see the real from the fake, and this knowledge and this information is so valuable. So y'all see my glasses? Y'all see my glasses I got on, right?
Yeah.
So I'm with the family all day. These is Bluetooth glasses. So I was in the class the whole time. Right, I'm on my phone, so I couldn't really come on the panel. I couldn't participate like that. But even when I'm with my family, I'm still here because this is so important. And like you pointed out, Gabby, being here as it's live is just as important to me. You know, when he switched from Friday to Saturday, it was like, oh man, you know, Saturday is like, you know, the day that I'm doing a lot of stuff. It's very busy. My house is extremely busy. I have 3 wonderful children, and you know, at first it was like, man, Saturday, you know, is gonna be different. But the reality is that people do what's important to them. So for me, I don't miss a class unless I'm like traveling out of town or something. And even when I'm out of town, it's just so necessary, man. It's just I am experiencing this in real time. This isn't something that, this isn't like how it used to be, the way you go back. Well, I do go back still and watch the classes, but it's very important to me that I'm here in the moment as it's going on. It's different than going back and watching the class and listening to the lectures and all of that. You know, the value in going back for me now is going back to take notes, you know, to pause and stop, and, you know, because I'm on a wave, and I've been on this wave to where this wave of information, and it's very powerful, man. It's very powerful. I saw the young lady, Sheshai, get very emotional earlier when she was, you know, speaking, and I completely understand that because the truth hits you. You know, it's such a blow because the matrix is shattered. It's like when you look around, your whole world, you know, your whole world is shattered, but then it's rebuilt. You know, if you allow it to be, just like Saba said, you know, if you allow it, you know, but your false ideas and thoughts and all the lies, and it's just he spoke about also about the false flags and all of that, all of those things. And my son actually went to he was at the school during one of the shootings. I live in Florida, and my son went to Stoneman Douglas High School, which is where the 17 kids were murdered at. So my son graduated from, he was there actually when it happened. So it's just to hear these things. But at that time, I wasn't where I'm at now as far as the knowledge goes. But even then, you know, I knew something wasn't right. You know, even then I knew something wasn't right. For me, that day was very, very, very life-changing for me, because when I was going to get my son, my two children, my two daughters go to like their schools are lined up. It's 1, 2, and 3. And it's like the whole area was shut down. And I was going to get my children, you know. I was going to get them. It didn't matter. I didn't care who was there, you know. But the reality is that everything is a lie. And, you know, to be in the company of this type of information and this type of knowledge right now is not to be taken lightly. It's just really not. And to watch that interview, did I watch the second one in entirety? I believe I did. I watched the first one that Minku spoke about, the first one that the brother was on, the Shannon show. And then I watched that one in its entirety. And then the second one, the Joe Rogan, I watched that one too. But, you know, I was quickly able to point out that he couldn't get past the Greeks. You know, some of the stuff he was saying was really, really potent. But the fact that he just couldn't get past Thoth, the Greeks, whatever he was talking about, he just couldn't get past that. And then for Saba to come and then break this down, and then Ani, I don't know what Ani did. I got to check that out. But it's just, man, it's beautiful. So I say that to say this. We're surrounded by the lie, but like Saba said, the truth is there too. You just have to want it. So I'm grateful to be on the frequency that I'm on. I'm grateful to be in the company of you great NETERUs, this great energy. It's just a wonderful time for me. So I'm just grateful. So Hotep Ma'at, Katt Williams, I hope you see this. I hope that, you know, the right people see this, and, you know, we're able to build this nation quicker, you know, quicker than things are normally built by beings that look like us, you know, during the Matrix, during this foolishness that they got us caught up in, you know. So I'm definitely looking forward to the nation that we're building, you know, at warp speed. So to you great sisters, and I'll let you guys speak if one of you want to speak. Minty, Hotep, good to see you. It's good to see you, Gabby. Tell Primordial Thought I send my my nectar fist to him. Hotep.
Peace, Hotep. Gabby, did you want to say anything?
No, you can go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I find it like you were saying, Brother Tough, like that's where a lot of people get stuck at the Greeks. They just can't get past it. And I think a lot of it is the cognitive dissonance, where they're just like, they don't want to see past it for whatever reason. I feel like it's ignorant. I feel like it's ignorance that keeps them right there trapped in that box of not wanting to speak out and find for themselves where it comes from. They're just satisfied with just staying at the Greeks. But it's like the more there's more and more information is always coming out. So I'm just so grateful to be able to study through Saba and him teaching us how to study. Because that's a big part of it too. Like being able to see things that aren't there, like because everything is right there. You just have to know how to find it. And I find it really hard to believe that Joe Rogan has never heard of the Emerald Tablets.
I was thinking the same thing. I was saying that too. I said, man, ain't no way.
There's
Ain't no
no
way.
way.
I was saying, ain't no way that he hasn't heard of that. But you know, he was just doing his job, I guess, shaking and faking like the rest of them, like all of them. You know, they just tell lies, and everything is bread and circuses, man. Everything is for show, and it's a lie, and it's trickery, and you know, so it's
Yeah, I'm glad you caught that too, because when I was watching it, his reaction was like, "Oh no, no way!" Like, how could you? I mean, he has on his channel, he has pretty random topics. I've never really watched it, but I've heard of him, and he's been around for a really long time.
That's a fact. You know what else too, Menti? If you notice, I don't know if you watched them both, but the first interview he was as we say in the South, he was crunk. Katt was crunk on Shannon's show. He was hyped up. You know, he was he was very hyped up. On Joe Rogan's show, he was very measured and calculated, very strategic. You got to pay attention, watch them both. It was very different. That's why I was like, did I watch the second one? Because I was at work and I listened to it. But yeah, it was different. But I was surprised at that as well. Welcome back, Great SABA.
Welcome back. Am I completely on the screen or is my head cut off?
Your head is, we can't see the top of your head. We just see the brim, the cool part.
Hold on, let me see what maybe this is down too low. It's too low.
What's up, Saba? When I was representing the false flag, I don't think that it was representing valor to me.
When you're representing the false flag, what?
I said when I was representing the false flag, I don't think that it was considered true valor. Now that I've been enlightened.
Oh my goodness! You representing the false flag at one time?
When you taught on the colors, the red, white, and blue on the flag, red meaning valor. When I was completely involved in the ISFET energy representing the false flags, I don't think it was valor.
No.
I didn't see it that. I was tricked.
No. Yeah, everybody was tricked. That's it. So here we're gonna do, everybody. It's how many hours am I going? I don't know. I'm thinking it's 11 hours. We're gonna go ahead and read the donations, the beautiful support from the supporters. Is my head still cut off? I don't know why.
We can see it a little bit, Saba. Don't they change the time? The time go back or go forward today, right? What is it? Spring forward, fall back. They just mess with everything, man. What is it today? Because it say it's 4:30 where I'm at, but you've been teaching for 10 hours. What's going on?
That's a whole nother thing. Oh my goodness! I think Harass did send a question on the so-called daylight saving time and the time switch, but she switched it to a diet plan. But that's a whole nother thing. They're definitely time is definitely being altered. That's a whole nother. Yes. So I think we're gonna go into some beautiful support. I hope the best for I hope the best for anybody. I hope the best for everybody that's that just doesn't know. My NETERU was saying she thinks he just doesn't know. It's true. Nobody really knows even anything that I just taught until so you come to the PODCLASS, and even on the basic level, it's still alive, because once you start getting into Thoth is actually Tehuti, once you start learning from the people that actually teach that, then you're back in the spell that Tehuti is just a principle. So it's like no matter where you go, even when you learn that Thoth is Tehuti, if you're not learning from the PODCLASS, you're right back into another matrix. So shout out to everybody that wants to learn about that specific topic is very dear to me, and I was so long also and so thorough with the information because it's a namesake that took me a long time to. My name was not that. My whole history that I gave everybody in the intro to the pod classes when I was teaching for years and years and years, my name wasn't Tehuti at that time. My name was what Tehuti was about. So I had a name that meant the word, and I was all about the word, but I didn't call myself Tehuti, but I was about word frequency. So my name meant words. And so it took decades, took a long period of time before the Tehuti part of it was gained. So when I see somebody misrepresenting, especially that NETERU, I have to just go overdrive fully, because that NETERU was highly revered in KEMET. Without Tehuti, there actually is not even any KEMET. So shout out to anybody who wants to learn more about Tehuti. So here we go. We're gonna get into these donations because I'm gonna start sleep talking in a minute. It's getting late, and oh look, is the first donation Gabrielle? How was that? Wait a minute. Maybe I need to scroll down more. Gabrielle is the first. Caleb, you sent me a question on 65. Another class. Okay, I guess, yeah. I guess the screen, what? The screen did something, and now the first donation is Gabriella. Okay, interesting how that happened. Okay, everybody, let me go ahead and read this wonderful donation from the beautiful sister who's on the panel right now with us. For the new people that are watching, this is a young lady who is on the panel right now that I'm about to announce as a supporter. Is it my eyes? Let me see if I can see this. I can't. Okay, 19. Okay, here we go. Shout out to the wonderful. Oh, my computer's doing the rolling thing again. Hold on with me. Computer's doing the rolling blue circle. See how many times it rolls before I can come back to you all. Okay, here it is. Okay, shout out to the wonderful, beautiful, supportive energy who manifested in the name of Gabrielle Lopez. Give some big noise to Gabrielle Lopez, who's still here. Atef, you're the noise maker now? Is Annie gone?
Yeah, I got it, Saba.
Okay, let's go. Let's do it. Awesome.
You read it first?
Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. Yes, can you, actually, Gabrielle, could you read it, please? It's from you.
It says, for wisdom gained from past classes. Thank you, Purple Heart.
Purple Heart. Give her some big noise. Again? She laughs like primordial? I guess they're merged. Okay. Minor Turd says you laugh like. Oh, what's that?
I said sometimes it's a little shocking how in sync we are. We'll like finish each other's sentences and like we'll just be aligned with a lot of different things. So that's funny that she says that. Thank you.
Yeah, that is that happens. Actually, I don't know if you saw my class on that one. Did you see my class on it was about male and females and intimacy. It was about the effect of male and sperm and effect on women and the two merging. Did you ever see that class of the merging couple?
No, I haven't
Oh, yeah.
seen. I've started watching from your oldest videos, and
Oh.
list. So that's where I'm at with your videos. That's what I'm
Okay,
doing
wonderful.
on a day-to-day basis. I'm just trying to watch all the videos because sometimes your classes I'm a little lost. I'm like, oh my goodness, this is a lot of information that I don't understand. And it just reminds me like, okay, you gotta go harder. Like you gotta really invest more time and find ways to squeeze in classes to pretty much like catch up. Because I don't like the feeling of feeling lost. I like to make sure that I'm understanding everything. Because if not, then I feel like, okay, then I need to put a little more effort in.
Beautiful. You're doing the right thing. You're doing them in order. That's great. That is a way you'll know that you definitely have seen every single class if you do them in order, because that's beautiful. You'll really like that one. That's going to tell you a lot about the in sync things that are happening with you and Primordial and why. So you'll get to that when it's your time.
Thank
you. You're welcome. You're welcome. And I have who else is here? I have this is from the next support is from who's this? Uh-oh. Okay, I think somebody's on the loose. Okay, the next support is from I think I hear it's so back to now. It's from Israel Hoyley, $36, says, because you care. Thank you, Israel Hoyley. Get some noise, please. Big noise. Where's the Tef? Here we go. Wonderful bloom. Excellent, 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 wonderful. And the next support is from Mr. Nito Campbell, Mr. Man, Mr. Consistency, who dates his donations. He dates them because he wants me to know that he is loyal to donate every single pod class. So if he misses one, like this says 3-2. That must have been last week. So here it is. If he misses one, he puts the date of the one that he missed so I can keep track. And that is such an honorable thing. You do that. I think Owen Hythe does that as well. Owen Hythe does that. And thank you. Thank you for that. That's incredible. Okay, give some noise. Give a hand clap. Give some hand clap to Nito Campbell. Give him a hand clap, please. Thank you, Nito Campbell. Mr. Consistent Man. Speaking of Mr. Consistent Man, coming up next, who is this? I see a consistent man. I see okay, I see the father of fathers. He's probably my father, Mr. Atef Rem Kamaat, $7.77, and that's just the first one. And read what it says there for the audience that can't read that language there. What does it say there, Atef?
It says Ma'at Hotep Tua Ishin.
Wow. Whoever thought one day while you're in the Killer Priest podcast that you'd be writing in Neteru.
I do the same thing. I did what Gabby is doing. I've gone back to the beginning to the Killer Priest. I started at the beginning from there. I'm still on the one where I just finished the one where you and Rasul had the debate. Well, it wasn't a debate, but you know. So I went back to the beginning, and it explains a lot about where we're at now, where we're at, the podcast, you know, your podcast, because at that time that wasn't, I don't even know if that was even a thought of yours, because you wasn't mentioning it, and there was so many cash apps and stuff coming in, and they were commenting on the traffic that you were bringing. And I, you know, and when I was listening to it in real time, it didn't mean anything to me when I was there. But now that I'm here and I go back and I look at it, it's so much magic. And it was so, you've done so, like the very first podcast was so powerful. The very first it explains a lot. So Tua.
Nini, okay, and when you or Gabrielle, if you all can do me a favor, when you all get to the Killer Pre-show where I actually first announced the PODCLASS, let me know. I want to personally look at that. That's a huge history jump. That's a big part of this history, and I want to get some clips from there of me actually coming up with the idea on the show, and I want to see that. I remember part of it, but I'd like to see that. When you all see that, let me know.
I will. I'll let you know, because I'm going actually in order. So I went all the way back to the beginning, and I'm going in order. So I'll let you know, Saba.
Thank you so much. And now give yourself some noise, because this is going to be $27 from a Tefrem Kema'at, $28 actually combined, which is what did it say there at the bottom of Tef? Is that the same thing it says?
Yeah, it says Hotep Ma'at Tua Issue.
Give yourself some hand clap. Give yourself some noise. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Tef Rem Kim Ma'at. Appreciate you. Great support. Great support. And Menkora Pathways to the Awakening. Okay, that's Lisa Marie pricing. What is this? Greetings, Saba. I sent for four classes. Oh, okay. Where? Let me see. Let me see. Of course, just as she said, a woman of her word, and just as she said she would do, she's starting off. Here's an example to the audience of a young lady who's actually purchasing the Metanetter Magic classes that were live at one time. Now you can only get them through recording. 27 Medu to send. So this is she may be in the class right now, actually live. She's been in the class all night. I'm not sure if she's here now, but shout out to this wonderful young lady right here. Her name is Lisa. She calls herself Queen Lisa. She has another name as well, but another last name maybe. But shout out to this young lady right here. Hey, Gabriella, do you also speak Spanish?
I do. But it's more like slang, because my parents dropped out of school at a very early age. So they're from Mexico City, so you know, they just they were young parents. So
okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So they came over here, and so they raised me here. So I know some Spanish, but I'm not the best at it.
Okay.
I've realized that the Spanish that whatever that language is that I speak is very broken, because I was always kind of just, it was heavy English. Like I grew up in that. That's what I grew up in. So I went to school here my whole life. So I know more English than Spanish. And so you'll get broken Spanglish words from me. So
cool.
sometimes.
Okay, good. I think that's about 3 to 4 people on the panel and here that actually speak that language. Interesting. Okay, well,
Yeah.
wonderful. So this is someone who may speak it as well. Maybe because of the name, I don't know. But shout out to Lisa Soares. Shout out to Lisa. $80. Greetings, Saba. Here's 80 for 4 of the Meta classes. Give her some big noise, Atef. Give her some big noise. No, Lisa may be in the chat, but I don't know if she's in the panel. I don't think she's in the panel. Shout out to Lisa. Lisa, if you're listening, look out for those. More likely tomorrow. Also, Lisa, send me an email if you're listening. Let me know. Have you ever gotten any MedNetter classes before? I don't want to double send you anything. If not, then I can just send you the first 4, and you can just move up in order. Shout out to you, Lisa. Appreciate you. And next up is shout out to Sherika. Back-to-back orders of MedNetter classes. For those of you who are wondering what this is, these are the 65 recorded classes, MedNetter Magic classes, that you can send for. And no, 25. They are 4-hour classes each, 3 to 4 hour classes each. Well, 2, 3, 4. Well, 3-hour classes each. Sorry, 3-hour classes each around. For Medu to send. So shout out to this sister Sherika. That's 2 sisters back to back ordering MedNetter classes. How you doing there, Nook Panuk? I don't see what you're saying, but I see the chat is filled with your name. I can't read it. I need to rest my eyes, but I see you having fun there in the chat. I see every name is yours. Shout out to Nook Panuk. Okay, peace to Sherika, who ordered MedNetter Monday classes 22 and number 25. Wonderful. 22 and 25. Look out for those sometime tomorrow. Sherika, appreciate you. Whoa. I think somebody's out. 1 second, everyone. I'm going to be right back. I think 1 second, everyone. Please, I'll be right back.
I could only imagine. I heard that. Hotep Bella, how are you doing?
I'm well, Tua, for asking. How are you?
Yes, of course. I'm great. Great. Definitely gonna go back and revisit these classes and check them against my notes.
I always go back like on Sundays usually and take lots of notes. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm always taking notes, and I started making flashcards.
Yeah, I heard you talk about the flashcards. I bought some the other day actually to start help my memory more.
Yeah, I find that it's great to have the notes, but it's another source that you can use to visually stimulate and learn.
Cool for sharing that.
Absolutely, Naniak.
It's great to be here with all of you guys. I appreciate all of you. And there's just so much to learn, you know. It's been an amazing journey, being here and just watching these classes and everything, and just really starting to understand how the Matrix is just into everything that we do, even the most innocent things that we think are like, no, there's no way. Like somehow Saba always like breaks it down to show us like, yeah, no, even certain words that you speak that you have no idea what they truly mean, and it's just like, whoa, even down to the words, to routines, things that you do, it really makes you think like, okay, I need to step out of that. I need to pull myself out of that and really just focus on the teachings, and just get that knowledge so that you can just pass that knowledge on to your family, and how Saba does, and gives it these classes and this information to his family, but he's now extended that knowledge to others, and I think that's an amazing thing for someone to do, because I had mentioned in a podcast that I felt very lost, in a room where people felt and seemed so found, like they found their thing, and that was just a really beautiful thing. And so now it feels like, wow, okay, I see what I felt and what I could just see within everybody. And it was a really, truly amazing experience, to be there with all of you. And I look forward to all of these classes because it's really great to hear all the knowledge and really understand what's going on all around us.
Welcome back, Saba. Everything okay?
Yeah. Just a door was popped open. So yeah, I have a Sobek the Nile in a temporary enclosure where he can pop the glass off the door when he wants to run around and play, and it's just not the time for that right now. So
Sobek the Nile is the one that ate the chicken, correct? The raw chicken?
That's NETERU.
Oh, that's
Sobek the Nile is about 3 times the size of that.
Okay.
He's never come to the pod class yet. He's never come to the pod class yet. There'll be a special time for him.
Yes.
I know it's hard to keep track of all these guys, right? It's hard to keep track of the reptile family. Okay, here we go, everybody. Hey, NETERU Uncle Tep L. Okay, thank you for responding. Oh, one second. One second, it's you're welcome. Can you type the exact question to her? Okay, here we go. All right, next up on the wonderful support list is NETERU Uncle Tep L. Good brother. NETERU Uncle Tep L. Another consistent supporter. Give some big noise to NETERU on Hotep L. Right about 1, 2, 3, and now give some big noise to NETERU on Hotep L. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Peace and love. All you all typing positive things. I can't really read them, but I see a lot of smiling faces and emoji smiles and stuff. So shout out to that. Whatever happiness is going on in the chat. I just see a lot of yellow circles. So shout out to the happiness in the chat. Whatever you all are happy about. Okay. Hey, John Presley. John Presley. Hey, peace, good brother. John Presley's been around supporting for a long time now. Peace to you, John Presley. Okay. Okay, everyone. This is Brother John Presley. Make some noise for him. He donates. He's a total consistent. Give him some hand clap. Give him a hand clap for me. John Presley says, peace to you, good brother. Peace to you, good brother. And here is Brother Annie. Hey, Atef, did Annie ever come back to the panel? Annie, are you here? I can't see the panel.
Nah, Saba, I don't see him. I don't think he came back. He hasn't come back.
Okay. You say he didn't come back?
No, he hasn't come back, Saba.
Okay. Okay. Shout out to Annie. Give some noise to Annie. Annie Tehuti says tuition for PODCLASS tuition and his name. Okay, and good. I see some more. I see the donations now. More of them coming in. Thank you all. It was a little weak in the early beginnings, but it's I mean in the middle. In the beginning was strong. In the middle, I didn't see much, but now I'm starting to see. Stuff coming in as I scroll up. Here we go. Shout out to this brother who looks like me when I was 24. I look like this brother, almost identical. 29. And shout out to this brother right here. His name is Johan Billadou. I don't know if this is a question or if this is, well, there's no question mark. So maybe it's the class that I did on, oh, wow. I remember this for a class on, or maybe he wants, I don't know, for a class on Baron Semity. Give him some noise, make some noise. Shout out to you. I'm thinking you want a class on Baron Semity. I did a class once, but if I can't find it to refer you to, then I'll add that to the questions, PODCLASS questions, breakdowns. So let me go ahead and save that properly. I'm going to save that, what do they call it? Tentatively. I'm going to call that tentatively a question. Rename from March 10th, right? March 9th. This is March 9th. Yeah, that's right. March 9th PODCLASS from March Nice. Okay. It's 10 because after 12. Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you, good brother. Appreciate you. And let's go on and see what's next here. Here's somebody I've never seen before. Shout out to Kara Burt. Kara Burt. That's an interesting name. Cancel. Johan Billadu. Shout out to this. Well, yes, a brother because it's Robert. Shout out to this brother right here. I'm going to put him on the screen. A brand new donator and supporter that I've actually never seen this name before, and it is he's Robert or Carol Burt. Give him some big noise. $27 for what I think is his first donation. He says great teachings. Give him some noise. Carol Burt. And tip. What's the tip for? This is for Cat. I'll put Cat. Okay. I'll put Cat. Okay, here is the supportive, consistent couple here. Always giving a tip for each breakdown. And that is none other than Anu and Antu for Cat Williams, Tehuti, Build Up, Tua, Hotep, Marie, and 3 symbols that I can't see. Give them some big noise. Give them some big noise. All right. Okay, next up is none other than the one and only KEMET Heru Hancock. I don't know if that's your picture there. I've never seen the picture there before, but I've never seen that picture before. Interesting picture you got there, brother. Oh, this is a tip. Okay, well, let me fix that. This is a tip. KEMET Heru Hancock. Tip Thoth. Okay. Anu and Antu, $22. And let me take that off. Shout out to the good brother KEMET Heru Hancock. Why is it not on the screen, man? Okay, got you. Shout out to the good brother KEMET Heru Hancock. It's a tip for the Thoth breakdown. Give him some noise, please. Give him some claps. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And next up is the wonderful young lady who's on the screen right now, who is also following in the trend of watching old pod classes and giving tips for them, is none other than the first, but not the only, but the first person to ever receive a name from me publicly at a public event, Pathways of the Awakening, and that is none other than, I think she's on the panel. I can't see the panel right now. Minty, are you on the panel?
Yes, I'm here, Saba.
Okay, good. Did you ever leave to go do that thing for your cat?
No, they ate leftovers.
Okay. Okay.
After I heard what you were going to teach, there was no way that I was gonna leave. Glad I did.
You what?
I'm glad I didn't. They had leftovers.
Okay, great. Leftovers for cats. What is an example of a leftover for cat? Is that like cat meow mix?
The end of the bag.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Shout out to the cats. Okay, now we're gonna go for Gabriella. Did something change about you? I came back to something that's different.
I just pushed my hair back.
Oh, okay, all right. Shout out to, I thought it was a new person on the screen. Shout out to Gabrielle in the hair back. Okay. Okay. All right. Shout out to Minty Hotep here. She's giving 888. She went back to the Stargate. That was a nice, the memory class. Stargate SAB class of last class. I'm thinking of the other Stargate one I did on Killer Priest and on the PODCLASS. Shout out to Minty Otep who went and watched it, who's giving a tip for the last class, which is March 2nd, 2024. Give us some hand class, please. Give us a hand class. Thank you, Minty, for being so detailed and thorough. And it has the name of the class and the date of the class. Thank you. I've done 3 Stargate classes, so thank you for putting the date.
I know. Yes, absolutely. I'm gonna go back and watch those too. I'm in a CERN portal right now. I think there's like 3 CERN classes that you did, so go for that. Yeah.
Oh, good. Did you ever see well, I'm sure you may have, but one of my CERN classes was actually about a music artist. I didn't call it a CERN class, but it had a lot of CERN jewels in it. About Travis Scott. You saw that one? Travis Scott?
The Travis Scott?
Yeah, well, and it was on CERN in the Travis Scott class.
That's so interesting. I sent that to my son yesterday.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, yeah, that was definitely a CERN class. I did that for Killer Priest as a gift.
Yeah, that was my introduction to your style, kind of.
Oh, nice. He asked a question, and I had that class, and I showed the date on the file. The date of the file was the day he asked the question, something to that effect.
Yeah, that's how those things happen.
Okay, next up is Oxafek, my good brother Oxafek. I'm trying to break his fear of snakes so we can pick up his first Tehuti snake. Oh, this is from New Netter class? What? He must be Medu Netter. Med Netter class 13. I'll get those out to you tomorrow because okay. Shout out to Oxafek. Come on, Renanette. Where are you going, young lady? Oxafek, Medu class. Medu to send. Oxafek, who ordered this must be Medu Netter class, says new Netter class, but of course that must mean Medu Netter class. Shout to him, give him some noise right now. He is sending in a Medu Netter class number 13. Give him some noise, please. Who's popping up? Who's this at the end of class? Who's this? Let me come off the screen. Who's this popping up at the end of the class? VRI, and it looks like another VRI with a little more melanin. Who's that, brother?
This is Lit London, Lit Garms.
Yes, K.
Lit Garms. Peace, Lit Garms. Lit Garms. Let me pull up the screen. Let me see something. Lit Garms. Okay, let me see Ligarm. There he is. Ligarm. There he is, man. I know about 5 of your clones. Okay, we got Ligarm. You guys look like Kid and Play.
No, pretty much.
All right, wonderful. Nice to see you, Ligarms, on the screen. Awesome, man. Nice
Wait,
to
do
see
they
you,
know who
VR.
Kid and Play is?
Oh, that's right. Hold on. You guys. Wait a minute. VR, do you know what I'm talking? Well, he knows who Vanilla Ice is.
I'll bring it. Kid and
Those are on the same time. You know Kid and Play, right?
I've just brought up a picture of them. Hold on.
Oh gosh.
No, no.
Oh man. Oh my gosh. Oh man.
No,
I want you to go and listen to every song now. There you go. I want you to
we should start a band.
get your hip hop knowledge up. Kid and Play. You gotta listen to them. Kid and Play Kickstep. One of my favorite groups. One of them lives right around here too. All right. Shout out to Kid and Play. All right, everybody. Next donation support is who's next? Who's next? Of course, Angela State out of the gates. Did anybody notice Angela Gates in the class today? In the chat?
I did not.
Okay. Shout out to Angela Gates. Hope you're safe out there. And this is a very loyal, very honorable young lady, because she so that means she wasn't even in the chat and she's just donating from. She could have watched the podcast for free and nobody would have known. She's somewhere looking, but not in the chat, and she is sending her donation. She's very honorable, and peace and love and thank you to her. She's in every single podcast, and when she's not, she's sending a donation. Oh, what is that? What's wrong? No, I don't. 30. Okay, shout out to Angela straight out the gates. Let me put her in the screen. Shout out to Angela straight out the gates. $25. Give her some noise. Atef, give her some big noise. Atef, peace and love. Noise. Angela straight out the gates. He says, love and peace. Love and peace. Love and peace. Love and peace to you too. Appreciate you and your great supportive energy. And now we have Daryl. That's gonna be 508. Oh no. Okay, shout out to Daryl. He's pretty consistent and always with the 508. We're gonna get the explanation of that one day. This is 508. Says Daryl from the PODCLASS. It must have some type of meaning because he always donates that. Okay. Shout out to oh, we're gonna give some noise to this brother who gives a tip every answer that I do. That is none other than Robert E. Williams. Tip Tehuti without syncretism. Okay. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Nook has so much fun in the chat. He's typing all type of things. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Says for Tehuti without syncretism. Tua. Give him some noise, a tip. That's a nice tip. 1772. Wonderful. Shout out to Eric G. That's it. I don't know if I saw him earlier in the class. I see him now. Here's a new name. What name is this? I'm not familiar with this one, but shout out to Bella. Could you read that for me, please? I can't seem to read that right now. Is Bella frozen? I think Bella's frozen.
The comment you want me to read?
No, the name.
Oh, Kalanji Coleman. I don't know if I pronounced the first part right.
Okay. Shout out to Kalanji Coleman. I haven't seen that name in the class, but I always give shout outs to brand new people. Custom Made Tees is back. Could I request Metanator episode 3? Absolutely enjoy 1 and 2. Hey, I am Kadzani, Custom Made Tees. This is a Metanator order pod class today. This is Medu to send. I'm going to be sending out a lot of Metanator classes in the next tomorrow. You all should sometime tomorrow you all should get these. Shout out to Custom Made Tees who sent, what is this, 24. Custom Made Tees who sent 2042. It says, to SABA, thank you for your teachings. Could I request Metanator episode 3? Absolutely enjoyed 1 and 2. Peace, love, and happiness. I am Kadzane. Please send to Gmail, and he gave his Gmail. Absolutely. Give him some noise if we didn't already. Give him some. Okay, here we go. Next up is this very interesting name with a bunch of doubles in it. UUIKKAANN. Okay, let's see. What time is it there? I am Lit London. Mr. Lit London. What time is it there? Lit Germs.
It is 15 past 9 o'clock in the morning right now.
It's early morning there for you. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got a good night's sleep?
Yeah, we came into the pod class, saw a little bit of it, went to sleep, woke up, and commented on how long you've still been going.
Yeah, it's still going.
Another whole day has passed by.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, how long? Oh man, okay. I'm teaching classes. People are getting full night's sleep. I'm waking up. I'm still teaching. Oh my goodness, man. Shit, I need to get some sleep too. Let's go. Okay, here we go. Shout out to who's that? Wait, who's the last to give a donation? Oh, UUII Ken. Shout out to this person right here. UUII Ken. UUII can. UI can for support. Appreciate you, UI can. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Commit Hero Hancock again. Good job, Commit Hero Hancock. You I think you donated a regular support and then you donated a tip for each of the questions. Appreciate you, good brother. Consistency. Okay, I see. Commit Hero Hancock. Tip for what? Tip for I was gonna put tip for Thoth Tehuti, real Tehuti. Excellent. Okay, shout out to give him a clap here. He gave an extra $5. Oh. Okay. He gave a $5 tip for the Tehuti breakdown. Give him a hand clap, please. And now, the brother that I gave this gift to. Oh, wow. What number is this? Give some big noise at Tef. This is a big one coming up. A brother who was on the panel that I sent something to him that I knew would be very special to him. And that was the teachings of Ptah in the English, the transliteration. And I think I gave him the one with the histories. Shout out to this brother here. He ended up sending a humongous tip. $72. Ptah, instructions of Ptah support Henu Tua Saba with the magic hat. Give him some big noise, please. Please, please give him some massive noise. Excellent, excellent, excellent. A shout out to Bijan Farrow. Appreciate you. You've been supporting ever since the Killer Priest show, I think. No. You've been supporting. There was a time where you could not support, I think, for a while, and then once you started supporting, it was consistent. Shout out to you and respect to you. Did Gabriella fall off? She was looking kind of tired. Is she still here? She fell into the netherworlds. Okay. Have a good rest, Gabriella. She fell into the next realm. Okay, let me see. This is from Syncretism. Down no more. I am Katania. Let me go ahead and save this. $40 tip. Syncretism. No more. Shout out to I am Kadani custom made tees. $6.66. Give him a hand clap. It is a tip for the Thoth breakdown. Give him some clap. Whoa, 120. No. And this is who's this? Humble Books. Okay, yeah, I know Humble Books. Yeah, it's Humble Books. Here's another name too. Shout out to Humble Books gave $3.33 for breaking down our ancient African language. Thank you, Humble Book. Appreciate you. Thank you, Humble Books. And the one and only consistent young lady who gives multiple donations. And let me see. This is the one and only known as Harass Did. And she gave $13. Give her some noise. I think this is her third donation of the night. Give her some clap, please. Harass Did with 669. Harass Did. There we go. Wonderful. Hey, Mark Strumble is back. Hey, Mark Strumble, peace to you. This is the one that asked about the dog question here. And he gave what mint he gave. Shout out to Mark Strumble, did we lose someone else? $8.88. Thank you, Mark Strumble. Appreciate you. You are great. Who got bumped off? Who are we missing? Bella?
Bella, yeah.
Okay. Okay, I think this is... Oh, sincere. Bijan Farrow sent another one for a tip. A tip for tonight's class. You may not have reached it. Oh, I like that he has Ptah on his Ptah is Ptah is his what do they call it? Is it avatar? Ptah is his avatar icon now. 44 tip. Bijan Farrow just gave $72 and he gave another 9, so we're definitely going to give some hand claps and noise to this good brother right here. Bijan Farrow, $9.99 on top of the $79 on top of the 72. Give him some clap, a tef. It says tip for tonight's class, I will rewatch. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if that's it for the night, is that it? Let me go ahead and refresh the page. Let me scroll down, see if I miss anybody. Shout out to the people. Shout out to the people that donated last week that I didn't announce. I'm gonna just announce them right now. Anu Antu. Oh wait, no, there's somebody left. There's Anu Antu. Oh. There's Anu Antu. Oh, here we go. We're gonna end off with I think this is the largest donation of the night. Okay, here we go. How could I forget this? The largest donation of the night. Right here. It was at the bottom. And here we go, everybody. Make some big transformer noise coming up. For I believe these two have donated 4 times tonight. I think it's the 4th donation of the night. 4th support. Make some big noise, transformer noise. 155 for your NETERU existence, saving generations with the NETERU key. Give some big noise, transformer. Whoa.
It's like people that tell you the Egyptians, they're not black. Egypt is in Africa, folks. As long as Egypt is in Africa, then Egyptians are African.
What? Oh my goodness. Katt Williams has now become a soundbite in the pod class. I recognize his voice now. I didn't know him before. I didn't know his voice before tonight. Shout out to everybody. I'm going to scroll down. I believe that's it, everybody. I believe that's it. Gabriel Lopez says, thank you. That means a lot. I'll continue to support in any way that I can. I'm glad to hear that. That's great. Thursday. It's a great Thursday. Thank you, Gabrielle. Appreciate that. Mancor, I got your emails. Okay, everybody, we can close up. It is 1:28 in the morning. This is a 11-hour and 15-minute pod class. Let's close up. Just give some quick closing words. Menti, Atef, and Kid and Play. Just give some closing words. We're gonna start with Menti.
What's up, Mary? Tua, for your time and your teaching, SABA Tehuti. It's always a pleasure and a delight to be in this beautiful Nefer energy. Tua, to everybody that sticks with us in the chat throughout this journey that we take. And I look forward to next time seeing you. Tua Hotep.
Tua Hotep, thank you, young lady. Look forward to next time seeing you too. Did you send me any messages recently?
Yeah, I was during the class. I got a message back from the thing that I was talking to you about.
Okay, I'll check it out in the morning.
Yeah. So, do you want 100 or 50?
Oh, I don't know till I don't even know. I don't want. I don't think I want either of those numbers, but unless I'm reading them or something.
Right.
We'll talk tomorrow about sizes and realistic things, because whenever I get that many, they end up eating each other.
Right.
Yeah. No. We'll talk more tomorrow.
Sounds
okay.
beautiful.
Wonderful, beautiful, beautiful words. And on to VRI and Lit London. Give us some closing words, even though you all came at the end. I don't even know if you all caught an answer, but give us some closing words.
We just thought we'd check in and just give our respects to your class, and thank you to teaching Tua for all you do. Again, just here to pay respects to everyone here and everyone that's in attendance, and thank you for everything that you do. And we caught a bit. Well, I caught a bit of the answer, and thank you for the syncretism etymology.
Oh yeah,
that has blown my mind. That is that's really wow. So thank you so much for really putting that nail in for this. So thank you.
Keep sleeping. Let's say keep sleeping. Thank you, VRI. Were you here for the class when I introduced Rendernet? This snake right here?
Yes, I believe I was. Yeah, for the dog papyrus. I think.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for your great words. Appreciate you. And Lit London, I've never heard of closing remarks from you. Go ahead and give us some closing statements. You look like a wrestler, man. You look like you're strong.
Yes, Tua for this entire pod class. We definitely both going to be rewatching it and getting all the gems out of it that we can. Tua for all you do with the pod class, letting this information exist on this platform is going to change the collective human consciousness going forward, most likely sooner than anybody thinks. So Tua.
Thank you so much. Say pod class again.
Podcast.
Podcast. I'm gonna make that sound by the podcast. So that's the new sound by the Tef sample, that podcast. You're welcome. You're very welcome. Glad you appreciate it. No, it's VRI's the partner, the friend there. Yeah, they're both from London. Okay, so okay, Tef, give us some closing words, good brother. Your visuals look great, by the way. I don't know what you've done, but this is the best you've ever looked. I see every shine on your forehead and everything.
I'm learning. I'm growing, Saba. You're teaching.
You look like you're glowing. You're like melanin and glow.
It's 5:30 over here, where we're at. The time that I manipulated the time already, so it's 5:30. I'm real woozy. It's a spectacular class, groundbreaking, just matrix shattering information as usual. Eternally grateful, Hotep Ma'at, Tua, to all the great supporters. It's good to be in this energy. I'm here. I was telling them my glasses. I was here for the whole class. My glasses, even though I was with my family, my glasses are Bluetooth. So I got you on, and I got my phone. So even though I'm with the family, I know what I'm doing, because these not my work glasses. These are right here. These are my computer glasses. These is my pod class when I'm not at my computer glasses. But this is just a great class. So very necessary with what's going on with the popularity of the lie, how people are making the lie popular. So we're changing the narrative here, and we're gonna make the truth popular. Ma'at, Unki and Ma'at. So Tua, for all that you do, great Saba. Eternally grateful for you, and we'll end with that because I am woozy. I've been up and running around, and
man, this is great. Shantae's done. Shantae's done, right?
Been done, Saba. She been done, Saba. But yeah, this is great. So very necessary. I hope Katt Williams is able to get this, and you know, because I was saying that he couldn't get past the Greeks, which is that way for most people. They just, you know. So Tuaf, you breaking the matrix with etymology and dates. That was one of the things that resonated with me in the very, very beginning. Once I began to understand that. So Tuaf, for all that you do, and have a nefa upesh.
Thank you, Tua, to you for everything. We're going to close up with the affirmation. Everyone already knows the support. It's at the bottom. I'm going to go ahead and get a Tef to do the affirmation. Hold on. You get a Tef to do the affirmation, and we're going to close this out. Okay, Tef, you ready? Shout out to First Class. I can't see what you're typing. It's small, but shout out to you. You're always in the room. So shout out to, I just see the name First Class always popping up. Shout out to Bijan Farrow and Nook Panook. Those are the names I see in the room. And Horizon Zion popping up. Okay. Shout out to you. And okay, Tef, we're gonna do the affirmation. You go ahead and I know you like to end with the affirmation, so I'm just gonna let you do it again and again. And I know you love this affirmation, so that's your podcast ritual. Okay, ready? Oh, let me get this from the screen, from the bottom. And you'll do the affirmation, then I'll just go solo. And let's move this here. Everybody already knows the donation. It's been 11 hours and 23 minutes. Literally, I think the longest podcast ever. Here we go. All right, go ahead, Atef. Lead us out.
On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Unki Ema'at. Nintet or set Ema'at. Min Hepapet Ema'at. Her in Hugh Kiwi. Her I live for Ma'at. I do not be in the place of Ma'at. Every day I advance towards Ma'at. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light.
Thank you. Peace and love to you, Minty. Peace and love to you, V.RI. And peace and love to you. What should I call? What do you prefer to be called? You like both names equal? Lit Germs and which one you like?
I prefer K.
Oh, just K.
Yeah.
Okay. There's a third one. Okay. So K. All right. Shout out to peace and love to V.RI. And shout out peace and love to K. And Atef, shout out peace and love to you. You're woozy, but you're smiling. You're still happy, woozy. I like that, Atef. Nobody can take your happiness from you. You're really happy about this experience here. It's 5. I don't know if that's, you know, when you're tired and you just start laughing. You ever been that tired where you start laughing? Okay, I don't know if that's.
I'll be saying crazy stuff when I get tired.
I know that. I used to do that when I was years and years ago and just laugh at myself. But shout out to everybody. Peace and love. I'm gonna go big screen and close this out. See you all today at 5 o'clock. You can go to who's teaching tonight, Annie? Is it you or
Anpu is doing the reading.
Anpu? Who's that?
I mean Anu,
yeah.
Oh, Anu.
Yeah, the Anunnaki.
Anunnaki representative.
He's reading I think the Numa Elish.
Of course.
Yeah. Looking forward to that. It's gonna be great.
Of course, you're in the Numa Elish. Okay.
Peace
All right.
Peace and love.
What's that, Minty?
I said peace and love, everyone, and peace and love, Saba.
Peace and love, Minty. I'm going big screen. Peace and love, everybody. Let me close this out. Peace and love. Here we go. All right, everybody. Another beautiful, wonderful podcast. That was excellent. Appreciate the beautiful questions that lead to these beautiful type answers. This is Renanette. She says peace. Renanette, the Cobra of Resurrection. She says peace and love. And peace and love to everybody. You are all awesome. Brother Katt Williams, I hope you watched this. I hope you appreciated this. I hope the people that wanted to know about those topics appreciated this. We put a lot of time into this particular class. As usual, I put a lot of time into every class. You all are wonderful, excellent. Keep supporting the Tehuti PODCLASS. You know the support already. You know it's Cash App, TTM Moon. You know it's PayPal at Rocky SV. And next week I will announce. I may go on Sonetter next week after the next class. So you all check that out. I'll be making the announcement and tell you when, what time during the next Tehuti PODCLASS. That's when I will tell you in the next Tehuti PODCLASS. Okay, so peace and love, everybody. The AI moderator says support with Cash App, TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Shout out to the awesome moderators that actually kept keep everybody up to date with everything, and that is also, of course, the wonderful Nanya Sentmer, Ankia Ma'at, Ani Pataten Tehuti, and the Tefrem Kem Ma'at. They are the moderators, named so by Stranger, the namer of the moderators. You all are beautiful. We will be here again next week as always. Stay in tune. Peace and love. Renanette, go ahead and say peace. There she is. Go right up to the screen. You're awesome.